You can just type that URL into a browser or follow the link in the chat.
And I can't hear the anything. How do I just?
The Frontier is a game about architectural elements. Elements lifted from the libraries of some of the world's greatest architects. It's also a game about scale, designing in the first person, where units and grids don't exist. Finally, it's about the tabula rasa, reinterpreting the modernist clean slate into the representation of dynamic landscapes, rather than the three-axis grid found in the virtual voids of modeling software. The elements represent a variety of different architectural aesthetics. In today's demonstration, we can see inspiration from Mies van der Rohe and Le Corbusier, to Frank Lloyd Wright and Kengo Kuma. These design styles create a dynamic compilation, a collage of forms, in a system where it's easy to combine and build through these different collections. The Frontier also forgoes the numerical representation of size and scale found in almost every design software. Most modeling and drawing architects utilize are based around standardized units, usually feet or meters, used to represent size, shape, and orientation. Other softwares create designs that are viewed indirectly, being translated from our scale through these units and into the virtual space. Designing in the frontier takes a different approach, skipping the middleman, the translator, and viewing these objects where our scale, the human scale, is inherent. On the frontier, you act entirely as a character. This character becomes the tool you use to craft our space and how we base size and distance, replacing the Cartesian plane or the ruler. In a way, this is another form of drawing, the creation of representation, but instead of through the pen or through the spline, it's through the character and through the objects. Over the last 6 months, I was hoping to allow for everyone here to get a hands-on experience in the frontier, set up demonstration stations for people to play and experience the game directly, while also compiling everyone's creations and designs. However, due to current circumstances, I have the next best alternative. 2 gameplay examples to demonstrate what the frontier is truly about. Let's take a look.
We do not create the work. I believe we, in fact, are discoverers. Glenn Murcutt. The physician can bury his mistakes, but the architect can only advise his client to plant vines. Frank Lloyd Wright. Architecture starts when you carefully put 2 bricks together. There it begins. Mies van der Rohe. I perceive, covers a multitude of sins. Aldous Huxley. Architecture is a discipline that requires a deep cultural, sociological, economical, political, and ethical understanding of the world. This is what students need to learn, because when we are in a state of crisis like we are today, we have to rethink the world. Odile Degg.
From a gameplay perspective, the frontier begins when the player, being dropped into a serene natural environment, starts with a clean slate and with no tools. As you wander around the environment, the player will find different architectural objects that they can add to their collection. As the player explores more throughout the world, they'll find more objects and expand their library of possibilities. Many of these architectural objects they'll find are either inspired by or created from the unique styles of famous architects. Often, these architectural elements were originally viewed in urban or crowded environments. So not only are these architectural objects viewed in new combinations, but in new environments as well, allowing for details like Mises steel beams or Corbusier's light cannons to be viewed and admired on a fresh canvas. Also, while exploring, players will not only experience some of these architects' designs, but their words of wisdom as well, used to inspire creation. I hope that what I have today provides a clear picture of the frontier. I hope that it provokes discussion around the results of compilation and montage. The frontier also provides new representation of design that is not processed through grids and white voids, but deserts, forests, grasslands, and glaciers. And last, I hope my presentation today shines a new light on how we can make the best out of our current remote situation. Standing in front of a drawing and reading off a paper is no longer acceptable. YouTube and online content gets shunned for clickbait and attention grabbing, but that is the era we live in. Not only should the content be exciting, but even more importantly, the way we present it should be. The level of production and technology that we see from the gaming industry is easily acceptable to be utilized by designers in our own industry and in internet-savvy, technology-focused institutions like SCI-Arc. I hope that the frontier inspires others to utilize these new digital tools and excites them about design and architecture. Thank you very much for joining me on this wonderful morning, and I look forward to our discussion back on Zoom. All right, hello again, everyone.
I was just curious if you could address the question of how you take all of these architectural elements and strip them of. You refer to them that we should know that they come from, well-known archetype, but in fact, they actually are stripped out of any kind of reference or relationship to the original work of architecture itself, and it's a very, very conscious decision that you made by allowing the player to pick all of this element to create object where it seems more randomized and intuitive, right? Because it's a game, and to that extent, you're trying to recreate something different from kind of voiding the meaning of the original meaning of these elements.
I think that's very interesting. I mean, a lot of these elements, like we typically know and see of them in these specific contexts, and we never really get the perspective of them outside of those contexts. Mm-hmm. So I thought it was very interesting to kind of analyze what happens with these objects when you remove the context and remove that sort of history and the architect from it, and then like kind of analyze, all right, what does this element or this sort of design still have, or does having this different perspective on this element change the way that we'll end up thinking about it back in its original context as well?
I mean, one question that I had throughout the presentation which, I completely understand. You were taking the form of a kind of a product pitch, which, I got. It felt for a minute like we were in Shark Tank, and we were gonna, I don't know, test it out. But I kept wondering who the audience is, or who the user is, maybe more importantly. Because it seemed kind of heavy-handed with these like quotes from different architects who, by the way, architects who completely disagree with one another. So it was a confusing experience for me to try to put together like Glenn Murcutt and Mies van der Rohe, like I'm trying to understand like, what is this game trying to tell me? and then at the same time, it seems to be a game for amateurs, not for architects. And I wasn't clear about that. Like, even just seeing you kind of build something up, it felt like a game for, ages 1 through 3 or something like that, where, you go in and you play, but it's not the kind of serious play that, that I think generally architects are involved in. And it's, of course, as you said yourself, it's always limited by this kind of set of components that are pre-chosen for you. Almost like it's very similar to Revit, I think. So, although with a historical background of you choosing specific parts from the discourse, but I guess my question is really, it's not really a question, it's a statement. But I am questioning myself, who the audience would be, and let's suppose for 1 minute that our architects need to be expert at something, and not amateurs. Then is this game like, is this a general public kind of outreach or didactic? Or do you really mean that architects should use a tool like this?
That's a very good point. I feel like in a way, it's a kind of very scripted approach to viewing these objects and these creations, kind of hidden behind a sort of open world or very open-ended seeming platform. Whereas it appears to have like lots of different outcomes, even though most of the outcomes end up looking fairly similar in one aspect or another. I do think it's more of a sense of play than a true tool for design in the sort of output in the context of Revit or Rhino. At least in the moment, I very much do hope that this game can kind of go as a platform or as a basis to build off of. I do think there's a lot of aspects that I've learned from this project that can be taken and kind of evolved into that sort of direction to where it then can be more applicable for professionals. But yeah, I agree. It's very much directed towards the amateur or nuanced architecture enthusiast rather than the professional who needs some ideas for a new project.
But the fact that you're always referring to the players, not the architect or the designer, you always refer to the players, kind of already establish that this is a game. It's like the game of anybody can be an architect, who wants, instead of who wants to be a millionaire, who wants to be an architect. And I was reading your thesis as that, but because it's very difficult, because you straddle between trying to inform the audience or the players of architecture, of the tectonic, with reference to the architect's quote, but at the same time, it's very catered to a kind of consumer-oriented society where you just purchase and you can pick and choose whatever you want just as a testing and as a game.
I do think there's very much, it's exactly as you described with the sort of purchasing and consumer oriented. In sort of the game industry right now, there's there's a lot of those products that are very much like that. Like when people make games, 99% of the time, like they're making it for a living, for a profit. It's not just someone doing something for fun and they end up living in like a cave. So I do think there is that sort of consumerism motivation behind it. Yeah.
I have a question. So if it was a player, what would be the difference of selecting your game versus, let's say, Minecraft Mojang, which is I really do something like that, which I kind of build my own materials and I can build my own world, and it becomes sort of exciting already. I understand some kind of the environment. So there's other incentives. So what would be, for you in a way, sort of the selection between choosing that game versus your game, for example?
I believe right now, I think that games like Minecraft or like Fortnite, there's a lot of other sort of aspects that end up affecting the building. Like there's a whole, the way those games are implemented, the building is actually not the primary aspect of it. Like right. in the Frontier, the building is like kind of the singular component mechanic that the whole game is built around. Whereas in Minecraft, it's was created as a survival game. It was created in the survival genre, and the building aspect is in reality nuance of that mechanic in the game. Even though now it is like, especially in creative mode, it's become sort of a key centerpiece that people look at. Whereas even in creative mode, there's still other sort of exterior impacts, like when it comes to mobs and other effects from the game mechanics.
Right. So that's kind of where my comment had to do with. It's this relationship between the architectural object and what you claim is a kind of contextless situation that I want to speak to. First, I guess to say is that the Frontier scenario in which you locate these seems to be something that's not at all contextless. It's actually a very specific and fraught context, not only in terms of its symbolic qualities in relationship to the American project, but also for architecture. You're proposing architecture that is entirely off-grid, that is separate from any kind of urban context, indeed any kind of social context or interactive one it is as well. All of which is to say is that what the non-context that that the game proposes is actually a highly specific and artificial and yes, perhaps interesting context, one in which that would deserve to be explicated in that regard. But to the Minecraft comparison, because that was also what I was sort of thinking of as well, and I mean this, it is with admiration for those kinds of games and these things as well, that it's the world building aspect of it that seems to be really the most engaging and the sort of the part of this, where it's not just about I make a house and I mine redstone and I make something and that I can keep the zombies at bay. But it's the interactive, it's the world building qualities, it's the collaborative qualities that are all part of the pleasure, let's say, of the game itself. And I wonder if the argument you want to make is to try to introduce a different kind of world building pleasure that is somehow encapsulated entirely within this sort of reductive recombination of fundamental architectural elements for its own sake. And if so, I wonder, I just would ask you, for the purposes of the thesis, to talk a little bit more about not the professional implications of this as software, but rather as a gameplay, what that might tell us about that kind of that's a relationship to architectural visualization, architectural conceptualization, architectural production, that this game sort of clarifies and synthesizes for us, which is, again, another way of asking the question of the no context you're providing is actually an extremely specific and provocative context, and one that I would ask you to sort of own a little bit more.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and to continue comparing it to something like Minecraft, like Minecraft is probably one of my favorite games of all time. And the reason that I love and enjoy it so much is when you're sort of in that world and building that world, I feel like there's a ton of, I would refer to them more as game mechanics rather than architecture mechanics that allow it to be kind of fun and motivational. Whereas the Frontier is much more skin and bones of just purely the mechanics of it, of this sort of building method, and it kind of ignores or steps away from the I guess the best way, from the fun or the goal oriented aspect of something like Minecraft.
I can jump in. I'm sorry, you want to go ahead?
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Oh, as you want. I just wanted to know if how did you manage as not as a player but as game designer the scale of decisions? I mean, as a player, I can choose between the land, the territory, or small parts of buildings. So it's nothing in between. And choosing a territory is like choosing the place where you are going to build, and then you go to specific parts of buildings. Like, how do you choose those quotes of buildings or those samples of buildings as a game designer, not as a player?
So the different objects itself that you can find in each of these landscapes.
Because there's no specificity of the bits of buildings in relation to the context, or it is something to play like that.
No, there isn't really a direct relationship between the components and the context. There's a sort of a randomized pattern that then allows for every single time to be different. So every time you would go into, let's say, this canyon area that's demonstrated here, the components that you would find would be not only different components, but in sort of like different locations as well. So there's no real direct correlation. And sort of to add, I guess, another level of not necessarily depth, but replayability. So that it's a different experience every time.
You know,
maybe I can step in just for a moment here. Yeah. So I really enjoyed I found it hilarious the way you kept a straight face and this professional pitch, and then you show us these super weird interfaces. I found that super engaging, to say the least, and I see a strain of humor completely throughout the project. And then I'm thinking about so one angle would be to think of it as a gamification of the construction of architecture, and I wouldn't go down that path because then it makes it a bit banal. But on the other side, I think what's super interesting is that you're stepping away from the general kind of generic 3D modeling softwares that we have, and you're mythologizing the processes of construction. So you're immediately constructing narratives through construction of architecture as well. So it's an intertwining of both of these things. And I think it's comparisons to Minecraft, I think they're very very valid. I think it's along these lines, but then the construction of a narrative and mythologizing the process of construction, I think this is super interesting. So you're moving from the logics of 3D modeling softwares into a kind of rhetorical register for understanding the design of objects. And this, I find it fascinating.
I don't know, maybe I had a very different reading, because I think Philip stated that his audience is not architects, but non-architects. So actually, I did not see this related with the construction industry or anything that had embedded a level of expertise. Not that I don't see the potential. So this is a thesis, and I'm trying to figure out what the contribution of the thesis is and how it's advancing architectural knowledge. And even assuming that you want to engage with a non-expert audience, which I think it's totally fine, I'm trying to figure out then the contradictions inherent. I think a non-expert audience might not necessarily understand, what it means to decontextualize column detail, or to grab a Corbusier, a set of elements, and put them in the middle of the forest without the rest of the architecture supporting it. So this is for me when the project, it would be useful to articulate more clearly, like a lot of the questions that you got from, and I think we all shared, I immediately thought Minecraft, I immediately had the question of the audience, and all of, I think everybody's trying to get at what really, where is the meat of the project? And in that sense, it's like if the connection to the history of the elements is lost, because a non-expert audience or a non-architect audience will not have access to that knowledge, or maybe some, but let's just say not the majority, then that becomes a little bit irrelevant. So that, detail is perhaps the same as the redstone in Minecraft or something else. And then I was wondering, it looks like you spent a great deal of time, or I imagine maybe you're, some type of coding wizard, and creating the environment of this world did not take you that much time. But you could have also taken an existing platform and hack the code, right? Because even the way you collect materials, it looks so much like Minecraft, right? The way you grow your library, the way you put it on the space. And then we could also talk about things like certain terminology that you used. I would not confuse tabula rasa with nature, for example. Things of, even at that level. So going back to your contribution, if I were you, if I were standing in your shoes, I would say, actually, my audience is an expert audience, such that you can imagine that in time, your library would become much richer, that you would go to question and innovate in the areas of material assemblies, for example, where this idea, because modular architecture also has existed for such a long time, the idea of pre-made either frames or columns or architectural features. So then when we look at the architecture itself, it's really not sophisticated. And obviously it would change a lot if you choose different elements to put in your kit of parts. So I think you need to make some hard decisions and figure out if you want to focus on the result that these kinds of kits can produce. If, like Adil was suggesting, by creating a certain type of innovation in terms of sourcing, detailing, maybe those contexts need to be more tightly related to the type of elements you will have in your kit of parts. So it's about, sourcing, manipulating, and then building. Again, I'm throwing ideas. I'm not saying that the thesis needs to be any of these things. But I think now, I don't know, I see you answering all these questions very quickly. The audience is no expert. And then the history doesn't matter, but the history is present in all of your elements. And you talk about the context as if it was non-specific, but it's hyper-specific and not a tabula rasa. So where do you want us to sink our teeth in? Where do you want to sink your teeth in? Because I don't know how to program these, and I'm fascinated, but I know Minecraft really well. And so I'm like, why not go there? So give us a little bit of guidance. What conversation do you want to have beyond the answering of all these questions? What do you think architecturally you're contributing?
I think, or my hope for this project is to contribute a little bit in a lot of sort of different aspects. For instance, with your mention of the tabula rasa, I do think from my perspective that a sort of natural landscape in a way can represent the tabula rasa. It's kind of a, I don't know exactly how to word it, but I feel like this sort of like empty white void in a way, even though it's contextualized now with depending on what natural environment it is, I do think it gives sort of like a clean basis, and it's sort of the closest to a clean start that you could get in this real world that we live in outside of the game, outside of like computer software. Because once you
but how often does architecture get to operate in a clean world if we assume that all the nature is gone? Well, and you in a white cube.
None. I mean, that's extremely rare, unless it's like the Alaskan bush people building a like log cabin out in the wilderness. So that's why I feel like this this software, this platform kind of allows for that aspect to be viewed and then like analyzed or discussed?
I mean, I think a lot of what Marianne is saying is really is really important, because maybe the audience is an architectural audience, but maybe is used more as a pedagogical tool in some parts and at the beginning of the architecture discipline, where the students really begin to use that. But I think there's elements that are quite naive in a sense about tabula rasa, the notion of nature, all these other things, right? They need to be calibrated in a way that if this is for an architectural audience, there are other things that had to be sort of presented in a way that then you can start learning certain ideas about tectonics, construction, other things, in a way that kind of build up some kind of the beginning of an expertise or beginning of a dialogue. So maybe the narratives around that, and maybe there's really much more specific than you think it is. And the context is actually, maybe that is not just the context that you produce, which is highly contextual. So are there options for other contexts, rather than assuming in a very naive way that nature is tabula rasa in itself because it's never really been touched? So I think those are the things that maybe the placement of the game of the player is really much more specific than you think it is, to perhaps make it work.
It's also, yeah, I mean, one of the things I was going to also suggest as well, and I think some of this came from Mariana's comments, is that if you want to set up the situation where there is this decontextualized, disembedded, and fundamentally arbitrary relationship between figure and ground, architectural object, and spatial context, it's unclear to me why you would decide that only to use the desert as the context, is the only condition, landscape condition that could stand in for the gamified exploration of those kinds of forms of productive decontextualization. You could take any of these objects and you can put them in the jungle. You could put them on, as you say, in the subarctic regions. You could put them in lots of different places for different kinds of gamified purposes. I don't want to belabor the point, but I just want to sort of echo that. I think one of the things that you're hearing is that this conflation of a landscape that's empty of other buildings, tabula rasa, the concept of nature, and the American West cleansed of other occupants, as if they were all one and the same thing and all unproblematic and easy to sort of just deploy in a way, is something that's going to get you in a bit of trouble, I think, as you begin to develop this out in the kind of narrative, the actually highly contextual narrative logics of the game that you're proposing, the scenario that you're proposing, would become part of gaming culture. So it is what it is.
Thank you.
Well,
one other thing I keep thinking about is it would be so helpful to have a proof of concept, because right now you kind of show us like someone starting to use the game, but we don't see even the gaming, like forget a minute the idea of the expert architect, but the expert gamer and like what they would go in and produce in Minecraft, like, I don't know, completely reproduce all of the sets of Westworld in Minecraft, or, whatever these maniacs do. I'm not an expert, but I imagine. But like, I'm wondering, like if you gave this game, is it a space that like, does a proof of concept exist for producing something that's good? Not just a stack or not just a quick game, but something that's good. And while I understand that in a big sense, you're proposing, like you said, a kind of didactic or an interface above all. I totally get that, and I'm interested in that. But at the same time, you could probably only do that project a couple more times, and then we've all said, okay, got it. So there are new kinds of interfaces which are not, explicit modeling. They're interactive. The user is in the space with the object. All good. And I think that's something now, after a few years of talking about this and seeing projects like this, we're all tooled up now. Like we're all like, yeah, that sounds great. Let's do that. So I think, like, moving forward, if you continue to work on this, I think next level is proof of concept. So what things can be built now in these worlds that we don't already have? And I think that might even lead you away from using these sampled elements from architecture, because that almost seems like too much of a disciplinary project for what you're trying to do. It seems like you're trying to blow everything up. So seeing those kind of, you know, winks and nods to architectural elements inside of your world, I don't know. I mean, I want to go in for, you know, what Ben said a while ago, I want to go in for the world building part and not for the kind of disciplinary Revit thing that you have nested within your game. So I just think I have trouble totally, supporting where we are with this project without seeing proof of concept at this point.
Well, but I think, you know, I think you are not. I think you're maybe somewhere during your thesis you stop short of pushing the notion that if your thesis is about frontier, which means basically it's new territory, which means basically you are recycling and using architectural element to discover something completely different and void of all of the baggage of, say, urban condition, not necessarily, and I think by choosing the term frontier and the wide west landscape was too literal and made us get stuck with looking at the desert and the landscape, which I think is absolutely unnecessary. I would kind of go back to your original desire of looking at what can I do with creating a game, creating a set of tools, creating a set of guidelines, to use all of these architectural elements in a very, very different way, in an entirely new, different context, not tabula, I mean, entirely different context. It doesn't necessarily mean tabula rasa, but you're just using that term, right? And I think we in our mind, we get stuck with something which is highly visual and highly constricting, because I think we all look at how that house was built on top of the mountain, but then, you know, there's a column and then it's nested, you know, it sits, and you start thinking about structure. So there's a lot of it's almost too much thinking in terms of architectural scale at this time, and I'm thinking that maybe your project has to blow all of those all of the limitation away first.
Yeah, I totally agree with all the comments, and especially what Ming said at the end. I think maybe the main thrust of the project was really kind of devoted to kind of solving technical problems, and this is actually not a trivial thing for one person to make. So we actually discussed all of these notions at one point in the project. The notion of the frontier that will be called out as kind of a perpetuating cliche that is actually kind of politically incredibly problematic, and then the notion of basically singular elements borrowed from other architectures that get recombined. But sometimes these kind of cliches are helpful to kind of propel the project and to kind of produce that level of technical kind of expertise that Phil was, I guess that's what he was actually after, and then basically constructing this piece of software as a cultural expression rather than as a tool. This is how I understood his project eventually, that it was a slice of like a software proof of concept that becomes a cultural expression, and it's not. I don't think it's meant to replace Revit and obviously, I mean, these are kind of low-hanging fruit comparisons to Fortnite and Minecraft, but I mean, this is something we discuss a lot with these new interfaces. What can we do, and what kinds of new aesthetics and new politics can be produced through these? And sometimes it seems that we always go, we can always go so far within the time frame of the project, you know. But I do think that what is fascinating to me is just an incredible level of technical expertise that is involved in this actually working piece of software. So
I mean, I suppose, Damian, if I could just say one thing, I'm sorry I had to leave the review for a bit and I didn't hear everyone's comments. But if I could just say one thing to Philip, I think actually you need to really carefully consider what innovation in your field looks like. Technical innovation is not enough. And if this is meant to be a cultural expression, then the culture that you are expressing allegiance to is one that this field no longer can support. There are deeply problematic senses of tabula rasa has been brought up, the term frontier as has been brought up, the idea that somehow architecture exists as floating elements in empty landscapes that have only to be colonized by a single player, incredibly problematic. And so the brilliance, the software brilliance that you've demonstrated here, and I don't understand it, nearly as much as some of the other critics here, but I recognize that there's a virtuosity here. In no way excuses your obligation to your field. This is something actually that you need to consider and radically revisit going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Great, so we can go to the next project. I think we're almost there. If there's some other closing comments, we can also have that, but otherwise, I think it's Mandy is next. Thank you, Phil. That was fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. I'm gonna share the screen. Hi, everyone. I'm Mai Ying, and my advisor is Tom Wiscombe. I'm so glad to see you guys. So let's start it. The title of my thesis is Playing with Time. And this thesis starts from the position that architecture is a collection. My approach to the pile of history that constitute architecture's material is one of play. So I start from this Tunnel monument. The monument to the resistance at Tunnel is an unbuilt project for the Italian partisans in World War II. In this project, Adorossi exploits the concept of type to create a monument that uses the abstract formal language to distinguish itself from the style of any particular historical period. I create my own Tunnel set by scaling, mirroring, rotating the original Adorossi's Tunnel monument. All of them together constitute a familiar but strange parallel world of Tunnel, which shares the similar inherent qualities of the original. Finally, I choose 3 of them from my set and use the offsetting silhouette to convert the object from the solid maxim to the graphic shape. After that, these 5 objects deformed by Adorossi jump into the sides and become a new programmatic type building. Located in downtown LA, this thesis constitutes a tiny housing project that offers a new typology of the residential architecture. This transition between different architecture types makes a strange appropriation and turns the thesis to be a type game. Generated by the offsetting silhouettes, this new kind of poche architecture makes the world itself rather than the maxim to be the main architecture space. The strategy of making architecture thinner provides the residents with more daylight and social space. Five different variants generated by the same type allow them to find a delicate balance between the familiarity and unfamiliarity. These 5 buildings, which share the similar external characteristics, have the completely different inner space. The social spaces are contained between the thin walls of the maxi, sometimes step and oblique, sometimes garden, sometimes accessible to the city, other times private and lift off the ground. As the set of 5 buildings constitute a stack, so its landscape stack up and evolved into the housing type. It proposed a new integration of landscape and social space that is neither the massive bounded space of early modern social housing projects like Karl Marxov, nor the endless continuum of green underneath lift building as in the Corbusier city for 3 million. This new kind of playful urbanism against the boring extreme city by playing with type, which is not only a new methodology of architectural generation, but also implies the internal rules of our discipline. That's all. Thank you.
You know, I'll just start. The precedents that you used are so much part of the Western canon that they make me want to ask classical questions. And maybe I'll start with 2. The first one is part-to-whole relationships. I understand what each one of your 5 blocks is producing relative to Aldo Rossi's monument, and you know the exercise that you embarked yourself in as a process of transformation. You didn't say much about the criteria through which these individual elements are put on a site, the criteria on how the relationship between each one of these is constructed, the difference between the ones that are touching the ground and the 2 that are up there, their relationship to the ground from the ones that are lower there. So it's a little bit kind of part to whole, but on multiple scales. So can you say a few words about how you made decisions about these, and you know, how did you come up with this other larger whole?
When I try to put all these 5 objects together, I think a more important thing for me is to create a more playful, like atmosphere in this context, rather than just like seriously put everything on the frame or on some kind of have a relationship with the building around the site. I think the playful status is very important for this project. So I just trying to make them to have a more loose relationship with each other rather than.
Can you qualify playful and loose? What is it that you're actually accomplishing spatially?
For me, I would say the loose and playful relationship means the space between this object and yes.
So you're basically talking about non-parallel, non-orthogonal, something that doesn't fit in a grid. And then?
And then,
I mean, I'm not trying to torture you. Like I'm trying to, so, okay, I'll start from another side and I'll try to be quick. I don't want to monologue. So the part that really interested me about each one of these elements was what you were typologically. As you did your cut planes throughout your, I thought it was very nice the way that your, the type of typological variation and how you go from one to the other. So you have these moments where you have a perimeter building, then you have a courtyard building, then you have single loaded corridors, double loaded corridors, you have axial symmetry, rotational symmetry, you have, and it's quite nice to see in a sequence and imagine the way that a type of space could benefit from, you know, completely different orientations and more packed or less packed, more dense or less dense. So I think there's a type of typological opportunity that is quite interesting to me that you should address. Definitely when you put this in a portfolio, I would spend some time either diagramming or somehow articulating this. But then you take these 5 figures and you put them all together. And while I clearly understand the desire to put them in a non-orthogonal way, I think it's very problematic for me that the ones on top behave the same way as the ones in the bottom. And I think you could develop a criteria of what the spaces in between are. So I think in the case of these, because these are still in the end, it's a project of parts to parts. I don't think it's a project of part to whole. And so I think then you have basically all the spaces in between. You have the cubes that are actually at the edges. You have the one cube that is trapped in the middle, and each one of these are opportunities that are spatial and organizational that I think are worth describing. And I don't think, again, playful and it's precise enough to describe what it produces architecturally. I think your ground should have been a much more active agent, and some of these could have not necessarily touched the ground or sunken. And then you begin to understand that while at a certain level, these 5 pieces are the same, they have the same bounding box, they start from the same precedent, so on and so forth, actually, by the time you're done with them, they're producing very different scenarios. For me, that's where I see richness in the project. And I would like to hear you again, or I think it's important for the project to understand that not only that happens within the units, but in the space in between them. And that's a space that you can also occupy. So I think there's that one other level of operation that is either outdoor space or interstitial space that will put some pressure back to the cubes or the units, I don't know what you've been calling them, even in the design of the envelope, and feeding back into the relationship that this might have to the site in terms of public space or collectiveness. Well, that took too long, sorry guys.
I was thinking really also very similar things as Mariana was thinking. And I was sort of also comparing with the 2 presidents, and some of these arguments that were sort of quite radical and provocative at the time had to do with the problem of density, the idea of housing, all these other things that are really that were quite sort of important at the time, right? So in a sense, to me also the affiliation of the ground is important, but also the kind of radical sort of proposition in terms of the density or the terms of what is it really the demographics that sort of add on to it, sort of, is that meant to disrupt something? So for me, I was thinking, what is the provocation? And it's really the idea of sort of is in housing in and of itself, and the idea of sort of putting those, as Mariana calls it, parts to parts, and radicalize that idea in the plan of density and other things, right? Or the idea of the kind of also at the same time the idea of some aesthetic regime, so this aesthetic agenda that is contrasting enough that radicalizes aspects of the context or the site, etc. So for me, I think there's really critical aspects that have to do with the formal, sort of typological, sort of operational aspect of the project, how it goes together. But at the same time, I think there are other radical aspects of it that the person that you use were trying to establish. And I think you can clarify those. And what is it that your project's actually trying to provoke in terms of these issues? I mean, it touches upon a lot of them, but I think it's really, you can expand in any of them. I think be more important for you to kind of mention those as it was sort of being suggested.
I don't know. One of the things that's interesting about the precedent that Andy started with is that it didn't really have much of a program, right? Cuneo is an unbuilt monument that is only known from a few black and white, badly reproduced publication images from the period. And so to me, the idea that you would then take something like this, and we know from Rossi's work that, of course, his own view of typology was about the endurance of form past memory, past use, as some kind of remnant, as he would put it, some remnant of man. The idea that you would then take forms like that we understand our architecture, even if we don't know quite how or why or what scale or why they seem to resonate with us as people, and then to kind of put them down in a site as though they were toys, and then find a way to retrofit them for an urban and urgent use here in LA, I think is actually, it is playing with type, and it's a creative update, if you will, to an old problem. How do you retrofit old things for new things? How do you put new life into things that are already past or are already memory? I'm just kind of like riffing off what Rossi would have said about his own work. So for me, this is one of the few cases where I'm okay with the fact that the ground plane is not actively engaged, because this is not a project of the ground. This is a project that actually landed on this site because it's something to do with typology divorced from place and yet connected to people.
It's the connection to people that I guess I have some concern with. I appreciate your point that you're making about the sort of playing with archetype in this regard, and I think that's clearly at work here as well. There's another way in which this part-to-part dynamic becomes so relentless in this project that the suggestion of trying to deal with these interstitial spaces, the point even within the system itself, between these 5 macro units, and that is the relentlessness of the technology of the unit, whether that is the unit as massing strategy, and the question of the figuration of the question of housing as one of the multiplication and conjugation of encapsulated units, period. And in the multiplication of units and how it is that people would occupy this space, and how it is that this imagines itself as a social machine to a certain extent, that this technology of encapsulation, the technology of individuation, the technology of the unit, as the fundamental kind of algebra of what it's developing out, is one that it suggests to me that requires a little bit further justification, because it's actually a much more polemical. The project is making a much more polemical argument in that regard than it's accounting for, to the extent in the sense to which all of its own discussion of unit is operating at the level of these 5 mass objects, and not the level of the units in the negative space of each of these pods.
Well, I think it's a beautiful project, Mandy, and this image that you've stopped on is like, I think it's very powerful, and I think it also takes, I want to have a lot of respect for you taking on an issue which is an issue of today, which is housing, and a typology which is pretty rough to deal with. You know, just even the idea that it's all single-loaded corridors, like Mariana mentioned, in order to create an incredibly slender mass, at least in one dimension, is pretty wild and pretty interesting. And I think, you know, I've been waiting for some time for someone to, you know, start to really engage this idea of tiny housing, because it's no longer an experimental idea. It's the #1 thing that developers in Los Angeles want to be building right now. And I think I really appreciate that you can come out of your education with SCI-Arc with your instinct to play and to kind of, you know, and to stack and to throw things down from above, and all of the kind of things, the other things that this project's doing, but at the same time, really hook on to some of these other issues that are going on in a super imaginative way. I always fear with things like when tiny housing gets invented, it's going to be just another race to the bottom. How do you deliver these to the cheapest possible to get the market out there, and da 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 da. And I think this is great. It's like saying, stop a second, look at what we can do now. This wasn't possible when we weren't doing tiny housing, or this wasn't possible with the double loaded corridor pro forma. And so that's that. And I think it's really important to an architectural thesis that it has a target, and that it isn't an open-ended question at the end, but that it does have a kind of proof of concept. And I think that's what this is. It asks the question, and then it says, but it could be this. So it gives at least a provisional answer. And I think that's great. And then the project itself, I just think is so beautiful. I love seeing these little people on this green platform down below, this idea of a slightly elevated space that's still in the city, in the middle of the city, but it has a roof over it, so it's shaded. It's a very complex, beautiful kind of urbanism that's sort of invested into these cubes. And I think that's great. And these oblique surfaces, you didn't talk about Club Perron, but I know that you and I talked about it this summer. I think it's just super cool. And in a way, when I see your project, I always think, like, why aren't people doing this more? Like, this is almost like so obvious, and it would be so interesting to inhabit these oblique spaces. The only criticism I would have is you've been staring at these images for some time with these cuts, and I have to tell you, the cuts are absolutely beautiful, and they give you a way to connect what are 5 autonomous cubes together without literally fusing them together. And that cut, I think, is the project. So the only thing I would say is consider, if you work on this anymore, consider the cut is in the massing. And it's not just a cut to show us what's going on inside.
I really like this project, and I think you were very skilled. And actually, there's a real discipline of how you are playing, with the typology. And all of the interpretation. But one of the issue I have is actually the scale and the density. If you were to take on this project, I think what is more valuable than anything in development is the real estate. So even though, I do think it is really beautiful, but the massive void that you create out of all of the, it's almost feel like you have more air than built stuff. And I would reconsider it. I think that you are skilled enough to come up with 5 different building that are very different, organized completely different, have interior space and courtyard and all of those. That enough variation. But I'm a little bit concerned with the fact that because you were interested in what, Tom was talking about all of this cut and diagonal and slant, but the fact is I find them the most successful when you're playing against the scale, when you have larger opening, smaller void and less. That plaza below is huge. So there is something kind of incongruous about how you begin thinking about how much you can do, how much more you can do with the cube.
For me, there's something of the subordination of the housing unit to the big unit that is both interesting and problematic. It makes me think for instance, in Stephen Hall's Alphabet Cities, that the shape of the whole is more important than the shape of the small units. And I think that there's an opportunity when Thomas was speaking about these spaces in between, that they are huge and they are monumental as the origin of the project, the monument. where people can gather and do things, other things that they do in the housing units. I think there's an opportunity to go further into exploring this limit between the part that is housing and the part that is this empty, this void of, I don't know if you call it communal spaces or public spaces, or what are they? So I think that there's an opportunity to go further into the way, even if these big cubes are not part of the context in a traditional sense, they fall from the sky in the middle of LA, to explore the way in which they can connect with the city and with the units on another scale. In this way, I think, again, is problematic, this scale of the unit and the whole.
I do think scale is one of the neatest things that's being done here with typology. And I know this is not, because I talked to Mandy about this project at several points over the summer, I know this is not a historically rooted exploration. It is much more about form and about program and about being innovative in both areas, which I appreciate. But as a historian, I like the fact that, Rosie was famous for, in Modena, taking an apartment building typology and turning it into a city for the dead, so to speak. And to see here this little kind of cube with the gunner slit and the mass overhead, and really something that was all about remembering death and remembering a moment when the world was no longer habitable, when life was so difficult in Italy that it seemed like all you could do was think about the bad thing that was about ready to happen to you. To see that kind of turn back into a city for the living and put back into play, literally put back into play with joyous colors and large, generous open spaces and plazas, and a new typology of housing that we've let slide in architecture to the margins in a way that it shouldn't have slid. And I hope now this project becomes the first of many that deal with it in an innovative way, is as I think, actually just a lovely thing to see in terms of the discipline, and gives me a lot of hope. So thank you, Mandy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. It's a really beautiful project. But I just wonder, what is the thesis actually? Where is that questioning of like the foundational contribution to the architectural discipline that I guess a thesis should have, So it seems that, the project is kind of technically fantastically produced. It's the drawing we're looking at is beautiful, but I just have to ask this question to Andy, but how do you see the contribution of this to this larger issue, and especially in light of the previous discussion with a student where it was kind of fundamentally kind of forward, or let's say put into the foreground, this question of like, what is at the bottom line, what is actually the meat of the project beyond the building and beyond the representation. So maybe we can just have this as a further discussion too, I think, in everyone else.
I would say in this thesis, what I want to do is to propose a new way to generate architecture from architecture, and generated a new typology from a kind of type. So I think my question is the way that we're thinking about architecture, the way we think about it, and the way we generated it. There is a lot of potential in there, I think.
I mean, Damian, from my perspective, she identified something to work on in architecture that maybe we thought was not worth working on anymore, which is type. You don't see that many students talking about type. So I appreciate just that first move of grabbing something that seems dead or seems locked or crystallized and trying to open it up again and give it life. So that's the one thing I think. And then also just the idea of casting these objects in a kind of stacked way into their environment. to create their own microenvironments internally to the parts themselves. You didn't really say that, Mandy, but I know that's how you think of this project. I think is pretty clear, and I think that you can locate a thesis inside of architectural disciplinary issues, which aren't about exploding the field from top to bottom and throwing it all out, like let's say a super studio thesis might do. There are these other kinds of thesis projects which do I think operate inside of realms that we might literally talk about as expert architects, and get in there in a fine-grained way and say, hey, this is still worth working on. I'm gonna pull this back out of the bucket of history and work on this. And I think it was pretty smart to take these Cuneo monument projects as a starting point. Not just because I think there's a lot of people are working on sampling and sort of looking at history as a collection of objects and a collection of architecture, but also because it's really related to this idea. This is an architect who's working on what is the function of type and what's the relation of aesthetics to type. So I read a thesis here. It's not an art project thesis though. It's an architecture thesis.
Yeah, this was really, I also see that. I think the relationship between Rossi precedent and this idea of type embedded in that, like that historical grounding of type as Rossi saw that. I think that this is kind of reworking of that in kind of a real setting of LA. Mm-hmm. And so I just thought maybe that was an entry point into the actual kind of accomplishment, which I think is there.
I personally think this is a really, really good thesis. One of the things that just occurred to me is that if you were to take this one step further and you are saying that each one of these building is actually a city block. And it's, so the space in between almost to me looks like they are street. And then you are beginning to transform, and then you're beginning to address the idea of density in the city. You begin to address the urban condition. You are beginning to address the fact that you're changing the way a city is organized, where one can bridge the street with another block above. Then I would buy the scale. You know what I'm saying? It's like, to me, it is beyond just taking all of this really beautiful cube and then just stacking them on top of each other. But I think you are really making another statement with your project, that not only you are creating new architecture from a type, but you also how do you place this architecture in the city itself?
I agree with that. I think that speaks out. I think in that sense, and going back to Tom's sort of rhetorical question of why does this not happen more often, that some of these comments reveal how the I mean, we might have many questions about the project, but the project clearly succeeds at many registers. And I think that question of why does this not happen more often and means feedback on the scale of the project, also as an urban operation, even as the singular block, I would be really intrigued. And I don't know how long thesis lasts at SCI-Arc. I don't know if it's a year or a semester, but right now, in my mind, I really want to see a more detailed drawing of a unit. Like, how tiny are we talking about? Because I think this is when you begin to understand that the economies of the project also operate at different scales, and that maybe it's okay to live in a much smaller unit when the generosity of the project is that, for example, coming from outdoor space or a type of infrastructure for the housing, so on and so forth, that normally is not associated with tiny housing. And maybe in order to convince the LA developers that this needs to happen, the model that is presented needs to go beyond the obvious beauty of the space making, which I think we all kind of feel comfortable doing, but understanding that there's going to be an economy of the project that the numbers will still work. And this is not to, bring it down to reality super fast. I think thesis needs to operate in the realm of imagination and pushing the boundaries and imagining our futures, which I think you're doing. But I think because you're working with housing and it's such a pressing topic around the world, but definitely in LA, and you're trying to introduce an innovation in typology, that I think, why not? Why don't spend the next 5 years of your life figuring out how to make this project happen and understand all the sorts of permits you will have to go to make the ratios work, the money work, so on. Like, even, again, I don't know LA that well, but I'm looking at your building in relation. I don't even know where this is, but your building is much larger than everything around it, for example. Is that because the zoning doesn't allow for buildings of this size, or is, you know what I mean? So I think you can begin asking from a project that is highly imaginative, also extremely pragmatic questions, and understand what are the tools or the loopholes you will have to invent such that that beauty doesn't get lost. I was like, and then, let's go with it, because we all want to see these projects actually, transforming the built environment. So I don't know if you got to that point again, but draw the plans, not just the walls, but how tiny is the unit? Does it work? Do you want to live there? Can a family live there? Or this is all, single people in their 20s that study at SCI-Arc, This is like, so on and so forth. So I think these questions all become drivers in, or they can give you very useful feedback on to thinking about the different iterations that the project might have to go through.
I completely agree with Mariana's comment. I think this is precisely where I think this project charts a path for you becoming an architectural practitioner. So I find it also incredibly beautiful, the whole project. I think maybe an interesting kind of way to include or to imagine a kind of abstract level where you can think of your project. I'm addressing Daniel's question. What is your contribution on an abstract level, not at the level of the application of the building, but rather than towards architecture. How would you contribute? I think perhaps it would be interesting to look at this as to genericize this practice that you are doing. So your process, how to make it generic. How could this be spread throughout the world? Can you make a Revit model? Can you make an automation project out of this, and then see where it is, where your tiny virtuoso moment comes in? Because I think this is what Rossi does. This is what all great architects have done, and one way or another is that there is a genericity to processes of architecture.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic point. Yeah, I really think maybe that's what I was referring to, this idea of, can you make it universal in some way? Can you mobilize this as some sort of like overarching principle that can become, or maybe they can transcend the idea of the boutique design, right? The design of a one-off somehow. And I think there is something there to me, that there was this idea of taking Rossi as a precedent, which seems to be one of those very difficult, like John Haydock, very difficult things to access, to get into, because it seems that it's kind of poetic. It seems that it's kind of inaccessible, and it seems that the representations are so much simpler than the implications of everything that happens within that world somehow. And there's like a difference between what you read from Rossi, what you read from Haydock, and what is actually maybe there in some ways. So there is always a layer of history, of kind of poetry embedded, and I do think that in your project this is kind of kept alive, and it's fantastic.
You can think of you can also think of expertise on different registers. What if you produce systems for the production of architecture, something like that? That's what I'm trying to imply, that there's always a layer of genericity or abstraction that you can climb one way or the other, but the starting point is fantastic. So.
And I think the project is fantastic, and it's like, it's really amazing. But the question to me is, why why is it so interesting to take Rossi and to take something like from that period, and then it becomes kind of pushed into this new outcome. And there is something really interesting there at play that is a contemporary problem of how we design systems and how we design kind of working methods for architecture, I think Rossi gives it, that material gives itself well for this idea of sampling and taking and kind of like recombining and, you know, and there is a potential for the more generic force at play here, one that is not purely compositional, I would say, you know, one that kind of can also operate in other registers, maybe.
Yeah, I want to say that I go back to some of the words I used before, which was radical and provocative. And I think there was a modesty in her delivery that she didn't really reveal a lot of the greatness of this project. And, you know, and it's good in a certain way, but I think, you know, she could have like emphasized the importance of this project. So I find the project incredibly provocative, but, you know, extremely radical in the way that has been described, all the things that are happening. So I think, you know, in order to see the different narratives that the project can have, even one narrative that could be important, as you guys are describing, is like, how do you present this project, let's say, to the city of LA, right? And really sort of saying how different this project is and how radical in terms of all these things that are taken into consideration for a housing project, and how important, how different this is, right? And how much appeal this can have. So I think in her delivery in the beginning, you know, should be not as modest and saying, my project is really does this and this and this, and it's really so diverse and so interesting because of all these reasons, and it has all these narratives that can be presented in all kinds of forums, which is really quite important that we do this for these kinds of projects. So congratulations! This is really incredible.
Thank you.
I wanted to, there's something that 2 points. One that Ming offered and one that Mariana offered that I think convinced me a little bit more about the project. I do agree, and again around this question of the technology of the unit, that a next step would be to articulate with a little bit more detail the interior conditions of the unit, the difference between them, how generic or universal each of them necessarily needs to be in order for the argument to be successful and the housing strategy to be successful. But the way that Ming suggested a way of seeing these not only as sort of collectivized tiny houses, an aggregation or multiplication of residential units, but as something like blocks, city blocks, would suggest a differentiation of functions within each of these units that I think would, to a certain extent, make this more successful. It would imply things would make it more successful urbanistically. There's programs other than just housing that can interoperate with this in such a way that the question of housing or the understanding of housing is simply the mass storage of sleeping bodies into something that's a bit more active and city-like within each of these units would be available to you. And I guess what that suggested is that within these 5 units, there's then another opportunity for a kind of differentiation of function, not only within the units, but a differentiation of function between the units. And in strictly speaking, stack systems are all about a kind of modular differentiation of function within particular unit levels that can be swapped in and out within this as well. And so there may be also something to explore, given the fact that it's not only a multiplication of type within each of these 5 units, but that there actually becomes a kind of functional differentiation that gives that allows to sort of have a greater differentiation of the kind of social microenvironment of each of these, but also a greater complexity to the entire project as a spatial machine that is doing much more than just storing people.
But I mean, isn't housing right now the entire urbanism in the COVID world? I mean, it takes on a different importance. these
I see.
days.
So you see this the sort of this is a kind of quarantine urbanism.
I don't know. I was just thinking of that while you were talking. I love your idea. I think you're totally right. I agree that I don't think this needs to be housing. I think it's a formal type. It's not a functional type, but it's just so smartly, the functional type is so smartly put in here. It's convincing on that level. But I like your idea. These would be little worlds, little cities.
I'm quite open. I mean, to follow on with you, I'm love the idea of seeing this in relationship to a kind of post-pandemic strategy that would re-question that relationship between housing and city along those levels as well. Not just promenades, of shops and vertical and so forth, but something else that would actually constitute this as a
introverted.
Is it more of a base of operations than introverted, exactly, introverted but somehow total as well, complete, urbanistic, functionally complete, right.
I mean, this is just like a reference, but I was thinking about Coderch plans in Barcelona, and I think Manny, this would interest you a lot, just because of the intricacy of the deployment of the units and the relationship with voids, and in a sense, this idea that you multiply a line by simply twisting it and the typological opportunities that it offers. So I would look at Coderch, maybe Profil as well.
So any further comments? We still have quite some time.
I think we're good, Damian. Let's take a break.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Fantastic work. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mandy.
Thanks, Marika.
So, okay, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 11:55, let's say, something like that.
ahead and make the Zoom window full screen, turn off your side-by-side mode, minimize your presenter window. As we talk for the next few minutes, I invite you to take a breath and give your screen a bit of breathing room. Hi, I'm back. So I started my thesis research by looking into our interfaces, specifically the ways interfaces separate functions, information, commands, and images spatially onto the screen, the page, and the workspace. Here are some familiar interfaces. The Revit interface, Rhino, CATIA, a sort of home management interface, the Twitter interface, and of course the Instagram interface. These will all be pretty familiar to us. To look at it another way, interfaces are a radical way of entangling the body into the work we do as architects. As we navigate living through an epoch-changing moment and embrace the challenge of it to the fullest, we quickly find we are in desperate need of fresh ideas. Here are some images from the open-air school movement in the early 20th century. Look how radical these classrooms are. Classrooms on the beach, under a bridge, in a kind of roofless space, on a hill, in a forest, in a garden, in the local LA chaparral, on a roof, or even in a fully outdoor open air building like this one by Duiker and Bivouet. As I've been doing my thesis in quarantine because of COVID, my architectural attentions turn toward the radical potential of architecture with air as a material. In the time of remote learning, my research attentions also turned to the interdisciplinary and experimental Black Mountain College, where students worked on the floor, abandoned their desks, held classes outside, built their own buildings, worked the body into the knowledge, here in a class taught by Joseph Albers, worked the body into the work, here this is Buckminster Fuller acting as a column in his own dome. They demanded Black faculty. This is Jacob and Gwendolyn Knight Lawrence, both of whom taught painting. And with Merce Cunningham, worked the knowledge into the body with the invention of modern dance. My architectural attentions then turned towards Black Mountain College's studies building. Here is the plan. We can see it's a familiar double-loaded corridor typology. This is familiar to most of us who think about school architecture. Here, under construction in framing. Here, under construction just finished. Here, as a backdrop to a community that grows its own food. And here in a view on the lake. This is Lake Eden in the Black Mountains. I'm gonna phase out again, but don't worry, I'll be back. So this is where we get to the work. The project is called Practice Radical, and it is 6 essential practices for reactivating the body. The radical potential of our present moment should not be a missed opportunity. As we now spatially re-inhabit our bodies, COVID allows us to reassess how we teach ourselves, how we design, and how we learn from our environments. Practice Radical is a thesis project in 6 practices that proposes radical, and practical forms of knowledge to be deployed in the novel present. To realize a radical state in the body is to operate with volatility, embrace one's interfaces, and to examine the roots of an issue. The radical state discussed today is to work with air as a material, practice with multiple identities, and coordinate one's work across many disciplines. Today, we will look at 4 objects, examine their properties, discuss their origins in a radical state, and how they operate within it. The 6 essential practices outlined here: work, operate, embrace, practice, examine, and coordinate will comprise 6 spaces for us to go through what I worked on this summer using these 4 objects. The final model, the miniatures model, the midterm model, and the color palette. So we'll go right into practice 1. I'll come back in, phase back in. Hi. Practice 1. Work with air as a material. Here, the first attempt to work with air as a material was the miniatures model that existed as an aromatherapy kit. The essential oils embrace the air and attune our senses to the conditions of our air by diffusion, out into the air we breathe. Here, a color palette, there we go. Here, a color palette could attempt to be some sort of an atmosphere, moving color and the investigation of color into the air around the object. Here, as a color palette for a clothing line, where the clothes and air assume the same color palette. And with the midterm model, sampling of the air itself as a material. The dots in the back use the Adobe Illustrator gradient user interface to actually find and sample color within that material. The final model casts air as material texture through the photogrammetry sampling of the ambient atmosphere, becoming material cast for the 3D print itself. Practice 2. Operate with volatility. As I said, the essential oil diffuser attempts to work with the volatility of essential oil. Its characteristic phase change is to evaporate out into the air and diffuse across space. Here, the addition of the tennis color in the kind of draft of that oil scent, or here as representational scheme, where the diffusion pattern in the image gradient starts to dematerialize the object itself. Or third, in the midterm model, as the set of interchangeable keys arrayed on a grid, creating the condition in which no primary arrangement of keys on the interface constitutes the model. Or here, in a color palette for clothing, where dots volatilize off the ground and become a kind of emissive object. Last, built in to the final model, where reflective macro-scale dots bond the ambient atmosphere of the photo studio onto the photographic space of the model, creating a volatile visual isotope between the two conflicting atmospheres. Exercise or practice 3. Embrace your interfaces. I really love to work with Adobe Illustrator, not only because it gives you a kind of what you see is what you get live view of your artwork, but also presents you with multiple states that show you the data you're actually working with. The midterm model was an attempt to make a model as an interface showing multiple uses: foreground, background, web browser, handheld or hands-free interface, handles and grips and things to touch. The hand plays a key role in that. Or with the final model, the grips become structurally necessary. I needed to drive the model to SCI-Arc to be photographed, and I needed to make sure these delicate powder prints didn't jiggle loose in motion. Working with these interfaces as sets of instructions where we would like to pin things down, sets of instructions, where we'd like to pin things down, reveals the volatile and ad hoc nature of working with air, where best made plans seemingly evaporate. Like here, where I thought it would be perfectly clear to instruct the photographer that they were to unpack the model from its box and actually drip the essential oils onto the model and photograph that. Of course, what I got were absolutely fantastic shots of the oils still respectfully packaged in the box. Practice 4. Practice with multiple identities. As the work uses color or tries to use color to investigate how we use color, I made a series of over 50 individual color palettes. Took live tracings of Nike clothes and applied the palettes to them. The relationship between colors and atmospheres developed far enough so that I was able to, oh my God, I totally lost my place. So that they could take over the miniature model here in a dream colorway, and here in a kind of tennis colorway. This time where the color takes on a diffuse volatile overlay, this time falling onto all the objects in the scene rather than diffusing into the air around them. The final model also took on multiple identities through the mirrored dots, bonding ambient atmospheres onto the model, creating multiple and separate immiscible volumes of air. The arrangement of mirrors also presented a gentle challenge to the eye of the photographer. When viewed from the front as directed by the label, one must move their eyes out left or right to prevent capturing oneself in the mirrors. The photographer and I played this game across space and time through the charged optical atmosphere of the model. Practice 5, we're almost done. Examine the root of an issue. The etymology of the word radical has a botanic root in which one ascribes the origins of particular leaves or tubers to the root of the plant. For architects, the argument here is that we choose to look down and direct our intentions toward the origin of something, the root, and adopt a kind of inward inflection. Here, the pale sage color palette operates with an atmospheric overexposure of the object to its environment, while the potential linguistic references of the brick and mulberry row color palette give us cause to examine the root of why we work with color or why we work with what we work with. Here, the midterm model is overlaid between these two atmospheres, and the hand interface as a gesture towards the possibility of control, sublimating from a material configuration of space on the ground, up into the air, around, over, within, and behind us. To bring up the miniature again, and its included instruction card, we find ourselves in a situation in which, under COVID, in the 1920 words of Italian Air General Giulio Duce, whoever controls the air controls everything. Practice 6. Coordinate oneself with many disciplines. Now, the real interface potential of working with color allows us to live adjust a color field to inhabit a palette, a set of clothes, or even the architecture of a building. As we work with multiples, we can always continually update and re-update. Here, the essential oil kit, represented in San Rocco format, aligns it back toward the root of architectural production of these objects. As I leave you with one more picture of the midterm model, the hand moves back towards the web browser, and a small fragment of architecture reveals itself. As I phase out to merge with the air of your computer screen, consider the atmosphere around your architectures, how they breathe, how they attract and repel, and how they radicalize within your body. As we wrap up, we might try something together to practice a radical unfamiliarity in which we all allow our senses to attune toward the air around us. So I invite you to join me in turning off your cameras. Be sure to unmute to make sure that you're heard, and we can use our voices to move our bodies into the air around us and around each other. Thank you. Of course, totally optional if you want to or not. As we start the discussion, I'm going to switch the screen share to a Miro board. Here's the link, everyone. Oh, oops, sorry. There. There's the link, everyone. And we can come over here and if we want to pull out anything, feel free to just grab it and drag it here towards the middle. I love that you're writing a post-it note. Everyone should definitely feel free to speak. I was just trying to kind of alter the air around us a little bit so that we can sort of talk and communicate through the air other than through the kind of visual of ourselves. So please feel free to, I don't have to be the only one talking, please.
You know, I feel like I should talk.
Thank you.
To break the ice a bit, but you know, I'm a bit at a loss. Just I think incredible from concept to execution, presentation, just incredibly thoughtful. You know, I'm drawn to kind of the first, I guess the first iteration with the oils and the models. I mean, packaging presentation. For someone who's kind of lit on the outside and you know is relatively new to thinking about space in the way that most of the folks here do day in day out. I think you know adding that extra element to that model really reinforces you know some of these ideas that you're trying to get across. Just incredibly impressed, top to bottom.
Thank you for breaking that ice. I don't know, maybe we should go back to video mode.
Jesse, I mean, yeah, really, really amazing presentation. One question that I have for you is the title. I mean, to me, I mean, while it was incredibly coherent and I could follow your train of thought, I wonder if that title as an interface or as a sort of gateway for us to enter your project can also be challenged. Sure. In a way. Like the one word that you kept using and I kept thinking about is volatile. So there's a moment where the sort of linear thought process of thesis prep turns into a layering or destabilizing. And I mean, to me, it's more about that than the original idea of what's the new radical. And I mean, it obviously has also something to do with, I mean, I know we all use air, but I'm also, I mean, with something that is airborne or all around us, we're obviously, I don't know, I'm terrified. So there's a destabilizing moment where your project goes from, and this is how it's been done in the past, to you creating the space of destabilization for us to talk about what the architectural potentials out of that are. And I wonder if you want to, maybe talk a little bit more about, I mean, I know what I have in my head in terms of volatileness and clouding and air that is, maybe in a sort of modernist way, clean and healthy for us, but in today way, I mean, the interface is another air we breathe, right? Yeah. That's the whole point, to me at least. So volatileness.
Yeah. And I keep using this just like Apple wallpaper gradient background. I chose it specifically because it kind of puts space into your monitor rather than like being a picture of a cloud. It lets you kind of have this space behind, and I kept it because it was just very pretty. But the last few days here on the West Coast, with the kind of the orange sky in San Francisco, and now in LA, the yellow sky, the kind of it was, the last few days have really been a kind of omen of do I even go through with this or not, as we're continually reminded that the air is a battleground, and is sort of, it was the last few days I've just been thinking about the Turner paintings and the kind of Industrial Revolution moment that Marx was writing about, all that is solid turns into air, and the kind of change over that was talking about. And then of course working this summer with just trying to sort of be creative with everything that's been going on in the United States, especially around the subject of air and the subject of kind of volatilizing, and the sort of difficulty of breathing, with, of course, for years, Eric Garner, Elijah McClayton, and now George Floyd this summer. The kind of Trojan horse aspect of this project is to kind of shift this space and to kind of try to really examine and feed that through the body. I don't know.
Jesse, I'm really curious how you'd respond to what I'm experiencing right now, which is the precedents and the concepts are very brilliant and provocative. The interface and the focus on, let's say, it's a mode of presentation, I find not one-to-one with those ideas. And it's really striking me that one of the things you're doing is moving an architectural understanding of a brand, creating a brand into a more contemporary space where, sorry to be cliche about it, but all of the consumer touch points need to have a consistency. And it's not about Corbusier using a stenciled font on every drawing and on every book and on every monograph and every film. It's now about a kind of brand identity that spans across a perfume line, a product line, a lifestyle line, an environment, exercise, outdoors. I mean, it really has the feel of like a, you know, like a new cosmetics brand where I'm aspiring not just to a skin cream, but like to a whole lifestyle and health and fashion. And anyway, it's a little bit hard for me to connect your work as a brand architect with the proposition of a new relationship to the outdoors and to, you know, civic interaction and society. So how do you put those two things together, or do they even need to go together? Is this just how every thesis should have this kind of brand consistency and multiple touch points from now on, just because architecture needs to connect with contemporary culture? Or is this part of the content, I guess?
That's a really great question. Thank you for picking up on that in a much clearer way than I could. Yeah, I mean, so the kind of like, the reason that I sort of stopped this project when I did, instead of trying to like develop a project, was that I was trying to all summer like try to do a project like to try to figure out how to manage the air in schools, and like try to say like, we have this huge problem, which is that like everyone needs to like go back to school, but you just can't. The buildings are all, you just have to like tear down all the buildings and rebuild them. So there's like this thing about, you know, maybe now that I have this kind of stuff, I can actually work on that more clearly in going into the future. But there's also a kind of critique of like, or not like a critique, but just sort of trying to work through like the role of the architect and architects as consumer. Because like, you're totally right about the kind of brand thing. Like Apple and Nike both like use air as one of their core technologies. Like you go to the back end or whatever of Nike and they're like, yeah, we're an athletics company, but we have this one core technology, which is air as a technology. And, you know, Apple with AirDrop and AirPlay and AirPods and whatever, the kind of embodiment of air was my attempt to kind of try to claim sort of material quality for American construction, because like American sort of architecture is about materializing the abstract. There's like, in Delirious New York, there's this page that Rem has this just like totally unattributed quote where it shows the RCA building. And he's like, reality of the RCA slab, quote, Americans are the materialists of the abstract. So if you like, you know, close it, it's over. Like, if you want a material quality in American construction, like the abstract, like what do you even do? So maybe air is the kind of way that we bridge that. Yeah, Mish.
I think Greg has really hit on something, which is it's really about a pitch. And I think I like, because when you were talking about the radical, it was never clear what the radical agenda would be disrupting. And I think it's because it doesn't matter. I think it's more, again, sort of like the kind of, you know, Apple appropriation of a kind of, you know, 1960s association of the radical to sell things. And I like reading the project as sort of owning that. And then this interface concern, I actually think it's not about air at all. I think it's always about attention. And maybe I'm sort of putting that because part of how I'm reading your concern for craft in a way is I'm very influenced by Malcolm McCullough because I taught with him at Michigan. You know, and he writes about digital craft since the 90s, and it's the way that he does that is this logic of affordances. And I think your project is sort of tracing attention and affordances very, very carefully, you know, to the level of when you fade in and out and how you do so. And in that way, I do sort of wish your project were more, I guess, a little less complicated in its political rhetoric, because to the extent that we can read it as more of a pitch, then how we participate as jurors, you know, how you then bring us into the affordances of the interface becomes really, really, really interesting. And it makes me think about, you know, having sort of meetings with potential clients in this era, you know, and all the ways that we sort of present ourselves in our disciplinary capacity before we start designing anything. You know, and then I think to then stage that as something that is always then charged in relationship to some kind of craft, I think is really interesting.
I heard you describing to somebody just before you gave your main pitch about the structure of the SCI-Arc thesis, where you have one semester where you're doing the analysis, you're looking at this is a cultural level, presumably implying that you don't produce a project, and then the implication is in the second semester of it, you then bring that into being some kind of project. I have the strong suspicion you really enjoyed the first semester. I have the strong suspicion, dare I say, that you even brought the first semester right through into the second semester. I think you are an observer. I think you're a reporter, but I'm not convinced that you're an interpreter. And of course, you got me on an enthusiasm. I'm not old enough actually to experience Black Mountain College, but I and a lot of my cronies have always been fascinated by this extraordinary place that in you know, back of nowhere, gathered these phenomenal people, and they did stuff, and then it went fizz, as those things often do, just like the, you know, the Texas Rangers, and a whole lot of stories of these things that happen. But the guys, you know, the Rauschenbergs and the Buckys and so on, they did stuff, and the stuff so that they weren't, I'm not sure, and if I read about the Bauhaus or any other near history or deep history experiences of people who did interesting stuff, yes, very often they ganged up, very often they made a certain sort of quote unquote radical position, but actually they were motivated to do stuff, whatever that means. I think that there are certain students that I can sniff the person who's going to be teaching history and theory at some point, or at least not getting terribly excited about stuff necessarily. I know you okay, you have, you know, you end up with a kind of collage of bits and pieces, but it doesn't extend the conversation. I'm being critical now because I don't say that the work is uninteresting, but I find it's a bit, and the hint was made, I think, by Greg, that it's a bit like the guys, I'm just drinking a gin and tonic, and the Maker gin was concocted by a series of London businessmen who got together in a room and said, if we do this and do this and do this and do this, something quite good will come out at the end of it. And they struck oil, they struck a thing with a blue bottle. But they might not have done. And I think that you can get so far by, and I'm being generalist here, I think you can get so far by analysis and intellect. But in the end, radical is that, you know, the air, yes, it's a great motivation for a conversation. But the guys that did the school in Holland, they did something with the air. They needed the other element in order to give significance to the presence of the air. And I think there is this issue always in any radical statement or even analysis that you need to play it against another situation. The air is fresh, since the structure is there to suggest that it might not be. I notice also that your method is very graphic. I think you like to have these little graphic kind of things, like people who invent playing cards and table mat. This kind of thing of a succinct little cute graphic, which is fine. But I miss the real creative interpretation. I'm sorry to be so harsh, but I sort of, it would go well in a business conference somehow.
But I guess just not to defend Jesse, but maybe just to deflect the conversation a touch. I mean, when I think of somebody like Kim Gordon or Neville Wakefield, or I don't know anything about Chris Black from Done to Death Projects, but seems similar. Like I'm just wondering if architecture has a space for like an art director or a creative director or whatever it is that comes maybe even before like the monograph of designs, but instead the brand comes first. And I get the sense that's kind of what you're proposing, but just frankly, you haven't said that. Like, I'm not sure if that's just me reading it or if that's your agenda, but I mean, there is definitely in fashion and even art, a different approach of the author and the creator to the products. The products are still important, but they fit within some other kind of, I would say attitude, I guess would be the term. I wouldn't, maybe sensibility or attitude, not concept though. And I think you're starting with concept and frankly, cultural mission, which I find very important. But then what you're doing, I find, is more about attitude and sensibility. So it's a question, I guess. I don't really.
Yeah, totally. And I appreciate the kind of this battle because I think that in schools we are constantly dealing with it in trying to sort of keep architecture up to the moment, and so it's also a question of, it's absolutely a hardcore question about practice and about like how do we start to work as architects today as like how do you kind of take this stuff back out of the screen and then work on grounding it back into buildings or in teaching, or navigate the kind of multiple identities that you have to have as an architect. Yeah, Jermaine, is that?
Yeah, so I guess for me, there's a couple different paths that I could take with sort of the discourse of the conversation, right? I think when Mitch mentioned radicalism and your definition of radicalism, I too was wondering in the beginning, what exactly are you pushing back against? Yeah. And then part of me thinks, and I don't know if this is because of the fact that we're in a virtual situation right now, does the radicalness become too performative, or is the radicalism something that doesn't need to be stated, right? Like the website is literally radical practice. The terms that we're constantly using are radical. And I would offer that most things that are deemed radical isn't by the author. It's typically by someone else who sees the act and then says that this pushes against whatever infrastructure or whatever system that's already there, right? Well, you're perverting that. You're saying, as author, I can deem this radical. As author, I can see this sort of quasi-digital world that we're living in, and I can push back against that, which I do think is valid, right? I think that's totally valid. I think when you started the project and you showed us the CATIA and the Revit and the Rhino, I mean, one of the biggest things about these digital realms is that it removes scale. And especially when you're looking on a screen that has a fixed ratio, and when we have to do everything via Zoom, that everything is like, I have no idea how big this is. I have no idea what the scale is, right? These sort of archaic ways that we look at quarter scale, eighth, 16th, 1/100, like it's out the window. It's gone away. because on the screen, it can be 1 inch or it can be 100 feet tall. We have no idea, right? So when I look at him, like, okay, is he critically examining the way that we're removing tactility? But then we get into the more performative aspect of the project, which I actually thought was hilarious. Like, I mean, maybe it's just me. I liked it. Like, I thought it was funny. And part of it is because, like, I'm sort of perverse when it comes to these things. And it's like, I'm not supposed to wear a hat during the presentation. I'm going to wear a hat. I'm not supposed to do this. I'm going to do that, right? So it sort of becomes this. It sort of becomes this intentional act of refusal that you're doing. But then it still boils down to, as Greg mentioned, sort of this pre-packaged sort of graphic identity that one could sell and say, you too can be radical.
Right.
But that's where it starts to, that's where I want you to sort of help me understand what's going on. Because is it the author creating a narrative of radicality, or is it the viewer doing that interpretation?
Yeah, I think that's a super great question. Thank you for getting the jokes. I appreciate that. Yeah, I guess another sort of
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, everyone else, as well, for your comments. It's so insightful, so on point and critical that it really has given me a lot to think about, to confront in the future, and I just really appreciate it. So thank you.
Great job, Rob.
Thank you. I'm not going to let anybody go because I want to make sure that we stay on time. So no break between Rob and Vincent. And I hope that's okay. Vincent, how are you?
Hi, everyone. I'm doing well.
Great. I'm passing the mic to you. So the screen is yours.
Yes. Okay. Hi, my name is Vincent Young. I'm an MArc1 student. My presentation will be in 3 parts. I will first start with a video, then I will move to a brief slideshow, and then I'm going to end up at my kitchen table with my model. Before I begin, I want to give a shout out to the list of people that helped make this thesis possible for me this summer. I'm just going to name them: Camille Tai, Elaine Chan, Michael Serwanka, Sabrina Yoon, Sky Tranquil, Tom New, and Yuan Wang. Thank you so much for your help. So now I'm going to share my video. This project is titled Walk This Way. To look at high-resolution images of the project, you can go to architecturethesis.com, where you can play and interact with all the images and create your own collages. Walk This Way proposes a new community center in the suburbs of Rosemead, California. The site is set for redevelopment by the city and is currently a large parking lot along Garvey Avenue and San Gabriel Boulevard. Let's go there now. We have a reporter live on site.
Yeah,
Yes, I'm here at the site in sunny suburb of Rosemead, California. It is hot today with temperatures rising above 108 degrees Fahrenheit this weekend. But behind me is the site of the thesis. Currently, it's an ex-LA auto auction site. If we want to take a look, come closer. There's some piles of dirt. There's a palm tree. There's a traffic cone. And of course, set with the backdrop of the San Gabriel Mountains. Now this site, along with a couple other sites along Garvey Avenue, is set to be redeveloped by the city. Their action plans include increasing park space, so recreation space for the community, as well as introducing more youth programming. And finally, the expansion of Splash Zone, the local water park in the community. Back to you, Vincent.
Could you speak about the community of Rosemead and why this site is important?
Yes, this thesis brings attention to the suburb of Rosemead, California, where the current demographic is 90% Asian and Latinx single-family households. This community is important because it is a gateway city for immigrants to move to this country in search of the American dream. This is a seam between countries and diasporas to claim ground in America. Although the suburbs have typically been about white comfort, this POC suburb challenges the identity and realities of what the suburban American landscape is today. It's important to recognize the layers of history that are on this site. This land belongs to the Quiche indigenous tribe. In the 18th century, the Spanish colonial projects extracted from the land using the Alhambra Wash and the LA River that ran through the site. But what do we have today? A largely uncomfortable, unshaded, and empty site. By choosing a generic site like this one, we can begin the discussion of what we need in these spaces and how we can build community that shares this ground. Back to you, Vincent.
Hello, I am currently behind the scenes of my quarantine thesis studio. As you can see behind me and on top of me are the fragments I've been working on this summer. It is an edited sample of the mess I've been working through. What is missing are the valuable conversations I've had, which have produced meaning to my work during this time of isolation. The techniques of printing, scanning, and layering has been helpful to begin a discussion with the ground. Layering of paper, fabric, and crayon produced a diverse set of fragments that I could begin to stitch together as a community of things that shared a common ground. The seams of the material became an important consideration. These are represented in the three working models. The edge treatment of the 2-ply cream museum board folding over the photo matte paper, the thickening of Crayola crayon on the SCI-Arc issued white MDF pedestal top, to the type of stitch between patterns of utility fabric. These were all ways to show care and attention for the material I was working on. The content of these fragments are ways to consider the different scopes of community. Content of these drawings included annotating synchronized swimmers in water, the landscape of the site within the suburb of Rosemead, and programs of interest outlined by the city, like the public pool. These techniques were overlaid together to produce a collaged plan where I could begin working at an architectural scale. Now let's go back to the main working space of my kitchen to continue this presentation.
Hi, so now we're back in my kitchen and my working space, this quarantine thesis. What we're looking at now is the collage drawing being brought into an architectural scale. Can you guys see this? I'm not sure if I'm sharing this correctly. Okay. What we have here, so north is oriented up with Garvey Avenue, the main street running along the bottom. The community center is made up of a set of 3 buildings of a similar size. On the left is the parking. On the right is the library. And then in the center is the roof. The roof becomes the space where people can come together. By providing shade, a sense of security, and bathrooms, what could exist under the roof could be the daily after-school youth programs, the bi-weekly Rosemead Farmers Market, or even an annual municipal polling place for the city. This is an early sketch of the circulation paths. With the 3 buildings pulled down to the roadside, we have the possibilities of the voids between the buildings or the seams be the circulation into the site. They also act as filters as you move of sound as you move to the back of the site, where there's the lap pool, dive tank, the splash zone, and the playground. And it sits next to the suburban homes on the other side. The roof, of course, acts as a horizontal circulation, bringing people in from the parking to the library. So since the ground mediates what is above and below, there are different ground preparations for this community center. For example, the splash zone would need to be voided out and water infrastructure added in. For these set of buildings, there would need to be a pouring of foundation. And then finally, for the rest of the site, it could be a soft layering of existing pavement or surface treatments of that pavement. I was thinking actually yesterday, the way that I would do crayon, it could also be chalk, like a large chalk drawing on the pavement. So keeping the sum of the site as the pavement and not needing to kind of remove everything. So we have here are different ways of showing the paths of movement of the site. So here are the paths of possible waste removal, or the seasonal circulation of fences and barriers when the pools close in the winter, the arrival of by car, and finally, movement through by foot. The community center argues that community is a set of relationships that cannot be contained by a building or a program. It is a collection of parts that come together and share a common ground. By considering large things like pools, parking, library, medium things like shelter, lighting, and shading devices, and smaller things like storage lockers or garbage disposal, we can address possibilities of communal care and comfort. So now let's move to my kitchen site model where I've been working through. You can see this. So these are the 3 buildings. This is the parking. Let me just take that off. And then this is the library. And I can show you guys with the phone the different ways. So right now you're looking through the roof. This would be along Garvey Avenue. The library space inside, and then as well, moving to the back, the lap pool dive tank, and then the splash zone. I'm gonna pop this on. So to propose a community center in what seemingly is today a generic suburban parking lot of Rosemead is to consider the ways we can build community. This thesis aims to care and comfort the bodies which share the same ground. Through this care and building with different styles, many grounds, through embracing its seams of the collage and intersectionalities of its bodies, we destabilize the process and the need to assimilate into this country. It is a site for collective action, not Americanization. It is a town hall, a gathering place for a family potluck, and a pool to float in. So walk this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. I wanted to ask you if you'd like to stay in the world of your images or if you'd like us to come back into the grid of our faces.
I think we can stay on the images for a minute and 2 minutes,
Okay.
And then I'll end the share after the 2 minutes.
Perfect.
Could you put on the screen some image that you think of as emblematic? Because there are many windows and they're shifting around and you've gone in and out and there are a lot of pieces to try to put together. So I think it would help focus the discussion if you gave us your quote centerpiece.
Sure. I think we can focus on
the collage.
The collage. Okay.
No, the collage.
I can show my site plan. Would that be helpful?
Just to be clear, I'm not really asking for help. I'm asking for you to establish a hierarchy for us because you raised a lot of different issues and it all flattened out a little bit at towards the end. And so I would like your sense of the hierarchy of your project.
Yeah, I think that this collage is what I would say is where my project is the furthest and where I feel it has most representative of what I want to say.
You know, one of the most amazing things about this entire jury, I don't know whether the others agree with me, but in the absence of the studio culture where each of you has been forced onto your own resources and stretching your creative process into areas which are not typical pedagogical areas for the instruction of architecture, it's yielded remarkable results. So I just think in terms of the process of design, this is exemplary.
Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about the material? Yeah, I don't know how to follow up that comment. That's a very gracious comment. The image you have before us is this roof structure where there's all sorts of activities take place, but you gave a kind of poignantly precise description of the model building materials, which now come into play in the form of the building as we see it. I'm just trying to understand. I'm curious about that. Like, why so precise? Why inflate those scales? It's all very interesting. And then I'm trying to understand in this articulation of this community and this community's needs and this community's histories and its particularities in the city, like, what is the precise mechanism of the enactment of the good intentions as the architect? There could be many, there could be none. Is it in the inflation of the materialities? Is it in the collage nature? Is it in the description, the descriptive preamble? You know what I mean? Like, it's a nice project. I'm just trying to think forward. Like, the sort of takeaway for you and for us is like, where does, for lack of a better term, expertise lie, or the particular expertise of community enactment? Where is that located?
Yeah, so I think that it exists in these discussions that we're having right now, by being able to talk about this project as the ways of how to build a roof that could produce shade. I think that this entire process, this thesis, the good intention has only been me saying that it's good intention. But what the tools I have to actually show it would be suggesting a roof that would provide shade to the community. Choosing the materials that I could use to make it a little of a cooler surface. The good intentions are only believed if I can have a conversation with that person, or the conversations I could have this summer during this thesis. I think that I've struggled with showing how I care, how we show care, how we show comfort. You know, like these diagrams doesn't do justice to the good intentions we have, right? However, I think that by showing how a folded paper or things that suggest shade is enough to begin a conversation of comfort or good intention at the site. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's something I've been struggling with as well.
I wonder whether, so this project and actually a couple of the others, so I think this comment is maybe a little directed to Anya, maybe more than you, but I'm asking you to help me, understand all that. I suppose the relationship between representation, particularly as model, and say the theater of political action, because I think that we step from one to the other, and the space between them is very elusively defined. So somehow the model is being presented as a little bit more real and material than drawing. So the models are really doing a lot of work here. And there's a lot of self-consciousness and self-reflexiveness on the models. But it's almost as though we're then also invited to accept the models as real and not metaphorical. And in your case, I think it's very challenging because the model is doing a lot of the work that you want your politics to do. So the model is made in a certain way, and so the model is collage, so it's not assimilationist. It folds into various ways so that it's not privileging the roof, the wall, the ground. So it's really trying to perform all of these things and is very self-conscious about that. And yet it remains a model and therefore a kind of metaphor for these other things. And so I'm not trying to say this like I gotcha in a, is this real or is this Memorex kind of way, because even in your presentation between the news and the this and the that, I mean, it's clear that you're really thinking about these things, but it does leave one a little bit troubled about how to help you think through where that goes. So I asked the question. I don't know how to put it as a question, but rather to say, like, I go with you on this journey, and then I get a little bit stuck, and I wonder whether you can push me. Do you want to push me back into the model? Do you want to push me someplace else? What are your thoughts?
I think that the project is not as real in my head right now. I think that the model shows definitely a building of the collage, a diagram, right? So there is maybe in my head, the way I've been processing, I don't think I could stand behind a clear architecture, to the project. I think that's what you're speaking about.
Well, I just wonder, I wonder whether I feel the theme has been to move sort of out of the 90s into the 2020s. But now maybe I'm going to contradict myself and go backwards a little bit. Because somebody who I really thought of weirdly in relation to your work, standing out in these landscapes made harsh by many kinds of things, you know, and I would have added climate change in addition to some of the issues that you raised. But at any rate, it actually made me think of Charles Gaines, who tried to negotiate between these landscapes, politics, and forms of abstraction in representation. And he might have, in a funny way, been a good sounding board for you, either to push against or towards, because his concern was because he took the question of representation, which is a form of abstraction, but he took it quite literally. Like, representation has to do with politics, who gets represented, who gets to vote, who gets included in the census, who is seen, and how are they seen. And so there was a moment in the history of conceptual art, at least with him, you know, and he was told by white artists that he wasn't conceptual enough, and he was told by Black artists that he wasn't Black enough. And I think that this is an interesting space for you. Maybe I posit this as an interesting figure for you to push in with and against, because it will help you think about representation and politics in a way that might help you bridge that gap a little bit.
I just want to point out, Sylvia, you're on my thesis prep review, and I remember, maybe you don't remember, but the comment you were making about my book, which was titled "Oops, I Did It Again," was that you couldn't figure out, there was always a shift in, like, community as this, community as that, you know, and I think that really manifested as well in thesis, you know, this inability to find a hierarchy or agree on a hierarchy for myself. I'll look into this artist, definitely. Thank you.
You know, I see that lack of hierarchy as meeting your objectives for a kind of mixed master community in which, you know, immigrants and residents mix in a more free way. And what I was struck by in your planning was the fact that it denied any kind of hierarchical structure, that various elements intruded on one another in plan and in section, that the intrusiveness and the overlapping of these spaces promoted a lack of territoriality, that there was no clear definition of this is your territory or this is your territory. At least that's what I gained from your collage approach. And so I see that as pushing back very strongly about ideas of governmental structure, ideas of stratification of society, ideas of separateness as opposed to unity. It's kind of like a molecular mix as opposed to a what do you call it? An alloy. This is not an alloy. It's something in which the fragments have their own identity. However, they do not have fixed boundaries. And so I was very, very attracted to both the redefinition of urban space and the methodology that got you there.
I have to say,
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to comment that I was looking into cool materials, and composite materials actually does a good job of releasing heat when it's cold and absorbing heat when it's warm. So maybe it's not what you're saying, right? It's but then the term you're using, alloy or composite, it reminded me of these phase materials that are composites that are possibly better for a hot site. Anyways.
Yeah, I would agree.
I was going to indulge into a very European comment, or even Italian comment, which is that in an approach where you want to discuss the social relationship and the political relationship and the anthropological relationship in the city, the project seems to accept a little bit passively, the limits of the site. I mean, you are within the precinct you find, and there is no, and maybe that this also brings back to Sylvia's comment, because at that point, like in a typical Greek or Roman or Louis Kahn project, you have the temenos and the objects, and you lose attention to the ground and how all this overlapping. Your collage is beautiful, and it makes us think of a lot of interesting things. So maybe to be able to criticize through your objects, through the manipulation you do, the relationship between your precinct and the city could make your project more interesting.
Yeah, following on that, I think also, isn't that like, you should have done this, and this might not be possible over the summer, but like as a continuing thought, in addition to staying within the precinct as defined, you seem to stay with the programmatic brief as provided by the city as the description of what the community center would be. And I think there might want to be some way of conceptualizing a kind of porosity. Like we might not be able to predict that porosity. Like I assume that the collage thing, you give us a website where the collage is something that we can enact. And so, I don't know, I think there's only so much you can do without actual people, but I wonder if there's a way your interest goes into like means of, I don't know, soliciting more different kinds of information. Because the preamble is about a sort of new understanding of the community, its needs, its interactions, its vibrancy. But then the definitions are kind of, to go back to the other project, bureaucratic and statistical and census-based. And I wonder if there's a way in which the means by which you develop your thinking about it has to incorporate new inputs.
I kind of wanted to agree with that comment, excuse me, as well, too. You know, I think where you started from with sort of history of Rosemead and the sort of coming together of multiple cultures in a sort of traditionally American suburb, and now it's sort of changed in its identity and composition, and then, you know, making the bridge to the collage as a way of sort of creating, looking at layers and different materials and textures, I think is great. But I think there's further pathways that you can sort of explore within the same vein of collage. Like, what does it mean to make a community center in 2020? Is it the same thing we built in 1980? Does it need, you know, a pool and a rec room and a this and a that? You know, the way we interact with each other in our American suburb in 2020 is going to be different than it was in, you know, 1970 or 1980. But then also to take the idea of collage sort of at multiple scales, whether it's sort of how it interfaces with the adjacent, you know, neighborhood context, but also how it interfaces with sort of adjacent materials coming together. You know, that's kind of the cool thing about collage as an artwork, is the different textures, the sort of prioritizing what goes on top of one thing and how things overlap or interweave with one another. So I would like to kind of see all those different sort of pathways behind the theory of collage, or the sort of the process of collage, sort of work their way into the architecture at various scales as well too, to see how that sort of way of working sort of translates in between urbanism and sort of the detail level as well too.
Could I respond to both of you guys? Is that possible right now? For John's comment, yes, I think that the brief in the beginning was a way to, like, for me to like legitimize myself as a person working on this project, working on this site. I'm curious how I would go about asking, maybe to Lance, your question, like, how do I figure out what is needed? It would maybe take more of a temporal, you know, time of, like, you know, being in the community. Through talking to people that live there and work there, they absolutely had no suggestions on the site. They kind of just was like, oh, someone owns it. We're waiting for someone to build on it. Like there's no, and so I think that yes, there needs to be more awareness of me being on the site and being more aware of the site itself to produce programs that might be a little bit more sensitive to the site itself. To Lance's point, how do these new, if we're saying these new 2020 like what does the new 2020 community center look like? I think because because I'm like providing a roof, providing shade, providing a pool, in my head is already a lot. There's a lot there. Like, I don't know if it is a formal or programmatic implement that would make it more of a 2020 conversation. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what that answer is either, but I think that's kind of hopefully the opportunity within the thesis to sort of theorize, what the coming together of, multiple cultures and communities, all the history that you led with, what that could be. Maybe you're teaching us, what we don't know yet, which is, hey, you have multiple cultures coming together. The way community interacts is not what it traditionally has been in the American suburbs. And so you can kind of, take a position on that one way or the other. I don't know, that's just sort of the first thing off the top of my head, but, to take a position one way or another of what that should be, going forward and what's now no longer the sort of standard American suburb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like security cameras. Like, are there going to be a lot of security cameras? Would there just need to be just to have tons of security cameras on the site, and like surveillance as like the number one? Like I maybe that's cynical of me to think of it that way, but there's like unsurveilled, like maybe I don't know. 2020 community center, a space with no surveillance.
Wait, you're Vincent. I'm with you, but you're spinning off. What's this thing about the security cameras? I can't follow. What are you saying?
Well, I think of the community center today as like documented through security cameras and surveillance of like public spaces as like an increasing reality, right? And so, yeah, maybe if I was a little bit more cynical and thought through the community center as a space of like surveillance, maybe that is a real program, right? Like mounting security cameras hidden in like every building. And so this is just me thinking through what Lance was saying.
I don't know. Like, I think the project is very, look, I think it's well-intentioned. I think there's accomplishment there. I think like a thesis, it points to like rifts in our understanding. And so, yeah, I love the fact that you went to the site. I love the fact that you asked people what they thought they should do. I am not surprised that the answer was, I don't know. So I think there is a gulf of like good intentions and information that will have to get rethought in some way. So if the summer told us anything, it tells us what we don't know or haven't thought, but it didn't tell us how to enact that thought. And I think that's where the interest is, like, well, and it's not survey based. Like, we've tried surveys, that doesn't work. People aren't suddenly, fully cognizant of all their spatial, temporal aspects. And so there's still a need to like translate inchoate cultural desires into something. That's just where I think like the project points to that. I'm just not sure, like, I think collage is like a beginning of a formal answer that mines a certain kind of reservoir of technique. And I just wonder if there's other vectors that you might think about, some of which may be formal, others of which may be programmatic, others of which might be, I don't know, conversation based. I don't know, like, how do you do that thing? I think is a big question now.
I mean, I think that the question of collage is, I've been trying to muzzle myself, and I, as I warned everybody at the beginning, I'm failing, and that is that I could not help, as you were presenting, just thinking of, the soup bowl versus the salad bowl, like because we've been talking about food, these metaphors of assimilation and new models of non-assimilation and so forth. And I think that one of the things that this summer has also brought a lot of attention to is conflicts between various constituents who share only the resistance to assimilating, but not necessarily much else. And so I feel as though collage as a technique, again, as a metaphor, has a kind of goal of unifying disparate things in a way that is maybe overly comforting, given the harshness of the reality. So, I actually would totally agree with John that thinking very carefully about those techniques and thinking about what historicity, what comes with it, and what traditions are built into it, and what new challenges we have that it may not be fair to think such an old technique is going to be up to these new challenges, and you may have to invent new ones. I guess the oldness of collage worries me a little bit, given the novelty of these issues, which remain in a deeply ambiguous and sort of problematic state right now. So I think it's great that you tried, and I certainly am not surprised that it's not fully resolved, because who the hell knows how to resolve it right now, honestly. But I think as long as you're aware of the limitations that these historical tools give us, and I guess I would add to that one more kind of historical piece of baggage that I would almost, I don't know, I'm ambivalent about it, but I'm troubled by the word comfort. I'm troubled by the fact that what you want to do is bring comfort to people who, I know you mean it very well, but maybe they need power, maybe they need weapons, maybe they need to be visible, maybe they need a megaphone. I don't know whether comfort, with all of the ease and leisure and so forth it implies, would be what people need the most. Maybe it is. That's really up to you. That's very personal. But I would just say comfort may not be what's the first thing on the minds of the very people that you are concerned with talking to.
Isn't it possible that there are certain physical limits to what architecture can or cannot do, right? It's basically passive material arranged in some way on the surface of the earth that people have access to and which they can utilize for their pleasure or their displeasure. What I think is evident in this project is an attitude, not a prescription and not a methodology. I think it's an attitude. And very often in my mind, I'll go back to 1995 or whatever, when the Getty Museum and the Bilbao Museum both came into reality in the same year. And the impact of the two was highly contrasted, because the Getty Museum is very prescriptive, has very strong alignments and axes and procedures. And the museum in Bilbao was rather anarchic in architectural terms. And when you notice the behavior of people in those two environments, it was very, very clear that Bilbao kind of liberated people. They felt themselves. They went where they felt like going, and they mostly had smiles on their faces. Whereas the people who visit the Getty Museum are earnestly trying to behave in the way the Getty tells them to behave. And what I see in Vincent's project is something which, at least intuitively, tries to get people to behave normally and not to have anything to rebel against, because the environment is so loose and so interactive that it would encourage, it seems to me, good behavior.
Craig, thank you for that comment. I couldn't agree more. And I think, Vincent, the intentions are there. And maybe this is a chance for me also to respond to one of Sylvia's earlier comments that had to do more with the kind of group methodology, which you basically completely kind of put your finger on, which is to say that in the course of the summer, as we discussed ideas about critical engagement and all of the things that Vincent also brought to the table in terms of thinking through a plausible project for a community to represent it, but also to kind of present it with. My role was perhaps also to do what some of the things that Craig is talking about, like the kind of the matter that we put on this earth, which is to say our expertise lies in one bucket of things and our intentions sometimes lie in a different bucket of things. And we try to simply juxtapose them. So if our expertise is about the things that Vincent described as the care that he brought to the models, then the model in my mind, this is to answer Sylvia's kind of comment, was the vehicle for describing that care, for bringing that care to the world. So somehow the expertise of architects to work on matter, to work on
bit different than the last one.
You sure it's down there? Is this place?
It says here that it was built by drone hybrids. They went by the name Mother Nature.
Anything else on them?
Well, they did have wings. But then they sacrificed themselves for their children. A bit too dark for my taste.
Looks like I found them. Want to scan on this one, see what you can find. Nova. They can still fly.
I think you woke them up.
Baby news on that scan.
Run. You might want to watch out for the bridge.
Thanks. Appreciate the heads up. They'll be waiting. I'll need another way out.
Scanning the area. The walls are too thick around here. Can't see anything behind them. Looks like the only way out is back where you came from. Not the best idea. Wait a second. I'm picking up a signal. Hold on. You know, try not to suffocate or anything. Wouldn't want to die in a cave all alone. Got it. Authorization granted. Systems updating. Parking space activated in zone 04 for subject 178. Airflow status unrestricted. Life support cleared of service. Enjoy breathing freely.
That was life support. I think this would go in the background. I can pause the video if anyone wants it to just not play. But yeah, this is just a loop. Some behind the scenes, some little hidden Easter eggs here and there. Yeah.
This is a question for you, Sally. I mean, it's beautiful work. It's really, really stunning. The second part, the making of, there seems to be a little bit more than this is like how you casually say this is some parts behind the scene. I mean, there's obviously certain ideas about what you understand as the scene, what you understand as play between inside and outside, classical ideas of part to whole relationships that you sort of like put on its head. Do you want to maybe talk a little bit more about that? I mean, unless somebody else wants to jump in and talk more eloquently about the movie than I could ever do, but no. I'm more curious about why you put that second scene or second part of the movie back in.
Yeah, well, I wanted to put in, there are a few reasons why I put in some of the behind the scenes and like little teasers of how I created some of these stuff. I guess the main part was that, I mean, very transparently, I think in the previous project, I got a comment, I got like a comment asking me where I downloaded some of the models that went into one of my previous projects. And it was something that I had made. So it was just to show that these weren't necessarily downloaded and they were kind of designed to create the world that I wanted to make. But at the same time, I think the whole point, at least to relate it back to, I guess, my architectural understanding is that it initially started off as an exploration of storytelling, but of storytelling through just designing. And the first thing I had done was the helmet as a piece of design that I didn't even think of what necessarily connections or connotations it might have or how that would create the story in itself. And then I started to add turbines and start to design it at least in a way that I thought would look good and kind of figure out a way where I can tell the entire world, or at least the majority of the world in the story, and kind of captivate it with just one single piece, which was the helmet. And as I went along, that sort of design process was kind of important to the creation of some of these scenes and the story itself. And then there are some references here and there of just understanding of how a film might be looked at as a work of an architect rather than by just putting in architectural elements, if that makes sense.
Yeah, really, I mean, just really amazing. I just, before I let everyone else more eloquently talk about it, my favorite part is the parking sign, because for anyone who ever lived in LA, figuring out what that means in terms of our understanding of space and Los Angeles is, I mean, I thought was quite genius.
I laughed so hard.
Cracked up.
I laughed so hard. That was absolutely perfect and perfect timing at that.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like I mean, the second round of talking about the making of, cut the whatever happened before and critique out of it, and actually talk about the thin membrane that you see between the surrounding around you and around your computer and what is happening in your computer. Because I think to me at least, it's so clear the way you're getting us back into that world with something so simple as the parking sign. But I loved it.
Thank you.
I just want to jump in really quickly. Absolutely beautiful film, like absolutely gorgeous. The first scene through the end, I think it shows a spectacular amount of dedication and effort and rigor to pull this off. Because in only 8 short minutes, you gave us an entire understanding of the world that you built from scratch. And then you really, really made me feel bad as a person when you showed us how you did it. And I was like, I can never do this. But there's just so much going on here. wouldn't waste my time even trying to understand. One of the scenes that I thought was fully rendered was simply just a Photoshop background. I was like, hell, like that's literally all that was, right? So if I place your project in response to the previous project, if John's was about using the mask to reveal what's happening, yours is to show that even with the mask revealed, you still couldn't do this. If you had the YouTube tutorial, you still could not effectively pull this off. And that's why I'm valued, and that's why you need to hire me, right? So it's weird. So it's funny to me that even though your two projects are so vastly different in these presentations and outcomes, there's a clear thread between the two about this idea of unmasking and revealing the things that we see behind the scenes. And even the speed at which you're showing it into sort of the hyper real, here's a 35-second version of how I built this person, right? Even the speed at which that's done, which we know takes a very long time, the fact that you rendered it so quickly terrifies me even more to reaffirm the fact that I couldn't do this. I couldn't do this at all. So absolutely brilliant project, my man. Like this is stunning.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I want to put this project in conversation with the first one that we started, the Mise en Abîme, because I mean, to me, the project really is the how-to that you're exposing. And in that way, it's very different than the first one, but at a similar, because it's operating at such that high level of skill and intent, it's really challenging me to think the capacity of the digital in architecture. And I say that in relationship to the Gesamtkunstwerk and the question of modernism, right? I mean, Loth says that, you know, modern architecture is antithetical to the Gesamtkunstwerk, the total work of art. And you're saying, no, I'm going to design even the shoelaces, right? And I was watching this film, presuming that part of the capacity that you were bringing to this is the kind of facility with, you know, 3D objects and where to locate them, you know, pay $5 for this pair of shoes, pay $10 for that helmet, right? And actually your ability to kind of treat the 3D objects in a way that we would treat a kind of industrial building product and just kind of spec it out, take it, work with it. And actually, but I mean, even the parking sign, everything, right? By crafting everything and producing this total work of art, you've taken the question of fabrication, right? Which is one way that we've understood the potential kind of computation in architecture. That, okay, you know, everything can be sort of customized and sort of, you know, fabricated and CNC and all of that. And you've shifted that kind of capacity of the total work of art into then the realm of the critical and the production of the representation. Which to me is kind of blowing my mind in terms of then I have to think the robot differently, right? Then I have to think the relationship of these other kind of computational tools in their conflict with modernism differently because of your project. So I really, for me, the how-to and how you've edited the how-to is the crux of it, but you obviously needed to produce this amazing film in order to generate that work.
I mean, I'm so impressed technically. I mean, the cloth work and the animation especially. Like, you know, often people that can model and get that kind of detail, I think struggle to like nail the rigging and the animation and a lot of the cloth stuff. But like, you really smashed that. The one critique I would suggest, only because like it's clear you're brilliant and incredibly talented, is I think like visually, you know, this wouldn't live too far outside of a lot of the people that like dominate the space, the kind of like science fiction, you know, the tropes and textures and lighting. I think like it almost reminds me when I meet really talented like Berkeley style musicians who are like, you know, referencing our things that are happening in the contemporary ways. Like I'd almost love for you to like go way backwards or way forwards or like left or right and figure out a visual language or a place where you could really push things because you have the skill set to like take people with you. But super, super impressive work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to echo that really. I mean, it goes without saying that it's like a stunning technical accomplishment, man. And I'm sure we'll talk endlessly about this further. But I want to talk a bit about the aesthetics of the future, I suppose, which I guess is related to Trevor's point. And there's certainly dominant kind of visual language through which we understand futureness. You know, like metal with kind of scratches on it and kind of edge dirt, masking the body in a certain way to protect itself from a climate that has collapsed, and a certain model of even propulsion systems, you know, the way that a vehicle moves through air and space. We've developed a shorthand and a language through which we start to understand, okay, this is a science fiction film. And I think, you know, in that space, I don't think you have much more work to do. You know, like I don't know what else you could do to do that. It sits totally alongside contemporaries in the cinema 4D world, like Ash Thorpe and Beeple and all those people. I think moving forward, what I would encourage you to do is really start to kind of unpick why the future looks the way that it looks in popular culture. Where does that come from and why? And then in turn, what can you do to start to be much more forceful about your own visual language? I think you've demonstrated that, you know, I can do this, I can sit in that space. And it certainly kind of, you know, as a folio piece makes you entirely employable. And sometimes you kind of have to do that in this industry as well. But now it's really like, you know, what is my voice and what is my language? What does my version of a future look like? And I think it should be radically different from other kind of MoGraphic artists or other production designers that haven't come from an architectural space, you know? So I think you have something unique to offer here that moves beyond the language that we're seeing in this film. But it's not a critique of what you've done. It's really just again, like the first project, a call to arms to say there's so much more yet to come. And that's where I would start to focus, is to really start to, you know, define your own directorial voice, different from fitting in with the voice that we have established and understand.
For sure, yeah. I completely agree with those comments, because I think at this point, this was essentially an exploration of storytelling in a way, but it heavily relied on the cliches of sci-fi, which I assume you guys have picked up on with those comments. And it's sort of what you were saying is the beginnings of at least developing something that kind of moves away from these cliches as the first take of that. So yeah, I appreciate the comment. Thank you.
I think the thing that comes across from both this and the first Mirrors project is that there's clearly technique and creativity involved, but there's discrimination. You don't have to necessarily be into the precise techniques or even the storyline, but as you're showing it over and over again, I keep seeing little details, little conditions which show that you have a fantastic editorial or filter. You're very discriminate. You know just how to pitch, and how also, like in a way, in parallel with the first project, you know how to play with our sort of fears in a way. And I mean, you know, I take the technique because those of you who are more into it will know how good this is in relation to other technical projects. But to see it, it's the end result. It's not just a question of sort of having a good idea and an amazing technique. It's knowing just, like the point that was made about the parking sign, you know, stuff like that. But it's not just that. It's even the use of light, just seen here. It's the use of implicit decay. All these things, I think, add up. I think it's brilliant piece. I don't know how much stage management there was in putting it last, but I commend the stage management of leaving me with that in my brain for a long time, I think. And the first project too.
Sala, I think one of the the things that's really gripping is that your very willful decision to include the making of alongside the story itself. I think is certainly a conceit that we're looking to an architect here and not someone trained in visual effects or in schools in which the process and the anguish that goes and the expertise that goes into the final story is set aside so that we can watch the trailer. And your project's going to live alongside 250 million other 3-minute, 8-minute trailers that are trying to describe a future. And I think the idea that you've folded that in a sort of meta awareness back into the story is something to really experiment with. I think, one of the gripping realities of film suddenly in our time is the documentary has risen to the status of being a sort of dominant genre of its own today. And in a world that's looking for content, it turns out documentaries are sort of endless in their potential. And one of the things to test in a final or a next edit of it is that balance between the documentary of how you've gone about making this and what the story it is. And because you've chosen a sort of first-person male warrior architect-like figure as the main story driver, and that's kind of the definition of an architectural thesis project, regardless of who does it. I think there's a meta awareness here that I think is really rich material to work with, alongside all of the really helpful comments about what this is as a piece of science fiction in relation to that genre. I think, one of its potentials is to leave that genre behind and really explore the extent to which we're really just looking at a documentary about what it means to try and make visual stories today, right? And I'm thinking particularly of science fiction writers like Neil Stephenson, who in the last few weeks and months has been talking about suddenly how different the dystopia of 2020 looks like compared to what they've been, filmmakers especially, have been telling us our dystopian future was going to resemble. It turns out it looks a lot more like Starbucks than rusting metal, right? And that's been really upsetting to many who've for decades been invested into giving us a version of dystopia that is creepy, futuristic, and kind of crumbling. And I think all of those pieces are in there, but it's your ability to fold the making of the story into the story itself that is incredibly rich and arguably the most architectural dimension to this great story that you've already presented.
Connected to what oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Just as far as what Liam was saying about the image of the future and kind of having agency around that, that if you were to fold in even the references that produced your possibility to design this future, right, and made a documentary of that, one science fiction writer that I could see you pulling from would be Octavia Butler, because her process really, and I mean, Parable of the Sower, all of this, half of what she wrote is already true, right? We just need to become vampires, and then the other half of what she wrote will become true. And her process for writing the science fiction was primarily just reading the newspaper very closely, right? So, I mean, even in the 70s, scientists were already, sort of like doing reports about climate change, right? It was just a matter of it wasn't the headline, right? It wasn't yet orange skies over California. You had to kind of like go and read the science section or something, right? You had to read a little bit more deeply. But it was there. So I think if you could then do a documentary of how it is that you extrapolate to even speculate and fold that in the same way you folded in yourself, lacing up the suit and doing the stunts in your room, then it would be even more of the kind of the architectural agency kind of doubling on itself.
I mean, I would echo those things. Like, I think that there's a potential for queering more of this world, like in like a really exciting way. And this has been amazing. I so appreciate you producing this for us. And as Brett had mentioned, I think the sort of postscript of this is really where it elevates this has a space for discourse beyond a sort of form of consumption. And there's a couple of things I would add, which is that I really love this idea that you start with one thing, like the construction of like the helmet, like you arrive at this thing, like you want to make something. Like, what would happen if you begin an architecture through like just the imagination of a single bizarre prop? Like, that is awesome. Like, can you think about an architecture in that mode? That going back to, I think Peter's initial comment about Robert's project that had to do with like the mode of production, right, towards the construction of a world. I think that's beautiful. And then I would say that, to me, I'm curious about the voice. Whose voice was that?
For the male, that was my voice, and for the female, it was actually my cousin who came in to help me.
I was gonna say, it sounded like your cousin. I was like, it sounded like your sister or your cousin. And then that to me was another moment of a sort of hiccup, which I appreciated. And I wanted almost more of, just like the sign. It's like her voice was not the sort of automatic voice that we understand in the cliche of the future. There was something about that. And so I'm like, what, in terms of the subtlety and the dialing in, it may not be much like the first project, a sort of like hyper sort of expressive or Baroque way of moving into the sort of imaginary. It could be in like some of these smaller gestures, but to me, the voice and maybe that would be another way, as well as the dialogue itself, which could be a way to give it more flavor, more vibe, and move it away from one thing or kind of recognition that sort of, because the project is a meta project, in a way. And I think that those moments in which you are sort of jerked out of the cliche was where it also becomes really like powerful. So to me, like the kind of way in which culture can get delivered through voice, right? The way in which, like, even the back and forth of the dialogue between the people, could infer a different kind of sociality. Or maybe the way that the fabric moves. So I think that there can be kind of subtle ways to, as well as, more radical ways to inflect the kind of the aesthetic and culture of this imaginary.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Every time this does a loop, and maybe it's just me, but there's a new minor detail that constantly gets revealed every single time. And so I hope you realize our silence isn't because we have nothing to talk about. It's because we're mesmerized by the film and we're trying to figure out, oh, I didn't notice that the first time I watched it. I didn't notice that the second time I watched it. I think that's why we're saying how brilliant it is to have this "here's how I did" portion added to the film. Because every time I watch this, like, I didn't notice the first time the inspiration behind the masks, right? So the 3 little stills you gave me showing sort of the history behind this sort of orb, I was like, holy, can I hit pause? And then I realized I can't hit pause, so I can't look at that like in real time. But these are the things that makes the project so clever, because we have these moments of realism, we have these moments of reference, we have these real objects that are then suspended into this fake reality that you're creating via the video. Right, so it constantly flips itself on itself, on itself, on itself, on itself, as you're watching you go back and forth between scene creation to output, to creation to output. This is extremely, extremely well done, sir.
I'm glad you brought up the images coming back and not being able to hit pause, because I knew this was going to be, we all know that this is kind of live streamed and put on YouTube, and people have the ability to go back and pause it. So I've included a few Easter eggs in this subtle images to look through, in case people want to know reasons why I chose some sort of number or name or whatever. There are some references there for people to find. Little Easter eggs, I would say.
I love that. Love that.
Maybe great. And that last comment also suggests the idea of like to think of that the main story in looping terms would be interesting, right? It's the sort of antithesis of a road movie that starts at A and ends 2 hours and 40 minutes later at B, which is entirely one way in its organization, which is one of the most stable film genres one can imagine. I mean, in a world of browsing and looping and all of the anxieties around that, it would be terrific to think of ways in which that main character finds him or herself, in those kind of circumstances where there really isn't ever an end. And I'm hoping very much like your reel, it just literally never comes to an end online. And every time we watch it, I'll go back to it 2 years later and get a chance to try and figure out something I didn't see in the first version.
Stella, just to shift the conversation a little bit, I wonder if you can talk about, I mean, we're obviously all visual people, so that's we can delve in, diving into the design and visuality of the piece, but can you talk a bit about your process of scripting it and writing it and constructing the actual story? We haven't really talked about that.
Yeah.
And like, did you struggle with that? Do you have someone write it for you? Can you talk a bit about that process?
Yeah. So the initially what was funny is that this was supposed to be chapter 1 of a 4-chapter series. And it was just, I was too ambitious to create 4 different worlds. It was supposed to relate to, at least with thesis prep, it was just an idea that I wanted to talk about a city, and I just wanted to create a story that, where I could kind of adapt or adopt at least these sort of cliches and have some sort of ordinary within that city that represents that city, that isn't too poppy, kind of contaminated. And that was the first thought process that I had. And the story never really came in until like maybe a third into thesis, where I was designing the helmet. I was trying to think of what this world would be. I knew that I wanted to do LA. I knew that it couldn't be, I wanted to sort of capture LA without showing the skyline, showing Hollywood. I didn't want something poppy. I wanted something very ordinary. And that automatically was the whole parking spot thing, or even vehicles. And I think that came to me because, you know, when I was moving to LA, or when whoever moves to LA, the one thing that I guess is told to me is you can't live in LA without a car. You know, you need to get a car. And then that became the whole, like, you can't live, you know, it's just a vehicle as a life support system. Then I think that was just in the back of my mind while making this helmet. And as I added the turbines and the sort of pipes on the side and the sort of breathing mechanism, that's when I started to tie in this to the car being sort of like a life support system.
One of the things I mean, the virtuosity and labor value is just awesome. So I think that's been said. One of the things that drives me crazy in architectural films is the fly-through animation, where it's like a kind of Scorsese continuous shot around a 3D model. And your approach to motion and cinematography is really great. And I think it does actually, even though I'm not a giant fan of the landscape and the world, the way you move through it is very much the way an architect would present the different spatial characteristics and sequences, and the point of view, like literally of the camera, is very impressive. And I would just hope that everybody that's watching this will think about presenting an animation in a way that has this kind of thoughtfulness about where the camera is and what the spaces look like and how you enter them and exit them and see them from above or see them in kind of first person view or see them almost like, you know, in elevation. There's a lot going on.
Hi everybody, welcome to Spin Room for Graduate Thesis 2020. Today is September 11, 2020. It's not only a special day for the memory of the US, but it's also a unique year and summer for all our graduating students. We're filming this from SCI-Arc. As you can see, we are here wearing masks. This is the protocol for our days today. But we're glad that at least we can see a few of the projects. I'm going to tell you what are we doing and what are you all seeing right now. This year was fully set up in the summer. During the summer semester, was fully set up online. All the students work with their advisors. They work from Zoom. They work digitally, so that made it kind of a huge challenge to how they work on thesis. But what we did is that we tried to create a bit of a physicality to the digital work. And so through the summer, we created different events One of them, the first one was miniatures. It's an event that we typically had across the street, down there, at Hauser and Wirth. And that event, it was an exhibition. So we did, the first one was an exhibition of miniature models, and we did it here also in parallel. So we used the medium of a photographer to kind of present the work to everybody. And what we did now is that we printed the work of the students, and we created an exhibition, let's say an exhibition that not many people can see. That's what we're showing it right now. But in a way, it's to kind of create a record of how we can, still display some of the work. So this is one of the theses. I wanted to show it because this is, this is one project, for example. It feels very much how we would be if we were at SCI-Arc, if we were in school. So this is Lindsay and Shui Cheng. It's a fantastic project. And again, you can go to YouTube. You can see the review. It's recorded. You can check on our website as well. And you can see their review. The one silver lining, I would say, to thesis this year is that every review has been recorded. So there's a record of every conversation. So you'll be able to see what they said, what comments they had, how the project worked. That you couldn't see that before. I mean, you couldn't see critics. You couldn't see the feedback. You couldn't see the faces of everybody as they're presenting. And you couldn't see the presentations, that we didn't have before, of this kind of record, this archive. This is Yash Mehta. His thesis is amazing. I mean, it's really hard to see a thesis project that has been done for a screen printed, because it's a completely different format to what we've been doing, always in thesis at SCI-Arc. But we have a glimpse of that world. We have a glimpse of that in much bigger scale. You can get close, and you can see all of the textures, you can see all the drawings, and you can see the narratives of the works. If you go to our Instagram as well, you can see Yash, to his model, he used a dog and a cat for scale figures instead of using human figures. So I highly recommend that. So this is our gallery. This is when students finish presenting, this is going to be full of models. Everybody will bring their models. So now the floor is empty. But you later are going to see all of the models in the small pedestals. Right now, students are literally presenting online. So what happens? A good question. I think the only student that didn't submit a print but actually sent is Rad. And Rad submitted a package, a gift package to every guest critic, so they could hold on to their project. I mean, you can see this is the only one that has a kind of a physical element. I would say this one reminds you very much to what projects were, but I think that, you still see that. Jonathan Warner, that's on the right side of Rad. Amazing thesis coming up, talking about thesis, presenting thesis as a tutorial. So something that I have to say that students were challenged and they worked through that problem has to do with how do you take advantage of the situation that we're actually online. So in the case of Jonathan, he's working as if he was a YouTuber instructor. So his thesis becomes like a tutorial. I would say Kumaran, similarly, you can see how he's trying to use augmented reality and working through that space. But Sadvi, for example, here, working in a building, working through the project. Again, you can go back, and all the projects that we're seeing here, seeing them back there. Why would we have an exhibition? I would say that the exhibition is just so we can do this film. We can show you that this was there for a time. It's going to be here for a long time, at least for a month. Hopefully things will open again, and then we'll be able to allow for access. But for now, we have this. And we rely on other things, like our photographers. We rely on our team from SCI-Arc Channel. So Phil here that is filming. Thank you, Phil. And so everybody is helping out right now. You know, the department, you know, for graphic department at SCI-Arc, with organized by Maria Stephanie, with public programs. So everything is like this kind of trying to create a human connection through all the means that we can, you know, sort of from a website to a photograph to a video to printing, you know, Frank at the shop also printing. So this is the project by Christina, and you see how, you know, even on paper, trying to get a texture of a fabric, trying to kind of present a bit or express a bit what actually would be probably her final thesis would have been an actual fabric there. Vincent, also a really beautiful project, and the way that he has navigated the understanding of in a way, the analog, you know, like students were not able to do large models, to do big investigations on regard to how you work with the robots, the laser cutting, the 3D printing. They could do smaller things. So all of the students here figure out a way in which they could do it at home. From cooking, Joy she delivered a cake, one of the students, Joy Day, she delivered a cake as part of her models. So Vincent working with crayons. So again, the moment that Xingxi and Yuting arrived, the first miniature model was a box of, it looked like it came from a deli. It had ketchup, it had I think a broccoli, a few tomatoes. So facilities was, what do we do with this after the photograph? Like, you can trash it. So we did have to trash a few models, a cake, a few broccolis and stuff like that. So again, you know, you still see through the scale of the projects and the drawings. I think that, you know, here you see the kind of Amanda, almost she's present here. It's a scale model. She's a little bit higher and a higher ground back there. But the idea that first, what you choose to represent and how you represent, this is Amparito. She did an amazing presentation because she took advantage of how we are in this situation, which is you only have ears and you can hear a review with your headphones and then you can see it on your screen. So she made a sound. She made the critics actually close their eyes. You know, we don't do that very often, I would say, except at night. Justine, you know, also a wonderful thesis. She came back to SCI-Arc. I mean, there's a little bit of like how can you recover the building that you cannot access? So I'm lucky to be here right now, I would say. But Justin set up a series of green rooms and projectors and film crew alone in SCI-Arc, and then she created this kind of SCI-Arc within SCI-Arc, you know, movie. Bowen and Lixing, this is, you know, again, many of these drawings, you can really get close, and then you see the worlds that are in the movies, in the drawings. We have movies. I would say that right now we shifted from thesis being a kind of vertical layout to thesis being a more on narrative base. You know, we cannot walk like I'm doing, explain like students used to do. It's very different. I guess, again, always trying to find the silver lining to all that we do. But I would say that one thing that I think is different is that generally in reviews, you can imagine you have all the critics here and the student is standing there all alone being bombarded. You know, we call the Peloton wall. In a grid on Zoom, you're not there alone. You're there in between all the critics. You're not all alone standing there and then being, you know, criticized. So that, I think, has been quite human in the grid, what we call the grid of Zoom. And then we made sure that the reviews are really small, so they're private. You know, everybody outside can watch it on YouTube, but on Zoom, only the people presenting and the critics. So there's a little bit of a sense of kind of privacy, connection, and focus. You know, there's a lot of focus by the student. So Jesse, I think this last, so it's interesting because what he printed, he didn't print the drawing, he printed the background to his model. So we're missing the model right here, but that idea that the drawing and the model cannot be separated, but since we had a stage photographer, then they could be together and then they could be apart. So when all the models come back after Sunday, you get to see the kind of that. But never the model next to the drawing, the models and the world, and then the drawings setting up there. So again, this exhibition is for the SCI-Arc students. It's a way of keeping a record, but they have the record of all the recordings, all the reviews, all the voices, all the people that participated, and all the events that we had this summer. So I think that we conclude our thesis. We haven't concluded yet. We still have a whole afternoon and one more day. But the idea is that we have tried to create this kind of parallel space within the space, the digital space of Zoom, but try to bring there as much human and human connection and ideas as possible. So thank you for joining.
Spatial investigations. In this model by Jesse Reiser, we see a geometric form that in aggregate resembles a singular loaf, but composed of these Wonder Bread-esque slices, each distinct and with autonomy, hinting that within each individual bounding box there could exist any number of possible programs of infinite resolutions embedded within crusty exteriors of, again, infinitely variable resolutions, allowing for dissonant conjectures such as this example of a low-res artifacted animation of a high-detail iconographic interior stuffed within the rind of an entropic loaf-like form of vaguely definable curvature, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. And with that brief history lesson, I'd like to bring it back to type. I identified 3 generalized types where I could begin my investigations, which I am defining as 1, a dense, oblong, rectilinear, loaf-like type, 2, a long, narrow, crunchy, airy type, and 3, a round, puffy, fleshy, ellipsoid type. But we can refer to them as the multigrain, the baguette, and the sourdough, respectively. So here we have a smorgasbord of the selected results of my investigations, what I am terming operations. Each operation explores a chosen intersection of interests regarding material experiential manipulations, formal representation, and socio-political implications. They serve as examples of opportunities afforded by working with this Breadist ideology. However, they do not intend to be scale models of built infrastructure, built architecture, although they do establish spatial relationships. And to be clear, they are not a comprehensive pathway to or even strict lanes for experimentation, merely directions. And so without further ado, I would like to present 1, the cheese pull, 2, the stuffed crust, and 3, the bread bowl. The cheese pull typology is part of a larger collection of textural experiments that play with understood norms of material palette and sensory convention. Establishing the bread as the default point of departure, their universally understood qualities are forced into atypical forms, uncomfortable cuts and bends, with the objective of imbuing bread with non-bread-like characteristics, which in turn may inform novel applications for architectural materiality and expression. Here, dense grains are forced to stretch, flaky folds are locked into sheer planes, and crumbles form into spindly precision frameworks. They highlight a strange tectonic contradiction, with each individual loaf having almost a vagueness of curvatures and an identical bounding box, the bread pan, and yet each loaf is irreplicable, the baking process imbuing each with their own agency, their own unique landscapes of pockmarks and crevices and grain distribution, requiring an intensity of precision to model accurately in digital space that is unbecoming of such a humble object. This is what mass customization aspires to be. The stuffed crust typology explores the opportunities of embedding as a way of organizing and destabilizing program. Much like sandwich slices, while the overall form complies with the architecture of the baguette, each excavation has the autonomy and the agency to operate at its own scale and resolution. Where you have the option to make a PB&J, avocado toast, or BLT from a single loaf, each bay holds a speculative work at the scale of a building, at the scale of the city, and the scale of a landscape, all mashed together without any concern towards resolving the adjacencies. And yet the model succeeds in giving physicality to forms that could well remain in digital space. The interface of the mountains with the crust, the depths of the city skyways with the surface, and the archaeology of the basilica all rendered in crusty fragility. Finally, we have the bread bowl typology, which is arguably the most conceptual of the operations, serving as a direct commentary on the diminished capacity of the collective to exercise their political rights in relation to the state. It attempts to conceive formally of an anti-iconography, specifically by undermining the architecture of the US Capitol building. Whereas the actual building stands looming over the populace, its walls obfuscating the procedures of government, here its proud facade is stripped away, reduced to expressing itself through a set of voids with nowhere to hide. It sits meekly at the bottom of a pit, surrounded by rows of open seating for the public, observing the gladiatorial rat race of the politicians below. They at any moment a thumbs down away from the execution of the will of the watchers above. Here the bread serves not as an architecture, but as a scaffolding, a vessel in deference to and enabling the physical embodiment of the will of the people. So in conclusion, by utilizing an architecturally adjacent non-architectural form generator in the guise of bread, the thesis explores a workflow where the interest lies in the setup of spaces and context with an inherent tactility and materiality that hopefully allows for a greater richness in design. It is a celebration of a non-conformist, non-constricting, non-sterile, non-cookie cutter Sears catalog globalist identicality that is rampant and genericizing our built environment. It acknowledges that architecture deals with buildings, that they exist and therefore must negotiate the concerns of physical space. But we should not let established frameworks and ingrained processes limit our capacity for imagination. And that is the Breadist Manifesto. Thank you. Could go back to
Might just jump in if that's all right. I'm interested that it's curious that you ended up out of all of the different typologies of bread, you ended up with 3. But the one which, given where you sort of end up, particularly talking about the US Capitol and politics and relationship to the public, that the one bread that you don't have per se is just a loaf of white sliced bread. That you know yours, that the 3 bread types you have are actually a little bit rustic, a little bit kind of you know, nouveau riche almost. You know, they're the kind of you know, upper class suburban as opposed to just sort of regular old folk and everything. So it's curious that you know, you're using the bread as a kind of backgrounding for something, and yet I'm not quite sure the limitations. That's to say, rather to you know, either really develop the typologies, the multiple different types. I mean, you talked at one time about the bread pan and how it conforms the shape of the bread, and yet the 3 types that you interrogated actually are not made in a bread pan. So it's not using that form work from the bread pan in that. But I guess it's just, I mean, you know, when I look at the image here, you know, in the foreground we have bread sticks, and in the back we have a kind of replication of the baguette, which is already one of the 3 typologies. I'm just curious where that limitation came from.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So I think it's important that at least highlighting that although bread is the medium in which I'm working in, it's not necessarily like the end all be all for, it's just for me at least, it's a narrative storytelling tool that is has architectural characteristics that I'm interested in. And specifically with what you said about the sliced bread, it's really funny actually, because I attempted to find, I wasn't capable of baking bread on my own. I tried a little bit, didn't turn out very nice. But the fact that it's almost impossible now to find non-sliced white bread, and I think that sort of speaks to this kind of machinic post-Fordist thing where you have just like these serial productions of bread. And I don't think it, in some ways it's quite fascinating. Like you could work off of that idea maybe of architecture as this like thing that's replicated and maybe doesn't have any taste, just like white bread in some ways, but that it's very egalitarian. But at least in terms of a storytelling device, it was the sort of slices made it very difficult to, I think they were overwhelming, and I didn't want this to be sort of read as necessarily that of like an art project of just, you know, of like inserting things into bread and being like, oh, that's cool. So I thought of, you know, these breads, the ones I chosen, they all have, they're quite volumetric. They have a lot of opportunity to work within. And I picked them because I thought that actually it is somewhat relevant. I think, you know, in the fact that we're all locked down at home and there's this like kind of resurgence of the idea of like the home baked bread, and that, you know, something that is more sort of local and homemade and not, you know, that has taste, and it's not sort of this like just mass produced replication Wonder Bread like thing. But yeah, you're right.
I mean, it would seem that's in a certain sense, that's also part of the political dimension, right? That, you know, just like the vast majority of the 96%, 97% of all housing or buildings that are done are not done by architects. So, you know, this kind of artisanal bread that you've used as your context, your site, is actually you know, at the end of the day, it's still a very small amount of bread production, certainly in the US. And I take the point that under COVID, you know, certainly the return to home baking is, you know, quite pronounced. But again, I guess that's where I'm trying to understand, you know, where the bread functions. Is it a metaphor? Is it a context? Is it a site? Or is it just an armature in which to take off and do what you might have done, but you could have done it with different cheeses, or you could have done it with different pasta shapes, or you could have done it with anything that has a kind of differential seriality that, you know, there's a lot of it, but there are different typological variations as a situation to operate under.
Yeah, I mean, bread is universally understood. It's egalitarian. There are these sort of aspects that I really enjoyed about it as a medium. I think the bread itself is obviously important in relation to the thesis, but at least the idea of working, of like trying to imbue sort of more, say, tectonic and sort of iconographic qualities into the way we go about, you know, form finding that is traditionally done, was because it's like, because I mean, bread was ultimately very tactile, and I wanted it to sort of be, as a weird way, a kind of like a bread variable, like that idea that you could establish relationships between parts and it could be embedded. And this idea of the embeddedness was very important to me, that these things could be, that it could be a stand-in for a thing, in this case, you know, an architecture, but not necessarily something that is architectural, that comes from a place of architecture, because you know, it isn't. But at the same time, I'd have a very different thesis if I was working with, say, you know, bubble gum or something, or, you know, something that's maybe less has a form and a rigidity to it.
It's just, I'll just one last thing to say it's interesting because, I mean, I've had students, looking at bread, but in terms of its intrinsic internal spatiality, that if you slice through, let's say, a croissant or something, you get, I mean, again, it depends on how much yeast is put into it. There are different sort of techniques of folding and folding and folding again. But then you get these incredible, intricate, quite intricate internal spatialities and such. But again, through the image you show here, you're just actually embedding pre-existing spatialities, and the bread is just a kind of curvature for that going on. So I'm not suggesting you had to do it the other way around, but there are some non-repetitive spatial implications of bread with yeast and the carbon dioxide that's released and how it forms depending on how long it sits or how it's baked and so on and so forth. But again, I'm just trying to understand where the bread helps you. And again, that's where I guess I go back to the question of how much is it a metaphor for a site and a context, or how much is it about having some specific material conditions that help to situate your thesis?
Mm-hmm. Well, what you just said right there with the yeast, and that was one of the limitations I had to put on myself with working with bread. I think there is a vastness, if you look at, I was looking at, Gordon Mataclock's fried photographs and this idea of mold and, material transformation of burning. And it just, I decided not to go down that path because I felt that for me, at least, it was important and that there was enough to work with in terms of the loaf itself, at least maintaining the sort of, visage of the loaf, that it really was important, at least narratively, because it wasn't necessarily something that, I wasn't proposing that by changing the sort of material properties of bread, that it would at least adjusting the bread itself, it would sort of yield these different things. The bread was more of just a way of looking at, it was sort of like a counterpoint to sort of the Rudolf Virchover mathematics of the ideal villa, this reductive process I was seeing in kind of this form finding, where I was hoping that with bread, there was enough inherent complexity and inherent strangeness and variability in the production of it, that it could be a great medium for that storytelling. But you're right, there are definitely limitations, and even the selection of the 3 bread was a limitation. There are so many different types of bread that this was definitely a sort of specific dive into a specific interest and not comprehensive of all possibilities.
Yeah, if you may, I jump in here. I think that I agree with the sentiment in Don's comments, and I think the question is not so much about a universal grasp on the topic of bread and architecture. I think what is sort of left a little bit unsaid, and again, I'm going to echo some of what already has been said, is in fact the specificity which you're claiming, and I have a hard time finding it. I think it's a really fun and interesting project, just to say that and put that out there. And I think it's really it's well done, and I really enjoyed your presentation. But I do feel that you're sort of a bit too comfortable in this realm of somewhat non-committal dealings with the notion of the bread. You just touch a little bit on issues that are political and cultural and historical. You touch a little bit on the issue of type. Then you touch a little bit on the issue of form and geometry. And then more or less in white and neutral color, you sort of position, as was said, existing architectural and topological forms into the bread. And I think at that point, the bread no longer matters, and the histories of the bread don't no longer matter. in the way it should be. And it becomes indeed something that could, as far as I'm concerned, be easily exchanged for something else. And it wouldn't so much impact the project inside the bread. I would also like to add, I mean, you make certain claims. For instance, one, you said that bread is sort of a symbol of egalitarianism, which maybe in the history of bread is true, but if you live in Brooklyn like I do, and I know LA isn't that much different in this particular context, bread is not egalitarian at all. Depending on where you buy it, if you go to the supermarket and get Wonder Bread, or you go to some kind of artisan shop and buy, I don't know, a $4.50 croissant, it's quite different. So it would have been interesting maybe in that context of cultural reference to investigate also a little more how the sort of, capitalist machinery took the quote unquote egalitarian notion of bread, at least all the way to the French Revolution, let's say, and then flipped it over and became like this other type of, kind of item and luxury item, really, rather recently, which I think is quite interesting, at least in the way how you first talk about the project as some sort of also cultural critique. And then I also think when it comes to purely sort of the interior-exterior dichotomy you play with in your project, I wonder about that too. Like what was driving you to have the bread be realistically represented, but the architecture as an abstraction? So you set that up as a clear contradiction. We immediately recognize that there's a certain modernism that plays in the whiteness, etc. What were you thinking when you made that decision?
Specifically about you mean the embedded parts? Like,
why doesn't the architecture have the texture of bread? Or why isn't the form of the bread later becoming abstracted as white?
Yeah, so for the first point, I wanted just what you were saying about the idea of the bread doesn't matter. And in some ways, you're right. Like, it kind of doesn't matter. At least what I was hoping for as this framework of working is that, bread, there were qualities of bread that are at least the qualities of bread at the sort of this maximalist way of looking at this sort of like default thing of working with that has inherent texture. And then there were, by working with bread, there were things I couldn't ignore in terms of its, semiotic associations. But I don't think that necessarily it needs to be limited to bread. And I don't know if that is necessarily a weakness of, is a weakness or a strength. But I do think that the idea being that maybe one day, if we're all thinking like a breadist, that you could swap it in and it becomes the status quo, that you could swap in maybe another like pasta or something I said before. In terms of like actually making the architecture more bread-like, this is so this was kind of a sort of a struggle too, because I didn't want it to become necessarily a technical project in terms of like, how would I actually make this texture onto something? I mean, there's obviously, I was looking at the OMA proposal for the Broad where they used, air cannons and stones to sort of dent, these uniform panels. And so every time you fired, the stones would kind of reconfigure and you'd have this like random displacement. And so there's definitely work there in terms of like making it, maybe more bread-like. I don't necessarily want...
Just to interrupt you quickly, the point is not that you make it more bread-like. And it's not a technical question whatsoever. It's a representational question. Mm-hmm. I don't know, if you take, I think all of us, when we see bread, we probably think of Miralles and his drawings of the croissant. Mm-hmm. It's a way of representing within an architectural idiom what a croissant is as a representational architecture. If I take that and apply that as a contemporary version of such an idea, because clearly your project resides in the realm of representation. You're not suggesting that this thesis is a potential architecture we decide in the program, obviously, right? So then, therefore, to me, it just sort of like engages within that type of discourse. And in that type of discourse, I think it matters if you decide to paint it white or decide to make the architecture inside the bread look like brick or concrete, or if you decide to use the porosity or texture quality of the bread as some kind of representational surface of the architecture, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm just saying that that discourse to me, or the debate about that in this project, to me would have been an interesting one. And I'm not quite sure if you engaged it or if you didn't feel that that matters. It seems there's an automatic move toward the white. So I cut it open, and therefore naturally it's this abstract white that sort of shines out of it. That is my question, not the technical aspects of how to texture bread on form.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think the whiteness really leans into one of the, I'd say one of the primary interests of bread was like embedding, and I really wanted to highlight, I did try to paint bread white, and it worked. I think it lost the quality of, I think it needed, in some ways, it needed to look like bread for it to be bread. When you painted it white, when painted bread white, it almost lost, it became abstract. It no longer was like encased in like this rind. And for me, the bread was the fact that the bread be identifiable as bread was core to the narrative and to the storytelling. I think, and maybe I'm not understanding this right, maybe I'm not understanding this correctly, but specifically the white and whiteness comes from like the distinction between sort of fleshy interior and the rind. And some of these things we're playing with the idea of like, traditionally we associate the kind of playing with the idea of like a what is a hard, interior versus, a traditionally soft interior, or a stretchy interior, like a stretchy bread, or volumes inside. So I guess I never really thought too much about the whiteness aspect. I think for me, it just serves as a literal and metaphorical highlight for the difference between the interior and the rind.
I mean, I think with the presentation, I guess my question is, what kind of leverage did the bread metaphor give you? Because we're spending a lot of time talking about bread and not necessarily on the architectural proposition as such. And so for me, I appreciated, I was texting my husband and said, I'm watching a project about bread. And he said, oh, it just goes to show the quirky project premises are the real bread and butter of SCI-Arc. Will you offer compliments or condiments, right? I mean, there's a whole kind of realm of opportunity to make comments about the bread without really addressing the kind of critical architectural question or the I guess, provocation that you lead us towards. And so for me, the presentation very much read like a kind of research project in a sense, a kind of coherent research piece that was somehow embedding qualities or characteristics of architecture and aligning them within or next to bread. And that works, but I guess where for me a thesis differentiates itself from a kind of project is, what is it that you actually define as the raison d'être from the piece of work? How do you use it as a launch pad to trigger your own intervention, or what is it that, let's say, I could absorb from this in order to understand your manifesto as a way of working independently, right? I mean, to understand a manifesto is to understand a kind of promise or project concept that we can all, in a way, work towards. And in a way, I feel like this is very finite. I think it feels like a very closed project, maybe because the bread itself has that kind of form and shape. And so they sit on the table in the objective view. And so I want to get into it, not necessarily the bread. I want to understand the project subtext. And I don't know necessarily what that is. I'd love to understand like what it is you get from this. How do you take this and take the kind of working practice or research practice or logical positioning and take it forward into the next work that you do? Like, how does this become a thesis that you can define your career by for the next 5 or 10 years, right? Which is where I kind of like to think of the role of the thesis. And so for me, I don't want to talk about bread, but I do want to understand what the trajectory of it is. Is this a finite piece of work, or does it have momentum now?
Right. I mean, I think this probably starts, it's probably a good starting point. The real reason why I brought bread into it was the real question was not, I felt like it was a little bit of a limitation starting from these kind of, I would call kind of understood and like starting points of like the traditional rectilinear extrusion. I've wanted to see, generally speaking, with like massing, you sort of build up into complexity, and in some ways, as it becomes more complex, I've seen it become assigned a kind of whether or not whether it's intentional or not, it then gets assigned some sort of quality, sort of maybe like experiential quality or emotional quality. I wanted to see if I could, bread could potentially embed those qualities right from the beginning of the creative process, that there wouldn't be this sort of hard edge or hard line. And that's sort of what bread gave me, was it has an inherent volatility. It doesn't want to fit in. Every piece itself is a little bit off, a little bit strange, but they fall into typologies, which was important. That it wasn't like every single type, like every single type of bread falls into the type of it's bread, baguette, sourdough, multigrain.
Yeah.
So
it's just, then again, we were talking about the bread so much, and I'd really rather have the conversation be about architecture in a sense.
Right.
So I have a bread text group with current and former SCI-Arc faculty, and I just made bread today, and we were exchanging the usual bread texts. And so, but those conversations are very bread specific, and this one has become very bread specific again. And I guess for me, the kind of provocation wants to sort of elucidate more qualities that one could align with or assign to architectural questions or problems. So when I lived in London, we went to dim sum all the time, and we would order, and if I went with new dim sum virgins, I would say, okay, we're going to order this and this and this. And like, what's it like? Well, this is the 1990 for the Chung Fun is like the 1994 Yokohama project. The competition drawings, not the built reality. There was a mouli dumpling that was like Greg's Korean Presbyterian Church. There was a gelatin dessert that had suspended pistachios and some other weird thing in it that was like OMA's Bibliothèque. That there were ways of talking about form and texture that crossed over from food to, or from dumpling to architecture. And it was a really immediate visual and textural kind of question, or I guess connection. And so here, what we're looking at again is just the exterior. And so the only time we really see interiors are in the sections, which aren't that frequent. But then when you talk about the kind of formal consequences or typologies, it's again to the overall object. And so perhaps it's like thinking about the slice more consistently, or thinking about the relationship between interior and exterior. Like in my SCI-Arc bread text group, it's like, oh, how's your loft? Let me, cut the thing in half. Let's see your loft. And I'm like, oh, the architects always want the section. And so that for me has been a really interesting text group to have with architects who are also bread aficionados. Like they're really interested in the section and the loft and the texture. What's the density? And we're all talking about very, very material questions. And so I feel like in that group, we're talking about architecture more than we are bread. But here I feel like we're talking more about bread than we are architecture. So it's in a way a balance of finding or fine tuning the role, the presentation, and the kind of I guess piece that you use to thread architectural concepts together, which in this case is bread, the fine balance for having that not overwhelm necessarily the whole conversation, and really allow the kind of finer points of what you want to talk about to come out more, so that we're not all talking about, you know, textures and qualities of bread, but how those connections, how we can make those connections to architectural ideas or formal consequences.
Yeah. I mean, aspirationally, I think.
Can I just jump in quickly at the end of that comment? Considering, you know, like the strong association with agriculture through history and the cultural implications of bread or the making of dough in different parts of the world, you know, if you think about the canonical loaves of, you know, fifth dynasty as being part of kind of a grave goods which were associated with death. The idea of, you know, how we, I mean, in Europe, if you speak about brown bread, or it's actually called black bread. So in the United States, other places, we don't call it black bread, we call it brown bread in Europe. But if you think about the association of brown bread being to do with, you know, associated with the working class, or it wasn't so highly regarded. So the idea of the chemical compounds that make up, that constitute the making of bread, are also so relevant in the way you may discuss architecture or spatial production. And architecture has always been associated with the idea of objects within the situation. So wine, bread, you know, very much related to Christianity through history. It's got such a rich tapestry of possibilities. And I actually have worked I actually have made bread. I worked for a bakery for about 6 months, which was a very difficult job because you have to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning, like SCI-Arc, for these reviews. So the idea of, you know, when bread is made, it's always made at night. You know, you don't make it during the day for the next day. So it's a very difficult process. And the idea of actually working with this technology, which makes the bread in a kind of an artisan way, where I was actually working, and how you make it for different shapes and sizes and types. And then the different shapes and sizes of bread, for example, are very connected to particular cultures. For example, Italians wouldn't buy toast bread, you know, industrialized bread. They would buy a particular loaf of bread because it has a cultural association. So we were making bread for particular cultures, which was very, very interesting. School children were fed sliced bread because it was great to make sandwiches in the morning, because associated with the way you measure time. Bread breaking, which was considered part of dinner, was traditionally round. So there was this cultural implication that traveled through time to become connected with the way we evolve as part of a particular period or particular culture. So I think that, you know, when you think about, you know, how chemically bread is made, how it differentiates, it starts to open up the same dialogue as we would think of tools. You know, the tools of making bread,
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our second day of live spin room. So today, this is our last day of thesis. We're closing our GT 2020, which means graduate thesis 2020. We're closing our reviews. Actually, reviews are still happening, but we're in parallel. And since everything is on YouTube and everything is recorded, if you don't watch this now, you can watch it later. You can watch it on YouTube later. You can switch to a review, come back. I've seen some people have like 3 monitors open. Not me, don't have that much brain power anymore. But so thanks everybody. This, it's been quite amazing. Or 3 days of reviews, the amount of work that the students have done, everything that we went through this summer, everything that the world is going through right now. I have to say, even for California today, it's tough. Literally we're burning right now. So I would say that, but we will, we're still here online. I'm live from SCI-Arc, but I have several guests today that are going to join me right now. So the idea is that yesterday, Elena Manfredini was the host, and she spoke to the faculty, she spoke to the future thesis coordinators that are Sean Cooper and Christy Valiet. This is my last year, so this is my kind of goodbye. And they're coming in with brand new ideas, more CPU in their brain and so on. So I kind of close it with this amazing group of friends and students. Friends, I would say, we've been through a lot this summer. So today I decided I'm just chatting with friends. With students. Look at that. They're all there in the back. So I'm just chatting with students today. No guest faculty, no other architects. We're just going to tell you stories about what happened these last few months, how their reviews went. They're going to give you comments, insights, feedback. They're going to chat amongst each other about what happened and what's been happening in thesis. So welcome, students.
Sorry, I don't know the delays of am I being, you were showing me your iPad. Am I live with you guys in the background? Oh, yes, there they are, but I cannot hear them.
Hi, Florencia.
Yes, and now I can hear you guys. I couldn't hear you. Hi, Julia. So we have a whole group of students. We have, yeah, thank you, Pin. So here we have, we have a whole grid. I just wanted to say something first before we start. I wanted to thank Faris. Faris is there. He is a student, but he's not a student yet, a thesis student yet. Him and Kyle, they did an amazing job this summer, helping all the students, working through all the interfaces that we did, through all the programming that we had. So thank you, Faris, so much. And thank you, Kyle, also. He's following right now on all the reviews. So who we have here? We have Jonathan. Jonathan just finished, too long ago. He did his presentation, but it was amazing. Pin and Faye, you guys did yesterday. You did great. Richard also yesterday, amazing work. So there are students that are presenting. The students that we're going to see today are mostly students that have finished, not as long as like 2 o'clock. Like Saleh, I think it was 2:15. He finished your review and had to run to SCI-Arc. So he just finished. Julia, also Dan, Lynn, Kai Ying, Amp. How you doing, Amp? She did an amazing presentation yesterday. I need your mic because, I think that I could hear everybody's mic had issues of the guest critics. It was too loud, or it was too metallic or something. I think next time we have to distribute your kind of special mic. Yeah. Pompo, nice to see you. Your presentation was great also. Hi. Caleb, how you doing? Xin Lu and Yuting, how you doing, you guys?
Hi.
So I think that we had a long list. It's funny. I see it live. I think this is very special. So so just looking at the different screen. I have like 3 screens here. So I just wanted to open a conversation, with you guys. Maybe you can tell us. Let's begin with thesis. You can tell us some stories about not so much the summer thesis, but the final thesis reviews. What you thought of the conversations. Kind of insights. What is, a little bit of what was the difference? Something that I noticed. I always say it's a kind of silver lining of thesis was the fact that of the Zoom, I would say that is the fact that the reviews were a bit more focused. The critics have all your attention. I made it in a way that I wanted to be smaller groups. So people outside were watching on YouTube, but you only, they see you. I asked the other students to turn off their camera so they see the presenting student. I have a shot of Jonathan, and he was in the center of the grid. Did you see that image? So it was like all the critics and then the student in the middle. So I think that the kind of target, like, almost everybody talking to the student and very focused. It's not that we don't have it in the live reviews, but I don't know. I mean, I think it's different. So maybe you guys, you can tell me what are your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I found really interesting about this year's thesis compared to like the past two that I think our class have seen, maybe the MArc ones have seen one more than us, but this year it's really been kind of all about platform and kind of like how we kind of use the interface in which we're interacting with everybody to our advantage. And I find that really interesting in how we as architects can start to engage our audience differently and rather kind of like make things a little bit less mysterious and try to like bring our process as well as the kind of products that we make to everyone. And I think that's really amazing. And I mean, of course, on the graduate thesis weekend, of course, you guys invite so many people and so many people come through, but I think we can kind of tailor to a larger audience. And I think that's really important nowadays to kind of engage everybody and engage communities in our process.
I think that in that, I like in particular your presentation, and I think Jesse's presentation right before you today was great. You were working on a kind of tutorial base, and then Jesse, and then I saw other ones. Like I think I will have to then watch every.
Yeah, like AMPS is almost like an ASMR kind of video, and very soothing, and just like taking you through a space, but you're only listening. And I found that really, really, really interesting. And you can kind of like imagine the space that she was creating. I don't know. She can talk a little bit more about that, but.
Yeah, I think that, you took advantage of the medium. You definitely took advantage of the medium. Made people, just so for everybody, made everybody close their eyes. I've never closed my eyes in front of my laptop unless I had to sneeze. So I thought that was like, like a special moment. And everybody did. I kind of picked a little bit, but it was like, it happened. So, you can tell us.
Yeah, I think just a simple move is just closing your eyes and then opening them up again and kind of viewing your own project. But kind of bringing that immersive environment is rather difficult through Zoom, but just kind of having just like little moments like that can make a big difference in your presentation. And I think a lot of us did it here too. I think every project that I saw that's in the spin room all had that special moment.
Sale, what you thought about, like, it's funny because it's like, maybe in the case of your thesis, I thought that people are more used to that, because we watch Netflix and stuff like that. I thought that the critics, what they were great is that they were talking about how it seems that it was an architect that did it, but the quality was amazing. The backup, that changed from documentary to kind of actual film. But I thought that almost as if people are more familiar with your type of thesis, with everybody's thesis, because, like I think other ones as well, but there's something that there's, you guys took all the niches, the kind of niches of presentation that have to do with the kind of privacy of the laptop or the computer or the iPad or the iPhone.
Yeah, I mean, I think going into it, I honestly just wanted to hit play and then just leave it, because I think watching, a lot of these, like Jonathan doing his stuff and Jesse right before, just juggling the screen and actually presenting it there, and it's just stressful. And even Teo, like he did it a few days ago, but it's just, I just didn't want any of that responsibility. So I just wanted to hit play and then just be done and just let it just do its thing. But I mean, being on Zoom, the one fear that I had, I mean, it would have been nice to present it in person. But I think the one fear that I had, which was just disconnecting, which happened, but you know.
I'm sure we'll be seeing you on the big screen, Saleh, don't worry.
Thank you. I mean, hopefully one day, but I mean, disconnecting on Zoom was just a fear that just, you know, and it happened, so I don't know.
But people are used to, I disconnected twice in your presentation. I don't know why, like it was like, I think my kids were watching too many movies, so I think that's it. But, so Faye, thank you, Saleh. So Faye and Pin, I saw, you know, part of your review. I saw your introduction, then I had to move on to another review, but you guys, the amount of drawings that you had was like, you know, quite incredible. The amount of work. And if you see the gallery, if you look at it on Instagram, that I put a small video, it was quite incredible. And I mean, I think it was like a 20-minute presentation because there was so much work. And then how you show sections, you started to zoom in the section, you put sounds on the section. So yeah, I thought it was great how, you know, it was kind of looking inside of the project.
Thank you. So I think the way we presentation is that we try to use the Zoom as a media for our presentation. So it's kind of challenging, but I think it's a good thing. So like for the all digital presentation thing, we think it's very interesting because we can use like multiple devices to watch all our task math presentation in different Zoom meetings. And I used to use like 2 to 3 devices in the same time. I really enjoy all the presentation.
Richard, how did it go? I think I missed your review, but I heard great things. How was it?
Oh, it was incredible. It was such a great experience. And I think, you know, I'll echo some of what other people are saying in terms of like the challenge of presenting over Zoom as a new medium, especially for someone like me who is so focused in like immersive experience and designing environments. It was a really interesting kind of prospect to bring an immersive environment to someone over Zoom. And I ended up using storytelling techniques and narrative through my presentation to try to bring people inside my apartment for part of the presentation by staging my room, moving the camera around, and like, you know, trying to get them as close to me. But I thought the most interesting part of the whole experience was that it kind of made me feel like I was a character in my own thesis instead of someone standing up and presenting a lecture. I was really part of it. I was really part of the narrative and the flow, which I thought was a wonderful experience and a great kind of like fertile ground for future work.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, all these years that I've been coordinating thesis, the one thing that we tried to kind of avoid was the kind of the issue of the peloton. You know, you guys are standing there in the back, and then there's like 15 people, all the students behind, you know, family members who knows stuff. It's like, you know, the whole school is behind, and then you're just standing there. And so we did a lot of, I mean, Jonathan knows, he was PA last summer. We did a lot of this kind of pedestal formats. We did a theater-like formats. And so, you know, movie style, a lot of different formats that could challenge, but somehow but we had a lot of walls. You know, SCI-Arc has a lot of walls. So we end up with more wall than those other formats. And many students also did not want to sign up. I remember, Jonathan, that some students did not want to sign up for pedestals. So students are like, I'll stay put on my wall. And so I think that to what you say, Richard, is that you're home, so you start walking around home. When the last review I saw was Amanda, she had set up a whole decoration there in her space. She had like fake plants and stuff like that. So she's like, this is my stage. This is home. So I think that is definitely, Richard, a way, you know, almost like take advantage. You know, I think nobody's ashamed anymore that you can see their, you know, kitchen behind, or that the kids are running. I mean, I remember that video of some guy in London that the kids came running. That was like, it was all over the world. Nobody would take a look at stuff like that. So, or like this Argentinian woman, the husband walked naked behind. It was all over Argentina news. So I think now they were like, that's Zoom right now. That's before Zoom. So I think that it's, I think that the way that, I mean, next summer will be different. That's for Faris, that he's going to be here next summer. It'll be different, but this will change for them. Maybe you you say, actually, I want to stay home. You know what? I don't want to do any models. So yes, thank you, Richard. So everybody, one thing for everybody that is watching, if you go to our SCI-Arc website, what is the name of our SCI-Arc website, Faris? It's www. Please.
I actually have to check that now.
Gradthesis.sciarc.edu.
Yes.
Yeah, grad thesis. I just have it bookmarked.
So gradthesis.sciarc.edu. So go watch all the reviews, all the students that are here in that screen. You can look back at the reviews. You have the schedules. You have a lot of stuff to see, their models or photos. Like I presented yesterday, the website, how it works. So anyway, I'll continue with the students. So Julia is next. In my grid, at least, this is how I see you. How was your review?
It was great. It was really lovely. I just want to say that seeing everyone's work over the past 3 days had made me really, really miss being at SCI-Arc and being able to talk to you all. And I know that everyone in our class is going to go out and do like amazing, amazing things. And I'm just like super, super proud of what we were able to accomplish with sitting at home and making a thesis.
Yes, cheers to that. We'll be celebrating at 6 o'clock. Please, you guys, don't miss it. This is the last party. Thank you, Julia. Lin Kaying, how was the thesis presentation?
It's good. So, well, I think this is a good. I think this is a good opportunity to present on like this on a Zoom because I think this is very different, like compared with the traditional presentation, because we can like enjoy a lot of different Zoom online. Yeah, so I really enjoy that.
I think that one thing, if you guys saw on YouTube, but people were commenting on YouTube. Mm-hmm. So it was like you had that. I think Zoom, you have internal commenting, but like sometimes you write something private and everybody can see it. It happened to me a lot. Like this review had to finish, we're missing a critic. I started to put that stuff and everybody could see my comments. But I think that it was it's kind of it has the challenges, but definitely the multi-platform, it opens a new ground. How you doing? Tell us about your review. You said something, but maybe you can expand on how you took advantage of the medium of Zoom.
Yeah, I mean, my thesis is really tailored around sound. So kind of bringing that into Zoom and having the good quality sound, but also becoming a narrative. And it was sort of through my voice. And then just like I said, like the act of just someone closing their eyes can be very impactful. And it makes a difference for when someone is in a different time zone or a different place, and sort of bringing them together and just closing your eyes and opening them again and focusing on the sounds. And I thought it was a good review. Liked all the feedback and seeing everybody's projects as well.
Paul, how are you doing? Thank you. How was your feedback? I think that, also another thing I'll ask you guys later is like all the guest critics, comments you have, but I thought the drawings were beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm thinking the new way of the presentation nowadays don't need to present like face to face. You can present right now, like we talking right now online. So it's like makes a new experience, and also you can like invite some guest critic that's living across the world. Like you can invite the guests from the Australia, and they can come to critique we as they living in the Los Angeles. So it's open. It's like now we not learning from the Los Angeles only. Now we learning and get some comment around the world, that you can get some comment from the Australian, from the Europe, and maybe from the Asian, something like that. I think that is good. Open the topic and open the new idea that we can use it and take it for the future. It's good.
Yes, you know what I was thinking is that in the future you could have guests that are sitting and guests that are on a monitor. So
yes,
it's
a combination, like a hybrid between.
It's a hybrid, and so you have guests and then guests that could not come, and sometimes it's difficult. Maybe people will start to travel less. I mean, who knows? Who knows what happen in the future? But they say I'll join, but on Zoom, so you can mix. Like we're doing right here. I see you, all of you guys there in a big screen, and then let's say that I had a thesis. I do like a presentation here, like Jonathan. Maybe I present my YouTube, but I could be both. So I think that definitely what you were saying is that some things will stay, and that might stay. We had like people from Australia this morning. We had 4 people from Australia. I didn't realize that, for sometimes they're in Europe, so I never know exactly where they're at that moment, but they were literally on Sunday, and a Sunday review instead of a Saturday review. So thank you, Pompo. Caleb, how you doing? How was it? I heard that it was great.
Hi. Yeah, it went really well. Back to the earlier discussion of just like the technical stress of presenting through Zoom. I actually forgot to reshare my screen at one point when I was showing my website that I built for the presentation. But even with that, the review still went really well and the discussion was great. And I've been saying all summer, I don't really know how I would have presented my thesis if it wasn't through Zoom, because it's just a massive collection of images, and the website that I created is the perfect way to show all of that work.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I mean, I wanted to say that when we had the big exhibits here, you didn't have process. I mean, you would show. We did the book. Remember that we did the magazine before, and then you will show that magazine to show process. But then maybe it was about one big drawing, and you never show case studies. And so the critics will come back and say, have you seen so and so? And you're like, yeah, I've seen it 3 months ago. And then, have you seen this other thing? Like, yeah, I've seen it 8 months ago. So right now, we didn't have wall space, or students focus on the model, or they had to be more selective of the work that they shown. But now you can show all of that stuff, and it's not just as a PowerPoint, but really embedded. Saleh, I think he was great. That I saw when you finished presenting, that's it. But you shown that super organized documentary of yourself in a way, like yourself being filmed and so on. So I thought that was I was not expected. I didn't expect that to be shown, but it was not just showing the back of house. It was like set up. So I think that you're right, Caleb, that it is that kind of the possibilities of more expanded content to have. And I do think that the 45 minutes, sometimes I'm afraid of the 45 minutes if they're going to, you see how critics starts to kind of go into kind of the dark zone. They start to find the mistakes and then they go back. So I think that I think we kept a good, I don't know all the reviews, but it seems that it was a good amount of time to debate. Excellent. Who's next? Silvio and Yuting, how you guys doing? You're like, I have a camera here, so I see behind.
Yeah, I think our presentation and the discussion with jurists was awesome. And I think during the thesis summer, the both opportunity and the challenge for all the students, including us, is how to curate and exhibit the thesis. although we are presenting, although our final thesis project is a short film, we used a website platform to present our work, and because the thesis including both the final project and the behind the scene, the workflow and other things, so it's by using a website is really interactive and intuitive for audiences.
Right, I think it's really good for students who will show their videos. Oh, I disappeared again.
Yeah, you're there.
Yeah, Zoom meeting is really good for students who play videos because like the full screen videos is very immersive for the audience to watch it. And yeah, I think Zoom meeting is also have some very good advantages.
Yes, it's like a post-pandemic design presentation.
Yes, I think that it. But you guys took advantage, also with the models, the miniature models and then the midterm models, and incorporating the photographs into the rest of the work. So I think that it's was quite incredible, the amount of work. Okay, Faye and Pin, you guys have, you're taking a record of that. You're also taking advantage of Zoom right now.
Yes, we just want to show our love to all our fabulous classmates. And we love you.
Amazing. Yes. That's why we have this platform. So how you guys, you were Friday, so you have time to recover right now. Oh no, Thursday. You were Thursday. I'm lost in time. So what you guys thought of the conversations and the reviews?
So the conversation is really great, and it kind of let us have a chance to push our project again, but maybe a few weeks later, not right now. We definitely need some vacation for all of us.
Me too.
One more thing I really want to thank you about, because we met few physical models, and it's contributed by all the faculty that still working in SCI-Arc, all the Magic Box guys, they help us to CNC, laser cut, a lot of things. So yeah, we really want to say thank you. Thank you.
I think that the little bit that it was possible to do, to open the shop, to open, so for everybody watching, if you can look at the website, I don't remember again the website, but you can see all the models that Pin is talking about. She's talking about the miniature models and also the midterm models. They did quite develop. I mean, we couldn't do big models, but at least the small models that were done, and then they were presented, on photographs. So yes, thank you guys. Phil, how long? Sorry, I'm like, how long before the next group? So I know how much time we have. Yes, I think we'll do a small break. But I just wanted you guys, if you have any final things that you want to tell us, or something you want to tell your friends, go ahead. Open your mic. Everybody should open their mics.
Everyone.
That's all funny of sound.
Everybody should be extremely, extremely proud of themselves, I think, this year. We have gone through a lot of stuff. And I think that besides school, I hope people have just been educating themselves on all the issues that have been going on this year. And I just really hope that, I think this year, more than anything else, has been a learning experience for everybody. And I really hope that, oh my God, I could cry right now, honestly. But I really just hope this year has been a really amazing learning experience for everybody and for the world. And I hope that this generation of designers really just changes things, and that we kind of participate in a larger community, and we kind of open up our process and our thinking to everybody. And yeah, that's it. That's all.
Very, very well said. And I can't imagine a better group of people to do it than the class of 2020 from SCI-Arc. Congratulations, everyone.
Yeah, yes, we all congratulations.
Yeah, I think that we see the stickers going on and off in your backgrounds, and we try to bring the stickers bring a little bit of happiness, I would say, to the what you were saying, it's a tough summer, but like that's it. Now you're done. You're graduating tomorrow, you guys. So yay, congratulations to everybody. Go sleep now and enjoy your graduation tomorrow. But join at 6 o'clock, no? Join at 6 o'clock for the final party. Okay? Thank you, everybody. Nice to see you all. Amazing work. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to our spin room. We're live from SCI-Arc right now. So as I mentioned before, we had yesterday, we have live spin room on a green screen with host Elena Manfredini. And today, I'm the host for the day. So yesterday, Elena was talking to different guests, to the future thesis coordinator, Christy Valiet, and Sean Cooper. And today I wanted to talk with the students. So I have 3 segments with 3 different groups. These are not all the students, these are some of the students. We invited all the students that have presented until today at 2 o'clock, because students are actually still presenting. They're still live. So again, you can switch to another channel. You can go back, you can come back. This is a record, meaning that it stays forever. Whatever I say, whatever they say, in YouTube. So, so again, you know, you can come back to us or go to a review. But we're going to talk a little bit with a group of students on Zoom. So live on the green screen, but via Zoom. We're going to be talking about summer thesis with the GT 2020 class. Hi guys, welcome back. Welcome to another Zoom channel, I would say.
Hello, how's it going?
Well, here, you know, so I'm one point in the grid, but the grid of I'm you know, in the green, everybody's purple. So we wanted to do, I mean, we did the spin room, as you know, every year we have done the spin room, and spin room is a little bit how we can spin the reviews, how we can take something out of the event. So you have reviews, and then in the spin room something else happens. So I don't know if you guys remember last year, but we had like coffee with students. We have chats with faculty, with guests, and so on. And then we had like the spinning table one time. We also have like a spinning, a finale was like a Lazy Susan in the middle of the table with the model. So we just try to kind of spin the information and everything that happens. So we wanted to maintain the spin room, but you know, how can we do it? You know, with Zoom. So we always land in the same place.
Yeah. I'm wondering, maybe you can ask everyone here, like, how have you been taking care of yourself this summer? I've slept a lot more than usual. And I'm wondering if everyone else feels the same.
Okay, so you start, Vincent.
I'll start. Yeah.
What are the benefit? What's the benefit of sleeping too much? Better idea, or not?
I think just being awake and I guess good ideas. I don't know. I think sleeping has been helpful for me. But also I think I don't know this summer for everyone else, but I feel like I've been able to kind of think deeper into my thoughts, like kind of isolate the ideas I'm interested in my thesis, and maybe it's easier to remove the ideas I don't think is helpful.
Any other comments on sleep behavior, sleep patterns?
It's good. I don't know.
Not necessarily about sleep, but self-care. I've been able to kind of do a bunch of more yoga than I normally would have during thesis. And each like session, I would like set an intention for myself based on what I needed for thesis to like come to me.
I would say for me, it would be just a weird mixture and a lot of, I guess, self-discipline was needed, just because like my apartment is my workspace and it's my kitchen, it's my studio, and there were like no boundaries. And I felt like it was really nice to be aware about like where my intentions were like for each day. And, you know, like now I'm going to focus, or now I'm going to, you know, bake a cake, which was actually like my thesis, and just like blurred the boundaries between like my activities. And also like for me, the most helpful was actually connecting with everyone over Zoom, because I couldn't stop spinning with, you know, thoughts in my head. So
yes, hopefully you didn't eat all that sugar that you made, Joy. I don't think so. You're
Oh,
like,
yeah,
I
that was
actually
crazy.
I don't like sweets. She's like, I'm doing my thesis about sugar, but I don't like sugar.
I didn't eat any of it.
No, it's like I'm trashing the cake I just bought. So I think that's that's like focus, I would say. So
I
you guys, Wendy,
as tribute to eat the candy.
Wendy, how was your summer? Did you sleep, Wendy?
I slept a lot, and kind of going back on what Rad said, I did an interview this summer, and I think one of the silver linings, if probably the only silver lining about this, was kind of reconnecting with myself and act like with self-care. And I think, yeah, I slept more than I would have if I were at in thesis at SCI-Arc. Like it kind of like you have to put your health first. If anything, you have to slow down, you have to put your health first. And I think that's what we learned as students. And hopefully that can continue once students are back in the building. But yes, lots of sleep.
Yeah, we were talking with Faris. So out of the grid, we have Faris who's not there like you guys. Like he still has to go through a whole year of thesis. But so learning for him, and might be the fact that maybe next year it's a hybrid model. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe you still have the slowness. I mean, I know that these days would have been running a lot, but it's it's like there's slowness. There's like mental running, but there's a little bit of a slowness of the Zoom, interface. So you guys, for the rest, yeah.
Well, I was gonna say,
go ahead.
Go.
I was just saying it might inspire students in my year to go fully virtual for their thesis. Who knows, with the whole hybrid possibility.
I wouldn't say fully virtual, but I would say definitely sleep. Right. Like the sleep is so worth it. It's like not sleeping is not worth it. But I mean, if I had it my way, I would still be at SCI-Arc. I would be in the building with everybody. I think that's what I miss the most is kind of the collaboration, even though it's not, intentional. You kind of see everyone what they're working. There's a lot of infiltration that happens in between between thesis and projects, which I don't think there's that much cross-pollination this time, which I feel like might have helped everybody. And I just miss seeing what everyone else is working on out all the time.
Yeah, kind of what Wendy's saying. I worked with Angelica this summer, so I was her only thesis advisee. So I kind of really did feel like I missed out, just like looking at like what people are working on, like the only real opportunities that I got to see everyone's project was only at like this timestamps of miniatures and midterms. And then obviously over John's shoulder with Florentia's studio. So I kind of wish that kind of like the thesis pit happened a little earlier in the semester to encourage this kind of cross-pollination, as Wendy said.
We had live chat. Didn't live chat bring, the idea of live chat was that we bring everybody together, as a conversation at least.
Yeah, no, definitely.
It is, but it's not as spontaneous. We miss
informal. It's not as informal.
And spontaneous. Like I'm walking by and I see like this really cool material on like Vincent's, desk, or I go and see Brad's screen and he's like rendering something really weird. It's like those kinds of moments that you kind of miss with live chat. Live chat was amazing, like having those discussions, but it's the spontaneity that's missing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, what we try to do this summer is that we cannot bring that physicality and we cannot bring those things, but I mean, what can we do? I saw that when the students drop models for miniatures, there was one moment they would gather, you had your masks, you had a specific time for drop off, like there's certain things that in a way we try to make it that they're small moments. Somehow you remember them, or you treasure them. But and Wendy, by the way, you ask faculty, you should see what faculty also say. There's like, I miss the corridors, I miss, seeing what the other group is saying. So you're not alone in there. Seeing how what models everybody's doing, or the small chats. It's like we're still a community of 90-something faculty, so it's not a small community, I would say, of people. So anyway,
For the record, I wasn't
yes.
critiquing how SCI-Arc handled thesis this summer. Honestly, there was a lot of moments that were great that benefited from being basically fully digital. So I just wanted to go on record.
No, it didn't feel like a critique, but no worry.
I think that like even also bringing outside jurors like onto our Zooms and reviews, like in my section and Anna's section, we were able to have like guests from, you know, not in LA, and I feel like that global ability for us to meet is a strength, right?
I think that in some of the, if you check the time zones, we had like, you know, today we had a lot of Australians. For some reason, they all gather in the same time zone on a Sunday, because it's Sunday for them. And then Europe, and then, you know, so it's really South America, you know, Mexico, you know, so it's really like a whole, you know, the East Coast. I think it's true, Vincent, even though with the time change, you could see some people were very tired. Sean Cooper at one point yesterday, I think he almost fainted. It's in London time. But he, like, you know, he has to stay. He's, you know, he's coming next for thesis, so he has to stay away. So drink more coffee. But I think that yes, we had, and also one thing, so you know, I mean, generally miniatures is not a review. We don't have guests, so all the alumni guests that we had, which I was looking back at the video of the people that came, and I thought that, you know, the things that sometimes you don't see at the moment and you see later. So you have like the more reviews than typically you would have in the summer.
Yeah, I would say this summer really created, like a lot of you have mentioned, the ability to just collaborate in a new and creative way. Like, for example, I'm not even sure the last time alumni were involved in this, and I think it created a really great opportunity to just come together again and intentionally create that community that we've all been kind of missing. So Florencia, I just want to thank you. It's been really great to kind of be a part of this whole summer in this process, even though it was like completely new. I really think that, you know, you and your team have just really adapted well to the circumstance, and just really rise above kind of what we're up against, which was not only COVID, but everything else going on in the world as well. I know I feel like our class has faced like more than just one challenge, and political, social, like climate. And it is just like really kind of inspiring to me that to see, you know, yes, we're still remaining focused on kind of our goal, and we're going to get there, and we're going to graduate tomorrow. And it wouldn't have been possible without your guidance and like your team and all the effort, the tremendous effort that you've put together.
Yes, thank you, Florencia. Thank you, Ferris. Thank you, Kyle.
I have to say, great job. Thank you, guys. But I think that Kyle just joined. So for everybody that is outside, everybody's a student, a thesis student, except for two guys here, Faris and Kyle. And they did an amazing job this summer in the website, in the miniature, in the scheduling, in the live, you know, just going live, you know, setting up the live channel. I mean, we're not and I have to say, you know, it's Kyle, Faris, so you guys should know. I mean, this was also a bigger team, because we also had Maria at, you know, at the graphic department, all your stickers that you see there, photographer, arranging the photographer. We have Michael, the photographer. We have Phil here, behind the scenes, behind the green room, amazing. Facilities, you know, facilities took all your models, put the models. Like I would do myself, the exhibition that we have there, I would curate it and put all the projects. But Ramon did all that stuff. So Ramon got your drawings, and with Gabriel, they put all the stuff. They send me photos, and then the photos, I put them on Instagram. So you have photos from Phil, photos from Ramon, photos from Maria, I think security also. Benson in security. So I mean, it was like a big group, you know, Rodney, Frank from the print shop. So I just wanted to shout out to everybody that that even though it seems that the school is empty, I mean, it actually sounds empty. I'm here at SCI-Arc right now. It sounds, there's an echo of my voice, but everybody's somewhere doing something. Right now.
I wanted to say like big shout out to like all the students too. Like I want to just recognize that, we also, and not to compare, but I think that like we all this summer had to become, like very on top of like the scheduling, the requests for submissions, oh my goodness, it's mural board, it has to be 25 megabytes or less, like all these like requirements in exporting and importing that I've like commonly kind of took for granted, like, oh, I'll just print it, right? Like I don't need to really worry about the digital export, but like kind of now we were kind of confronted with like these, like, how do we show our work? And I think that it's really important that, like students know that we also, also did all this work to do this thing, and we were all in this together. I think, but it kind of showed this weekend how everyone knew how important it was for us to make sure that SCI-Arc has an amazing thesis weekend, because we historically have been, at like incredible conversations at SCI-Arc. So I think that like having us all work together was really helpful in producing what we are witnessing right now. I was going to say one more thing, but I don't remember. But that's it.
I think definitely Vincent. I have to say Vincent also helped us out. We sent, I think, something of like 8 emails in one day, and like, I think he put together all of the requirements in one. I went and checked on your Google because I didn't know what was. We had asked. Everybody was asking stuff, and I was like, "Where's this coming from? How many things?" So I think that the resilience, I had to definitely shout it out to you guys. The resilience of how difficult it's been, at the human level, I imagine, because the world is, I mean, how many more things can we take? Can you guys take? Or can the state take? I mean, we started with a pandemic, then a social revolution. I'm not going to talk about politics because that's another drama. And now we have a fire. We're burning a state. The air today in California is the worst in the whole world. In places like Seattle, LA, you can assume that it doesn't have good air. San Francisco, Seattle, Portland. So it's devastating. You go outside. If you guys should see yesterday, the sun was this orange, and then the light of the sun was running through the windows. Imagine you walking through to get to 160. And then there are lines of red in the floor, and not the sunset that you all had seen here. So it's a lot to which typically you have a lot of work. Then the files that you're talking, and all the stuff, and all the emails, but also in terms of the world around you, that is like, somehow it feels like it's collapsing. Yes. No. Yes.
Yes, I agree, fully agree. Everyone's nodding in the chat, so everyone's nodding in the video call.
You're looking, yes.
No, I also just want to say that, like, I think I didn't realize how much I leaned on my friends, I think that, like, not knowing that I could just go to Joy and know when we have a deadline, because Joy truly is on top of things more than anyone I know. And I think also, like, Student Union, I want to recognize, has done an amazing job. I want to shout out Wendy and Joy specifically for leading conversations within the school. And yes, like, we don't have to talk politics, but I think it's important to recognize how flexible the students have been in both positioning, their thesis as well as contributing conversations that are bigger than the school. It's been a very important summer.
Have we thanked Faris and Kyle yet? I came in late, but I wanted to acknowledge them and all of the work that they've done, which has been great. Having been the TA last year, it was hard in person, so I really appreciate how difficult this must have been for you guys. You guys did great.
Yes, you guys did great. So Christina and Jonathan were the TAs last year running. Today, you'll be running, we see Christina running just back and forth to make sure that everybody had chairs or water, or like juries that did not disappear, to talk on the phone. I think that Christina, to that, there's something about reviews this year that it's like the critics are there, are more focused. No, the somehow the conversation. I don't know if you guys what you thought of your conversations, but they are very on point. And sometimes it's very like you see the talk amongst each other. I do think that is different than the live reviews. I mean, you have good things on one and good things on the other one, but I don't think that it was so that it was actually quite nice to see these amazing conversations.
I think removing people from rooms and putting them in their own room and focusing everyone's attention has definitely helped. I feel like I've had more conversations one-on-one with the jury, where before I think they were talking to each other, and now we're directly talking to the students. And then also redirecting everyone's attention to like one single thing. So when I talk about it, I can show them like really close, like this is my thesis, this is what makes my thesis, and this is what's wrong with it before. And like having that super hyper attention to like one single image or like one single screen has been super helpful. And I feel like for me, it's been amazing because before, like I couldn't really get people's attention, and now I'm like, okay, I've got this down. This is what I need to do. And I think it's made for really good conversations, at least for the students, on the students' end. I think it's been really great.
Excellent. So thank you guys. I have to move to reach the thesis, so I have to go prepare, open my laptop, move out from the green screen, and then go to review, and then we'll come back, and we're going to have one more group join us. I don't remember what time was it at. Phil, I don't remember. At the next segment after this sequence of reviews. So thank you, everybody. Remember that at 6 o'clock we have our party. Actually, it's Vincent's idea, by the way. I stole his idea, so I see it on camera. It's live. The only thing we do is that we run music. Don't complain about the DJ, that I am the DJ. Or not, just send me something, send me some ideas. So we go at 6 o'clock, and everybody is using the backgrounds that you guys have, and just nothing, just a screen full of people with to cheer together. So that's our big party. So 6 o'clock, I hope to see you at 6 o'clock, and thank you guys for joining us. And congrats, you all did amazing work today, the day before, I would say since January to today, you guys did amazing work.
sold away in one way or another, and we are still in that predicament trying to escape it through innovation and novelty and technology and so forth, right? It's at least one very common sort of argument that we have been sort of working through for 250, 300 years, really. And it's interesting to me to ask about the nature of the monster, maybe not as the strange or as the alien, but something that has overcome that type of condition entirely, because it's almost every form of alien. Well, that's probably not true at all. I wanted to say every form of alien we somehow have tested, but that's nonsense. I mean, of course, every time something new happens, technologically speaking, societally speaking, there is room for monsters. Maybe what I mean more correctly is like that particular definition as a tool of estrangement and therefore some kind of awakening and understanding of a new condition. Is that still valid? And I think that's a larger question. It seems to me that current architectural work seems often, and this one and the project before, I think, fall into that category. They don't go there at all. I mean, it seems not something that you, Yash, are kind of interested in, even though you talk about the real and you still believe there's some meaning to the word real that we can establish and then work off of it, which to me is also a bit curious, just like the notion of the monster has become a bit curious, because the real, with all its sort of counter versions, architecturally, representationally, but also philosophically speaking, of course, always was a fiction, right? Manhattan, right here, I see it right now, a beautiful sunset. Of course, it's a fiction. What else could it possibly be? So on that level, I don't necessarily think that the project is necessarily open up a new way for us to understand the real. So what is it then? I mean, what is really at the sort of core of your interest in showing us these worlds? I mean, you're starting with cosmologies, and it appears that therefore this is a new kind of cosmology that you're suggesting for us, right? It's a new kind of turtle. But where, yeah, in terms of the question of the real or the monster, I mean, are these at all even concepts you're interested in, or is this world like truly postmodern, truly beyond the modern struggles of our time, so strongly based on concepts of the real and concepts of alienation, estrangement, and monsters?
I don't know the right way to answer your question, but yes, I'm not trying to suggest a way to look at reality or to define the term, or even like say that this is what it means to be, or this is what it's trying to be. Definitely, as you mentioned, Freda, that the project is what it is, and it's kind of an instigation that I was looking towards to explore in terms of like pushing something that's, I would say, more like a concept or like an idea that I wanted to start off instigating. This wasn't the idea that I had earlier in my project. So like it went through different phases, and it was more of me trying to understand what interested me in the whole process. So what you see today is basically what aligns to me trying to explore the possibilities in terms of narrations and using these narrations as the mode of building up a world, maybe for a game or maybe for a film or maybe as a set. Not trying to define that right now, but it was more towards me trying to find my own voice.
Not just Farida, just coming back on what you were talking about before. I think if I look at machine learning and learning algorithms, they're trying to formalize intelligence. So in many ways, it's kind of a self-assembly of information. So my monsters are not your monsters. So in many ways, we create our own monsters of understanding. So when I see a building on top of a dinosaur, I'm going, that's cool, that's interesting. But it's a monster for me, but it starts to bring in research into a completely different regard for behaviors and AI. And it kind of reminds me of a project by Alec McDowell, who Hernan introduced me to a long time ago. And Alec does world building in terms of developing what if and why not scenarios in cinema. And so it extrapolates context, ecologies, and different domains. So in this way, it kind of takes architecture to a point where it's a kind of creative director role. It's a kind of producer role where you're world building and a kind of virtual realities and possibilities to disseminate new ways, or I would call it kind of open source test beds. So when I look at this project, I'm kind of looking at a kind of a new way or new narrative of understanding how we as architects, or maybe non-architects, or maybe, maybe Yash can get a job in Hollywood, he's in the right place. The gaming industry is just up the road in Silicon Valley. So the dialogue is slightly different. Mathematicians and computational science is trusting the world in a different way. So if you think about what Alphabet is thinking about in terms of Google research and in terms of playing games and understanding of world building, I think this kind of is a classic example. When I see a dinosaur with a building, I think that's weird, that's a monster, and then it becomes an octopus. So in a way, it's either testing me, it's invoking what I'm searching for. For example, when you go into any website that you're interested in, say turtles, you'll start to get turtle shops trying to sell you turtle food. The AI understands your logic. It starts to understand the process of how you might engage. So when I look at the architectural proposition here, which is this classical type of Hollywood type of representation of worlds that we may not be understanding. It's alien to me, but it's not alien to you. So the computational resources available to you to understand the billions of bits of data that recompose your world are what I think this is about. It's not about me looking at the project or you looking at the project and defining this is an architectural proposition. It's a tool at best to try to, through machine learning, to understand behaviors. And that's a kind of a very interesting step to take, because the parameters are varied and very, very abstract at best.
But those behaviors seem to be still understood as from anthropocentric view, I would say, because everything what I was bringing up before is very familiar. While that kind of, if you look at octopus brain, and of course we cannot really experience it, it's radically different than ours. In fact, very interesting, that one. But also this kind of new kind of cognition emerging through artificial intelligence is also radically different than ours. So I think it's extremely interesting to get into deeper relationship with it and mine this kind of, I would still go to aliens and this space of possibilities, which is actually much larger than space of familiar. So I still think there is a much larger territory here.
I think that's right. I mean, it's interesting because the images just before here, which were the classical images of seafarers trying to imagine animals or dragons or whatever we're going to call it, they're still referential. So they're taking the known and then exaggerating it, and the difficulty is always, and you see it in every film, whenever there's an alien, it's actually, usually it's some small animal that's been exaggerated, or, we keep finding new spiders or amoeba of various kinds that are real things in the world, but we don't see them very often. And when the first time we see them, it's like fantastical. And yet they tend to have, bilateral symmetry. They tend to have very clear kind of morphological, organizational conditions and stuff. So when Tom talks about pattern recognition, it would seem to me that one of the possibilities of something like AI would be pattern non-recognition. That is to say, how could we start to generate the non-recognizable? So we don't have a referential moment to it. So, and that's what I find slightly disturbing about your project, in the sense that, and I don't know, I'm not quite sure again where your focus is, because if I see the tops of the, these agglomerations of architectural tropes, on top of the backs of the turtle or the dinosaur or the octopus, you know, they're all recognizable. Now they're kind of jumbled together and they're kind of quasi-fantastical, but they're completely recognizable. Every single element has a recognizability to it. So the question, you know, and again, I don't know, I'm not quite sure what your intent was, but if it was to talk about new worlds that are not yet discovered or places on a map that nobody knew existed, we would want to be finding the unknown, the truly unknown, that is to say what hadn't been known before. But in a sense, it seems like really what we're seeing is a recapitulation in a slightly new jumbling of what is already well known.
I mean, Donald, I understand what you're saying. I guess where I was coming from really was that my reading of this was in a way that this was an application, and it was an application that was connected to the internet, and it actually has the ability to, if you think about pattern recognition theory or PRTM, it claims that, you know, we derive basic algorithms through the neurocortex, and we are responsible for its perception and its recognition and how we actually reconfigure that information, which is kind of inescapable form of our intelligence. My point, if I go back to, for example, everybody's heard of Cambridge Analytica and its ability through Facebook to create sentiment. And this sentiment is only based on two things. It's based on pattern recognition of, say, your fashion, and the other thing is your music. And that determines the ability for the algorithm to determine if you're left or right or middle or whatever. The point is I'm making is that if this is a computational device, if this is a platform, can architecture itself start to define? And, you know, if I take the Cambridge Analytica model, this could be the ultimate architecture. And then we might all be shocked to say, my God, this is the ultimate monster. That's the reality of a particular positional sentiment that, say, 20% or 13% based on numbers. If we're obsessed about numerology, we can sort of start to measure things in percentages. And, you know, we'd be surprised that 30% of architectures perceive that what the student here is put in front of us. And this is not an agglomeration of his personal imagination. It's the computational makeup through machine intelligence to give us an understanding or perception of an architecture type. So for me, this is in a way a kind of AI response, which is crazy, but at the same time, as bizarre as it is, I find the monsters in the fact that the computer, the tool itself, from billions of bits of data could maybe recompose this as part of our reality.
They could compose it as a 2D maybe, but not as a 3D. If I look at, I was just Googling the Google Deep Dream, and, you know, I'm also like thinking about all the kind of animal references, like the Bernini Elephant and the Obelisk, and the, what's it called? The Temptation of St. Anthony by Dali. And then I was Googling the Deep Dream, and what's interesting about Google Deep Dream is how often all of the images are reconstructed from figures of animals and eyes. And it becomes a way of either anthropomorphizing whatever the images are, or beginning only to understand shapes through the lens of a figure, of a recognizable figure, whether animal or human. And so the relationship of like the way in which you've constructed the kind of burden of the city on the animal, I'm not quite sure I get. I'm not sure I need to get it. I really enjoyed the film. I think the way that you, towards the end of it, talked about it as a kind of critique or response of the sort of iterative copycat cities, I think is an unnecessary statement that kind of muddies the waters. I'd rather, it's a really absurd film. It's a really absurd proposition in a good way. I mean, it's absurdity is, you know me, I love a bit of absurdity. But I think to try and frame it within its own kind of context of absurdity without having to really align it to a kind of real world image where we know these images of these communities where, you know, thousands of same houses have been built and lay unoccupied, whether in China or elsewhere. We have these visuals in our foreground. And so this isn't what you're proposing. I don't know necessarily what you're proposing, but I think it starts to set up a really interesting conversation between the beast and the architecture, or the beast and the city. And I think that kind of scale of relationship is really interesting. It's also, thinking about the first project, contextualizing of a project around bread, a very COVID symptom, as well as this, talking about animals, yet another kind of symptom or effect of COVID, where we have stories all over the world of animals taking over cities, of animals entering into realms they haven't been in for decades. Thinking about the kind of confrontation urban environments have had with wildlife all of a sudden is a really interesting thing to be confronted with when we're also looking at a kind of narrative, a sort of romantic story like this. And I just put in the chat, by the way, the Dali painting, because when I think one of the other critics was talking about the sort of notion of familiarity, like all of these objects in cities are really familiar, as are the animals. And you mentioned monster. I don't know if you mentioned monster, or if it came out of maybe Don's comment earlier. I am also wistful for the quality of the monster, whether in the beast or in the beast of the city, to be able to like set up, perhaps through recognition in the first few parts of the film, these familiar cities, these familiar animals, and then begin to introduce figures that start to have a kind of dissonance with our capability of recognizing, right? To kind of disturb our pattern recognition. So we start to wonder, which is beast? Is it animal or city? Or what is the role of each? With Bernini, the elephant is the strength, the obelisk is the knowledge. Like, what is the relationship between animal and city here? And how can it sometimes be somehow glommed together? How can it sometimes be subverted or inverted? And I mean, I really enjoy the film quite a lot. And I think you were also of the Pokemon gang at SCI-Arc, were you not?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so for me, it's really interesting. Pardon? Pardon?
You didn't mention that. That would have made a difference.
Oh yeah, there's a hardcore Pokemon group at SCI-Arc, and I remember being in studio once, and I don't know, there was something at the little traffic island opposite the structure in the parking lot, and they all just ran out. What?
Yeah, she's the director of that group, of the Pokemon group.
I thought Kumaran's the director. I think Kumaran's the director. Kumaran and Asma. But I think you've had a really long-standing connection or passion for the relationship of the animal or the beast in the city. So for me, that was a really interesting kind of flip where you've inverted it. I don't know what role, if any, Pokemon played. I don't know what role, if any, Dogs of SCI-Arc played. I mean, it showed up at the very end of your film and on your IG. But for me, I guess part of the question that I'd be interested in knowing more about is why the animal, or why the monster? Like, what role do you think it plays in an understanding of or the caring of the city?
How the animal came into the picture was, like earlier, as I mentioned, that the Phantom Islands, like they existed and then didn't exist, and there was this whole myth around them that they kind of submerged into the oceans or something. So the whole idea was like a body of a stagnant. So how the way we see architecture or cities or islands is like a static feature, and then as soon as it's placed over a wheel or a machine, it becomes something that's moving around. So if it's disappearing, or if it moved multiple times across the pages of history, it had to be moving in some sort of sense. And the first reaction for me was like, maybe they are on a giant turtle, because like that's the first story that came to my head from my culture, is basically the turtle carrying Delhi around. So it was like, that was the first notion that came to my head. And I was like, maybe it is like different animals that carries this different phantom fantasy islands around. And that's how the animals came into the role. Not sure if Pokemon was the part of that whole thing, but maybe somewhere, unconsciously.
I wasn't suggesting it was. I just think there's an undercurrent of interest with the role of the monster or the beast or the, I don't know what those little critters are called, of animals, of entities that sort of infiltrate the city. In this case, they somehow carry it and they bear the weight of it. And I think that interrelationship between the two is something that really could be mined further. I don't mean for this project, but just going forward, the fact that you're not thinking of the city in isolation or the building or the element of architecture in isolation, but always in relation to either the thing that carries it, the thing that infiltrates it, or the thing that you're running around chasing within it. Right.
What is intriguing about you, Natasha, what is intriguing about this project is that I don't think that Yash actually conceived the architecture. I mean, he didn't painstakingly create the algorithm. He didn't process this. He didn't create the architecture. It's almost like this comes from memory. It comes from a deep, rich history of memory. I mean, Snow White, every castle, every church in Europe, I mean, every hill has one of these. For me, it's not a monster. I understand. I mean, people would say, well, how many dragons fly in there? So the idea that we, it's like telling stories of dragons and histories that have time gone by, fortifications. So it's made up of multiple histories and styles and compositions. It's not like it's almost like it's analytically learning from a particular base point of knowledge. So the algorithms themselves give you a generous insight into the history of say form. And I look at here Eiffel Tower, I'm looking at kind of a history. So maybe by selecting certain imagery and searching for certain types, it's almost the same as the biggest Amazon author has produced something like 60,000 or 80,000 books. And how is that possible? So where's the authorship? So we move the authorship away, and it's about the algorithm scanning information to create our own worlds. That's my reading. I may be wrong, but Yash, you've got a job.
Yeah.
Don't worry about your employment. You've got a bright future.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, I just want to congratulate you, Yash. It's so delightful to see the presentation and to hear the conversation. I feel like I have like 1,000 things I want to research after this conversation, both that you brought up and that was brought up by the jury. But also just, I mean, I think someone else said the project in a lot of ways is the kind of curation and the generation of the film. And I just would like to congratulate you on like the directorship of it. And it's funny that Natasha brought up Pokemon, because I really thought it was brilliant for this kind of Zoom format that you did a film, but you also were kind of taking us through pages of books. You also it felt you had cards that felt like you were intimately kind of playing and helping us to kind of understand. The whole thing seemed to be organized on kind of the tripartite, right? There's 3 animals, there's 3 cards, there's 3 kind of motivations, there's 3 things that are constantly negotiating. So I don't know that was necessarily the case, but it definitely felt like at every moment that we were looking at your project, we could tell there was multiple things that were in negotiation, including all of the things that we couldn't see, that we know were at work to create those images. And if you do you have any final comments? Otherwise, I'd like to congratulate you.
Chrissy, I would just let me congratulate Yash. The artists who operate by the level of certainty from day one. This was more of a discovery one, and I think it has been a remarkable journey. But also, I think there was also a sense of humor all over the process, which I think is something remarkable, because I appreciate that. So Yash, it has been a lot of fun to see you to develop the thesis, and congratulations, you made it.
Thank you everyone for being here and for your time.
Congrats, Yash.
Thank you, Florence. Yeah.
Love it.
Okay, so we'll be taken on our last
most buildings are kind of similar. Like most buildings in the world, yeah, are more like than different. And so I think it just brings up this notion of understanding where the change in configuration renders like really different effects. And so I think that's part of the game here. There's a kind of question of like imagistic imagination and origination and seeing the difference, which I think is part of it. But then also I think there's a kind of like, I can only think of Walter Benjamin as you go through this project. This is the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction project par excellence. And so it works for the question of the replica, but it also works for that epilogue at the end, where he talks about architecture being apprehended in a mode of distraction. And so I think somehow the changing of those walls or working on these sort of typological issues would cause like resonances of like both familiarity and difference in a super interesting way. And so I think there's like a multiplicity of strategies that you would want to employ: curatorial, material, typological. And I think they're sort of there, but I also sort of, I don't know, one always wants more.
No, I have to completely agree with that. This is a starting point to an idea and a concept, and of which I try to prove through architecture. And those are great points that I can work on. Thank you.
I guess in an attempt to kind of read it as a viewer, I'm curious about the use of the double consciousness title. That comes from William E. Du Bois, I believe. Like it's a, yeah. So how is it? So is it a critique of social inequality in the doubling? Is that part of what we're seeing here? Like that the cheap copy is the late capitalist reality, that kind of a thing?
Absolutely. While Du Bois speaks about identity at an individualistic scale, I think I'm taking double consciousness and identity at a scale, at an architectural scale. I have deviated from race and nationality, like he talks about, but I see double consciousness as a wide spectrum of things. I think we all live in duality, and there are always two sides to a coin. And I don't see hierarchy in the two buildings. I think that the existence of a copy is just as important, if not more, than the concealed, secretive archives that none of us know exactly what lies in there, but we so badly want to. Just to understand where we come from and our history and the world. And I appropriated Du Bois' double consciousness at a more cultural scale.
I guess I feel like you might be overdoing it in terms of the location of the project, that adjacent to the Vatican in that way, and those original drawings that show it kind of actually taller than the Vatican spire. I think that kind of, it's like that makes it look more like it's an aggressive critique of Catholicism, which maybe it is, I don't know, but it's not necessarily the same kind of intellectual thing that we're really talking about as the content of the thesis. So I think that I feel like citing is always a very complicated thing in thesis projects, because you tend to get a lot of baggage with most sites, and you're trying to look at like how do they help you with your topic. And I would say this site isn't, I don't think, helping you, because it kind of overloads the whole thing. Like we don't even look so much at the idea of the structure, superstructure, and wrapper in relationship, say, to the Vatican itself or something like that. We just have to take for granted so many things to kind of accept the setting of it, that I feel like it maybe isn't the strongest part of it.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally valid. When I chose my site, I had a list of different border conditions, countries with different border conditions. And when I found out that the Vatican actually has extraterritorial land, and this is what it means, that it's actually under the jurisdiction of Rome, but then it's taxed by the Vatican, and I just felt like it had inherent duality in it. And I understand that it does come with a lot of semiotic baggage, but yeah.
I was just thinking, I'm going back to the thing about the original and the copy, which I think it's different from twins or doubles or clones. In a way, I don't think that twin brothers or sisters thinks of them of one original and the other one as a copy, but there's a thing of what do you get. They already, you have been asked of this many times, of what do you get in the copy, but I was thinking in Florence, for instance, where you go to see the David by Michelangelo. It's the replica where you have the authentic experience of the original statue, because it's in the original position, and you see it as you see it when it was finished. So the copy has, or the replica has, something that the original lacks, and in a way, that's interesting when it's not only black or white, the original and the copy, but the condition of the replica. If you're looking for the experience of the statue in the city, is better than the condition of the original, which is in a place that can be secured from the weather and all of that. So I think that probably dealing a little bit with more ambiguous conditions of the original and the replica, the experience of all of that will be more richer for the project than only separating the original and the less and the replica in a lesser way, cheaper way, as John said.
I wanted to add to the point of Barbara. I think that, yes, it's true, the site comes with a lot of baggage, and I think we went through a lot of possibilities. It did also bring with itself so many facets of the idea of duality. I mean, somehow I think the thesis could have other three theses because of the site. I mean, the temporal power, the spiritual power, the financial interest of, and the taxation, and what you know, is a, there are many layers also on the level of the faith, and so it becomes a much larger critique. It seemed like this idea of duality, dual reality, became also a way of seeing things. Suddenly, it's a way in which you can start questioning what is the original, what is a copy, and what is the truth. Does the truth exist? We're in a post-truth reality, which means we're looking for the original concept, but we understand that actually it's the copy that creates the awareness of the original. I mean, some things I think actually got added to the discussion because of the site, which I agree with you is extremely complex. I have to say, to me, was always puzzling why buildings get repeated next to each other. I mean, from the Twin Towers on, I mean, the idea of the two towers next to each other, or the two buildings, this idea of complete war that they create because they're next to each other, and they somehow complete a vision. And not always they are a mandate from the client saying this is an economical model of making two buildings that are the same. Some buildings are not really the same. They look the same, but they're not. I mean, I don't know how much really you can save about making two that are quite similar but not the same next to each other. I mean, there is quite a bit of manifestation of the twins. And I think that was, to me, a very puzzling phenomenon that not many people actually talk about, the fact that architects build in pair, and why that would be the case. Maybe that's something that the jury can talk about, because I find this, despite the long thesis that we've done during the summer, and sadly, I still think that I would love to hear your opinion about it.
But I think it brings up, Elena, I think it's a super good question. I don't have answers, but like it initiates a couple of different logics. So to go to Gabe's previous example with the Piazza di Popolo, where you just get repetition as symmetry making. So it like enforces its sort of like twinning. But then others, like I don't know, my sense of the World Trade Center, and shout out to World Trade Center for, 9/12. Like that's repetition is just like they needed another tower. Like I know there's more aesthetically to that, but it does like I think there's a way like that the second one sometimes is a twin or a symmetry, and then sometimes it seems like it's the beginning of a series. And so I think there's already this notion, and I think that could actually be explored in the siting of the project. I agree and disagree with Barbara. I think the site gives you treasure, literally. It's gold, literally. But I think the buildings could be like a little more artfully arranged on the site. And I'm not sure the twinning, like, I don't know, it seems like it'd be super interesting to have a morphological argument for the twinning on this site, in addition to like just it being paired. And that's where I think the scale's a little big. And, there's various twinnings already happening on this site. And so, like, what would the pragmatic twinning next to the symbolic twinning of St. Peter's Plaza be? Like, I don't know. I think there's a super interesting game that this site initiates that I think would be, I don't know, like there would be an urban version as well as an interior version of twinning as it explores these different modalities.
I mean, it's for sure the symmetry of the plaza is a different symmetry. It's a symmetry that locates the audience towards a specific views of the center and the entry of the procession towards faith, towards God. I mean, it is a clear theatrical for the audience to see. I think the project does not produce symmetry, which I think makes it maybe more contemporary that way. Although they're the same, they don't produce symmetry, so they are not based on the understanding of the audience that those are exactly the same, and it doesn't locate the audience in a very specific way. I think they are, in a weird way, quite fluid. They, because of their height, they're not oriented towards the grid of the city, and therefore they have a much larger spectrum of visibility and orienting. So somehow it's not just at the ground, which I think makes a case for this kind of fluid geometries that are not easily oriented, the spherical buildings that are not clearly oriented. But in case these are two, and they're different materials, so that they start thinking and questioning which one is the original, which one is the truth, and what the role of materials even is in their reproduction. I also think sometimes that there are things that we consider to be original and therefore more valuable, but truly they were always meant to be multiples. Like printing, it is an art form for the reproduction, and the reproduction is actually what makes it not known. Not in a way that these projects are because they want to proliferate culture, I guess, instead of considering the treasure as being something hidden that nobody looks at and nobody knows what there's inside. The moment in which you develop a system that creates multiple, you also expand the knowledge of that. And therefore, maybe you even expand the value of the original, because now there are more people that understand what there is, what there is in the other building.
Mm-hmm.
I know I agree with what you're saying in a way, but there's two readings to it. My first impression of the building when she was showing it, I was like, oh my God, next to the Vatican, right? So there's really this kind of radical position of really being extremely or politicized or critical or some other institution, and using architecture to do that. Right? So I think in the relationship of the buildings that you're describing is really quite interesting. But I think its position really, it's inevitable to have that kind of radical sort of view to another project for whatever reason that you're it seems to be critical of, right? I think the critique that's presenting is really rather benign. It's not really trying to sort of say, this is an institution that we don't believe in, et cetera, right? So it really occupies a different position in that sense, but the sightings suggest inevitably something like that, right? And I think that comes with the territory, and as far of the kind of permits or whatever of the city, I'm sure the negotiation to actually get this project done will be kind of quite heavy, of course, in a way to get it done this way. But I think it really suggests this kind of duality about saying, okay, so and being brave enough, and I really applaud you for that, to really put it in a kind of critical position where really it will be, sort of subjected to all those kinds of critical points of view, from all kinds of sort of sort of positions, rather, from even from the people that live there and from the kind of architectural idea. No, from the architectural idea, I really get it, and I really commend that. But I think the other part is inevitable to deal with.
I also think the project somehow speaks to our lack of faith in the original and the truth nowadays. I think that's somehow also a commentary. Maybe we are all deeply aware of the fact that what we are told, what we're exposed to, the truth, that truth is kind of an anachronistic concept. It comes from a time of scarcity of information. Actually, now we are at the opposite side. We're at the opposite side of abundance of information. Therefore, truth is not the value of liberating. No, it is actually truth doesn't exist. It's something that is fluid, and we all participate in. And just having architecture somehow allow for that awareness that there are copies. The copies are different from the original. The original is not anymore the original even at the beginning. I think an interesting commentary on what kind of expectations we have from what we understand to be the original and the copy and the image of the two. And maybe architecture has also the same difficulties in grappling with this, because we have a practice that makes buildings, and the presence of the building seems to be unique. What happens when they're not unique? What does it say about the architectural field? I mean, and truly there are so many of those examples of double buildings. And there are phenomena that somehow happens and is not questioned. Why two of the same next to each other?
Yes. The question of truth, though, truth goes to authenticity. And so I think the statues operate that way. We give an authenticity because of the origin of the statue. We can date it back to a particular place and time done by a particular person, and therefore it has value. And the casting seems to have less value because it becomes a replica of that thing, right? And so the only thing that's different about the two is maybe the material, but really it's about the provenance of the production of the thing, right? And so that's what we're assigning all this value to, is that moment in time in which it was created. And I would see then in the architecture, it's very difficult, back to Elena's point about truth. The second building, or the twin, or as it was described earlier, the evil twin, or the one that has less quality, it actually has just as much quality as the other. Right. And so it's actually very difficult in the architecture to produce that condition because it's just as authentic, you know? And so there's that strangeness there. And I don't know how to answer Elena's question about the doubling, because that is a strange thing. And it seems to be, in most cases, it's the efficiency of the real estate to produce this icon. But then it's like, turn it up to 11. We need 2 of them in order to make the icon stronger, but it's actually a kind of a developer model where you get 2 for the price of, you get the efficiencies of the doubling, right? But it does produce this other presence. And I love John's comment about how if they're slightly different, are they a series, or are they just slightly different? They're the beginning of something that's bigger. Never thought of it that way, but it's fascinating to think about.
I find doubles very anxiety provoking. So I think it's all about anxiety. I don't know. It's those twins in The Shining, there's just something really creepy about them, and yet miraculous. So I find them very, there's a whole kind of psychosis, side of it that I think would take you in a very different direction. But there's a psychology of the double and the doubling, and the anxiety of, is it real? Is it not real?
Real. I see the cheapened copy that you get to go into derives in kind of a much greater energy because of the existence of the fancier one that you can't somehow adds value not to the real one, but to the copy, right? Like that the copy becomes the actual magical one. The one that has the power is the copy, because the one that can access something other than and greater than itself is the copy, not the original one. It's like it's more valuable. And so in a way, this works at the Vatican because it's like you can't go to heaven, right? But you can go to the stand under the Bernini's what do you call the thing in the middle? The one Solomonic columns. So like that
Barachino, scusa, Barachino, give me.
That's so that you can go. That there's a kind of like magical effect. This is kind of old-fashioned like religious architecture question. Like the magical effect of not being the thing that it refers to is what gives it power. And so I think that maybe in that sense, the Vatican helped work for me because it gave us a chance to have that other bit.
But also, super interesting topic. We all love talking about it. So successful thesis, to be sure. But even just like not only the sculptures, but the notion of the religious relic, which is never on display, but one is made radically aware of its presence in the crypt beyond, or even going back in time to the Greek model, which you have the temple, which everybody sees, and then you have the cella within, which is where the mysteries are contained. And so I think the religious setting like initiates all these versions of like, it's not necessarily doubling, like the terminology I think shifts depending on what way we look at it, but it has to do with like understanding a presence even as it's withheld from us in some way.
I think that goes back to your initial question, John, which is how do you know that you're in the copy? Like somehow you have to be able to access the sense that, and that goes to Eric's point too. And maybe it is that the mystery factor. So maybe you don't even need the good quality next door, because if you're never going to access it, maybe it's another room in the building that's empty, but you're told that's where all the archives are and they only bring them out at a certain point of the year. Right? So then the mystery is there, but the relic now has a certain value because you're aware of the potential of this other as opposed to it even having to exist.
I'm struck by the fact that when we talk about this project being in Vatican City, somehow it becomes a very Catholic project for me. And I am reminded of the story of Moses coming down the mountain in the Old Testament and bringing the 2 commandments on the stone. And of course, at the bottom of the mountain, everybody has assembled to build the golden bull statue and to pray to this figuration, to the figure of God, right? The representation, the doubling of God's image here on earth. And he gets very angry because of course, in the Old Testament, it's a little bit of a different story, but in Judaism, you wouldn't never have a figure representing God. That would be a kind of a blasphemous. And so it's interesting that in this conversation about the original and the copy and the meaning that we produce and provide to the original and the kind of blasphemy that maybe we understand with the copy, at least in my heritage. But I think, Sadhvi, somehow in your story, you actually enact Catholicism. You enact the kind of reproduction of the figure that we hold somehow to represent God. It's a strange thing to end up here, no? I'm not sure if if that's where you thought you would go with the project. That's not probably where where you come from personally. I'm not sure, but I'm curious also to kind of put that story into the context.
I really like, it's really interesting because then to me, it really starts to, you can argue the project as a metaphysical construct, right? Where the metaphysics of the building has to do, or the kind of history of metaphysics has to do with the articulation of the ideal, right? So if there is really that, I think there's really also a kind of very sort of powerful metaphysical construct that obviously relates to Catholicism because of the origins of Catholicism. So I think, in a way, if there is such an ideal of, they begin to sort of talk about this notion of ideal and the real and the representation in a metaphysical sense, I think there is that connection to Catholicism that is really quite strong in that sense. So yeah, I think the project really starts to engage all kinds of weird notions that are really different levels, right?
But I would super interesting. You answer. What do you think? Are you Catholic?
Not by birth. I'm not. But it's really it's not a commentary on Catholicism, or it's not an acceptance or rejection of the religion, really. You know, there is God, and then there are rosaries, or there is the cross that we hold so dear, and which we, you know, have faith in, and which we call, which is a representation of God, really, and relics are you know, play the same role, and I don't, and we call upon God by its replication, by God's replication, and so.
But sorry, this is so interesting. You set this up. I want to ask the question: if you have not a religious belief, but come out of a religious tradition that has a different question of replication, but I also want to soften the religious tone right before I ask you that, because it's not only Catholicism, I would say it's a Western metaphysic. So it goes all the way back to Plato and his sense of ideal forms, where there's a question of referentiality, origination versus like literally metaphysics beyond the physical, but it's a referential structure. So I'm just curious, like, do you come from a cultural tradition where, like, what's the status quo of image making and replication?
Well, I do come from Hinduism, and there are all kinds of representations or paintings or idols that represent the idea of what God actually is, and there is, and you know, Hindus do believe that there is a self, and then there is a soul, but then there is something, there is a spirit, or there is energy that's bigger than all of us, and so there is a duality there as well. And so there is a cosmos, and then there are humans, and I feel like the question of duality is really isn't about just the Vatican or just the West, but I do feel like just with human beliefs, just with human faith, there is, you know, across the planet, there is duality, and there is a sort of double consciousness to that.
Cool.
Somebody asked me if I'm Catholic. No. As an Italian, do I strike you as a say no? You know, so I can tell you all about all of this, but no, I will spare you. So I want to thank Sadvi for the fantastic summer. I had a great time working on the twins. I have to tell you, has been an obsession of mine for a long time. And Sadvi, you know, Anna, she was one of the people that were in the drawing competition that both of us were jurors. I didn't even know, to be honest with you. And so we both selected her. And I think this was the beginning of where actually the drawing was a double. I mean, it was a drawing on a drawing. And so that was the beginning of this thesis on two-ness, which was a good journey for me. And I hope that it was also a good journey from Sadvi, because it opened many doors, which probably are not closed now, but definitely I think it went through a path of understanding why architects build in doubles and what that could mean. And besides the idea of symmetry, and I think it brings up many, many issues. So thank you, Sadvi, for the interesting summer and bringing up many questions.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed working with you. Thank you.
And now we have the last student of the day, Kumaran. I think he will close the day with some of the same questions that Amanda opened with. So it's actually interesting that one is the beginning of the afternoon and one is the end of the afternoon.
Point of order.
Yes.
Give a 90-second break.
Absolutely. Why don't we do this? We get 5 minutes break. We see each other at 5:20. I understand. We all need that. Ciao. 5 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the final Zoom event. Zoom, I don't know, how can I call it? Or Zoom at Zoom. No, it's not Zoom. Now it's been a long day of review. Or spin room. This is our final spin room. I mean, you can see behind me, this is graduate thesis 2020, the graduating class. So what we're going to do today is that we're going to close with students. We're sending invites to everybody. You know, some reviews are still running, if I'm not wrong, but most reviews have finished. So this is like the polls, you know, like voting has finished in all the states. So now we're getting our final votes. So so thank you everybody. Thank you everybody that's been joining. If you've been watching the reviews, if you have not watched, please go to SCI-Arc's website, go to our GT website. You guys, you remember the name graduate thesis, that's SCI-Arc.edu. I think that's the that's correct. You can see, if you haven't seen the reviews, you can go back and you can see a lot of reviews there. So you know, join us and observe. And we're going to end with a party finale. I think that some of the people here are ready for the party finale, including Orgu back there. So we're going to welcome the students and we're going to have like a final chat or a final conversation with everybody as we close. So as we see, we are at SCI-Arc. Hi guys, how you doing? So more people will joining. I started a little bit late because we were still finishing Rich review, but you know, but we're here, we're back here. So thanks for joining. So what we're doing is that we, you know, as more students keep on joining us, we're kind of chatting a bit about final thesis, about the summer, about graduation tomorrow maybe. So you know, so any of your comments. So Orgu, I see that you're ready. So the floor is yours. You can tell us something about your final review, about your summer that already ended today, I would say, no?
I actually did I gave my review yesterday. I was the first one to go in my group. We had a bit of technical difficulties, but that didn't really get in the way. I think that I'm quite proud of the fact that I was able to actually finish everything smoothly, even though we had like a couple of interruptions. But I'm also personally very happy with like where my thesis came. It's like very natural to start your thesis in a position that's like completely different from where you finished, and that happened to me. I didn't even imagine that it was going to get into how it ended, but like it's in a very different shape. I learned so much, and I'm very happy with what I was able to give. So yeah, my summer was just thesis. Because of the quarantine, and we had so much work to do, and some of us also had to take electives, so like it was only thesis for most of us. So yeah, that's what I can say for now.
That's a closing. Yash, how you doing? How did it go? Yash just finished. I mean, we just closed the computer and then log into another Zoom link. So I saw it. I saw the end. I didn't get to see the whole thing. I was in this room, you know, in this green room. But it was a great review. It was fun. I mean, I love the movie and all that.
Thank you, Florence. Yeah. I mean, it started with you, so you also kind of get the credit.
Yes, I got to see the finale. I love so if you go into our Instagram, I don't remember, Faris, you remember our Instagram handler? I don't remember. I think I will need some notes, or like if I have my phone is being used over there.
It's always some combination of SCI-Arc GT20. I always get them mixed up.
If it's at the beginning. So for those of you that are joining, GT means Graduate Thesis 2020. This was a very special summer for everybody. So we're kind of closing, or the semester, and all the students are graduating tomorrow. And you know, we're going to have a special event also for graduation. The invitations went out. You know, it's somehow trying to figure out how we can create an event over what over the situations, over the current situation. So Stephanie's there over there. She's already preparing for tomorrow, for our graduation tomorrow. She's used to a lot of people in the building. This is going to be herself and Reza, I guess, for graduation, and then everybody else will be online. So getting ready for those days. So for the rest of the students that are there, Manning and Kayong, Juansu, you guys want to tell something about your final thesis, or how we're closing today, how we're closing these 3 days of reviews? I start with Manning Wang.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
I feel so good for today's thesis, and it's a very interesting thing to see all you guys in my room rather than in the SCI-Arc, and everyone working well, and I can sleep on the bed to see the review actually, and that's good for me, because I remember last time in SCI-Arc 6 show we have to stand up in the CAC hall and stand for like 3 days to see the review, but this time we can eat some food, drink the water, and feel relaxed to have fun with it.
I love that point. That's amazing. I think that's amazing. So for everybody coming to a future Faris, I think that's a good point for next summer thesis. Maybe you can see half of the thesis, in your sofa, and half of the hybrid model of half on your sofa. That is, it's true. Like at this point, it's a lot of walking through back and forth through SCI-Arc's corridors that we would have done. So I think that observing in a state of comfort, I think that's like one of the silver lining of these times.
Yeah, I agree.
Hwasung, how you doing? Maybe you can tell us about your final thesis day.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So actually, I really enjoyed my final presentation yesterday, and I think during summer we all have a very hard time, like working at home. But for me, like I transfer from the way we goes to the pin up the drawing and making physical model to do the presentation at school, and transfer to the place we have to work online and try to teach ourselves to learn the new techniques, like somebody make a website, somebody create the video games, and creating more different interface to combine it with architecture and show that to people. I think this is a very interesting process. So I think everybody is learning the new things until the end of the semester. So I think it's pretty cool.
Excellent. Thank you for the positivity and the attitude. That's amazing. Also, when you talk and everything is shining and stickers are moving up, it makes everything different. So Wesley and Max, is Max there? I see him on the side. Hi, you guys. Welcome to thesis finale. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
We're here. Look at where we are, at SCI-Arc, a full setting. I have an amazing color behind me, but for everybody that is watching us on YouTube, they can see the grade of the students. Actually, I'm watching on that. So it's like we have a whole setting here. We try to kind of bridge a bit the screen of Zoom into something that has a bit of a background. So I was saying earlier, I think I didn't do that introduction here, but yesterday we have live. We also had like a green screen for Spin Room, but today I wanted to chat with students. So having all the students kind of welcome and joining us, for conversations, chat, comments, anything. And Wesley, you guys also, you were there for all the live chat, all the comments. So thank you so much for all of the feedback with the Student Center, Fridays at 5, Wendy's there as well. So there's a lot of I would say that again, more silver lining is the student involvement. It was really high, no? Like the feedback, the commentary, the way that there's a kind of a different presence. I think that made it close. Almost like that bridge was a little bit closer with Zoom. Manye was saying how everybody was in her living room. We're still in her living room. I mean, this is SCI-Arc living room. I think we're like 10 people at SCI-Arc today only in the full school.
It's become very domestic. There's a lot of, my classmates on my television while I lay on the sofa,
Yes.
I was just talking to Max about the sort of like side chatter that you usually get at thesis, the crowd of people behind the jurors, and how that's now in group chats and things like that, right? Because you want it to be private too. And so there's this kind of network of other conversations that are also happening and emerging in these funny ways.
My favorite the live chat, like next to the YouTube comments, is my favorite, because like normally we don't get to like root for our friends while they're presenting, and I'm like, go Max, go Wesley, which we agree during your presentation, but now I get to say those things.
Right. Yeah, the YouTube comments were like really interesting, because like everyone's like commenting over jurors, or like even rooting for friends, making jokes, everything. And that's like the most informal thing we could do as friends. And that's like the most, I think this is what we do in school, but this is not something we get to do if we were in a Zoom chat. So I think that really opened up a lot of fun during the thesis conversations.
You guys, you don't know, but critics, we also chat behind the scenes, like, I mean, you think that, look at that, look at this, look at what that. And so I use the private channel, and sometimes I make it into the public, like I make a mistake. And I forgot, I put it in there. I was like, oops. I was like, Christy, we have to close this review. And it's like, it goes public. We have to move on, and it goes public. So like, I think there's some danger in that. At least for me, when Zoom is not that good at that stuff.
Yeah.
So anyway, I mean, I'm just trying to see how is this thing. I mean, I was thinking, does it make sense to have, I mean, I could be one more screen on that grid, or, that we have the live. So it's almost as if we try to find potential in as many mediums as we can. Instagram, Miro, the Zoom stuff, like website. I was saying the other day, like website is so old, and yet you have everything there. We're still going to be uploading stuff to our website, but you have that always, for your career there. You can show your lecture in the future, whatever, 15 years, if the website still works as an interface. But I think that, you have all of that. So you guys, I think in 5 minutes, I have to launch the party. But Phil, can I do the party through here? How can I do? Or you link through there? If I open it on my, sorry, I'm trying to see the, we do Zoom to Zoom. So what I open in my laptop?
We miss Phil.
Yeah, say hi to Phil first.
Phil, they want you to say hi to everybody. I'm going to grab my computer. You talk to Phil, okay?
Yeah.
I have to switch. I get out of the green room. I switch to my.
Hey Phil, we miss you, dude.
Phil, thanks for doing all.
Okay, you guys, we're going live. I have to launch the Zoom party. Let me see if I. So I'll do is that, and then you should. I mean, let's see, Phil, how you can log in from there. Zoom party. Okay. I do the Zoom party link. I have to play the music, so you'll hear the music from here, and then I don't understand, but yeah, we'll figure out. But I just have, okay.
That's spelling is definitely not right. You said it's K-H-R-U. Yeah.
Quarantine? How do you say it?
London.
No.
directions have changed. If you'd like to say hello, press 1. Press 2. If you'd like to know if I'm alright, say, you alright? This is the third floor. Yes. Yes. This is the third floor. Yes. This is the third floor. Yes. This is the third floor.
这个，但是他看不到是机子是吗？